working surface, a couple on the windowsill, still more in various wee holders on the table, tucked in between the cartons.
It's no meant to be romantic, you half-wit. Candlelight's appropriate for sitting Shiva. And don't think I've forgiven you for locking me out in the snow.
Told you, I was in the shower. He helped himself to a glopping spoonful of bright orange curry laced with shining green chilies. In case you didn't notice, Samantha wasn't Jewish, and neither was Chicken Jalfrezi. Steele shovelled in a shard of papadum, crunching through the words.
I think Detective Superintendent Harper fancies you.
Away and boil your head.
All she does is mutter about you under her breath.
Logan McRae this, Logan McRae that. Aye, when she's no giving me a hard time.
How come it's my fault we're no making progress catching Peter Shepard's...
Gah. A blob of onion fell from the end of her papadum and tumbled into her lap.
Bugger.
She can go boil her head too. Woman's a menace. All she does is moan and whinge.
Nah, she loves you. She wants to have your babies.
Steele plucked the rogue bit of onion from her trousers and ate it.
Tell you, we were sat in that damn pool car for 2 hours today, watching Martin Milne's place, and she wouldn't shut up asking questions about you.
Logan ripped off a chunk of naan bread, dipped it in the thick orange sauce. I hung up on her today. Told her to feel free to sod off.
Ah, so you fancy her, too. You should pull her pigtails. Maybe she'll show your knickers behind the bike shed after PE.
You can feel free to sod off, too.
Oh, she's obsessed with you, Sunshine. According to Narvir, she's been watching you for a long time. Ever since the Mastic Monster. Got a file and everything.
Steele shovelled in another mouthful of lamb dansak, grinning as she chewed.
Fiver says Harper gets her hands on your onion badges by the end of the week.
Seriously, sod off any time you like. Steele poured the last of the Shiraz into Logan's glass.
No more wine.
He took a swig. We're having the funeral on Monday. It's in Aberdeen if you want to come. She clunked the bottle on the table, next to the other empties.
Think I should go get more?
Nah, I'll go. He threw back the final mouthful, then hauled himself out of the chair. Carry-out containers, crumpled beer cans and carrier bags littered the work surfaces. Plates piled up in the sink. He wobbled a bit, steadied himself with a hand on the table. Why?
So we can drink it.
No, why's Harper the Harpy keeping a file on me?
Told you, 'cause she wants to shag your scarred little backside off. Ooh, Logan, do me harder. Yeah, like that. Pass the Nutella, etc.
Woman had a one-track mind. Logan grabbed a hoodie from the washing basket in the corner of the kitchen, gave it a shake and pulled it on. White or red?
Yes.
Steele dug into her pocket and came out with a wallet, produced a small wad of 20s.
And get some nice whiskey. Nice stuff, nothing you can clean paintbrushes with.
He folded the notes and slipped them into his pocket. Seriously, why's Detective Superintendent Harpy keeping tabs on me?
And some crisps.
Logan lowered the carrier bags to the floor and thunked the door closed behind him. I'm back. He ran a hand through his hair, flicking off the chunks of snow, shrugged his way out of the high-vis jacket. Hello? You still there? If she wasn't, tough. He was drinking her wine anyway. He slipped off his snow-crusted shoes and padded through to the kitchen in his socks. Steele was at the table, a frown on her face, fingers of one hand drumming on the tabletop, phone in the other. What's bitten your bumhole? Logan unpacked the bags onto the table. Bottle of Chardonnay, bottle of Merlot, and... He plunked a beige cardboard tube next to the bottles, popped off the metal lid, and pulled out the contents. 1 bottle of Balvenie, 14-year-old, aged in old rum casks. She licked her teeth and stared at him. What? What have I done now?
Kinda wondering that myself.
She pointed.
You already had a bottle of whiskey.
The Glenfiddich he'd got from Hamish Mowat sat on the table beside her. And now we've got more. The Merlot's top came off with a crackle as he unscrewed it. Sure you don't want to stick to wine for now? You know, pace yourselves. It glugged into the glasses, thick and dark and red.
I looked it up on the internet.
He went back into the carrier bags. Got bacon frazzles, skips, and some sort of cheesy tortilla things. Or there's Monster Munch. Glenfiddich 1937 Rare Collection. Where did you get this? Must be serious. She hadn't even smiled at the mention of Monster Munch. Logan sat in the chair opposite, took a sip of wine. What's wrong? You got any idea how much this bottle's worth? She picked it up, holding it like a newborn baby half full of syrupy amber liquid. Last time one of these was on auction, it went for £49,000. Logan stared back. Swallowed. How much? Where'd you get it from, Sergeant? 49 grand. For a bottle of whiskey. Her mouth made a thin, cold line. Is this why Detective Superintendent Harper is so keen on knowing all about you? How does a duty sergeant way up here on the Aberdeenshire coast afford something like that? She leaned forward and thumped her fist on the table, making the bottles rattle. Damn it, Logan! I trusted you! Are you kidding me? Have you seen the piece of crap I drive? It's a Fiat Punto with more rust than metal on it. My kitchen cupboards are full of supermarket-owned brand lentil soup. He snatched the bottle from her. If I had 49 grand knocking about, do you really think I'd spend it on one bottle of whiskey? She folded her arms. I'm waiting. It was a gift, okay? He looked away. From Hamish Mowat. Silence. Steele bit her lips for a moment. So, a dead gangster gives you a £49,000 bottle of whiskey, and you wonder why a detective superintendent from the Serious Organised Crime Task Force has a file on you. It's not like that. Then how is it? He covered his face with his hands. I didn't do anything. I didn't know the whiskey cost that much. We had a drink out of it, then I was given the bottle to take home. You're a bloody idiot. I didn't know. Logan slumped. 49 grand. And the money for the flat. Huh. As if that was the worst of it. If Steele thought this was bad, she'd hit the roof when she found out about Hamish's last will and testament. £666,666 and 66 pence kind of put the rest of it into perspective. Gah. Maybe she was right. Maybe that was why Harper had a file on him. They knew. Oh, God. Might as well go into work on Monday and resign before they get disciplinary proceedings underway. Take wee Hamish's money and sod off somewhere warm, where they don't extradite police officers who've taken £250,000 from gangsters. Steele sighed again. Well, don't just sit there. Get the glasses. Logan scraped his chair back from the table. I got on with him, okay? He fed me info on rival gangs, and I put them away. She frowned at her fingers, ticking them against one another. 49,000 quid. 28 drams in a bottle. That's 49 less 28. 21. 196. I wasn't working for him. I wasn't doing favours for him. I was arresting drug dealers who needed arresting anyway. Logan dug 2 tumblers out of the cupboard, the crystal ones, seeing how expensive the Glenfiddich was. And I arrested his people too, when I got the chance. That was the deal. No preferential treatment. The glasses went on the table. Steele squeaked the cork from the bottle. 1,750 quid a dram. She poured. Call it 3.5 grand for a double. He sat at the table. I mean it. She shook her head. I know you do, Laz. But if Harper gets wind of this, you're screwed. Steele raised her glass in toast. Here's to getting rid of the evidence. Any left? With the curtains closed and the collection of tea lights on the mantelpiece, the living room was warm and cosy, like a hug, or a stomach full of takeaway curry, beer, wine, and very expensive whiskey. Steele blinked, then picked up the bottle and upended it over her glass. A thin stream of amber splashed into the bottom, dripped twice, then stopped. She sucked on the end, working her tongue into the neck to get out every last drop, then sat back on the couch and squinted at him. You better no be perving on me, Laz. Like something out of a porn flim. Porn film. Film. You said flim. No, didn't. Yes, did. He covered his mouth as a smoky belch rattled free. What do we do with the bottle? £49,000. She gave it a shugle. Never drunk whiskey that expensive before. Logan lurched to his feet. I'll get the Balvenie. The floor was a bit wobbly beneath his feet, but he planted them wide apart and rode it out, lurching through the kitchen. Cthulhu hunched over a mat in the corner, crunching on cat biscuits. Hello, sweetie. Hello. Who's Daddy's special kitten fish? Who's Daddy's love? She kept eating. Be like that, then. Through in the lounge, the phone rang. Ringety-ring, ring, ring. Logan picked the new bottle off the table, taking care in case it was as wobbly as the floor. He made it as far as the lounge door, before the ringing stopped and the sound of his own recorded voice burst out of the machine. Hi, this is Logan. I'm not answering the phone right now, but leave a message and I'll try to get back to you as soon as I can. Steele was licking the inside of the Glenfiddich bottle again. Sergeant McCrae! Oh, great. That central belt accent could mean only one thing. It's Detective Superintendent Harper. It's Neve. Oh-ho! Steele stopped suckling and winked at him. Neve! Told you. She loves you. Smoochy, smooch, smooch. Shut up! He lurched across to the answering machine, still clutching the Balvenie. What do you want, harpy woman? Silence from the machine. Logan, I think we got off on the wrong foot. Clearly you're a capable officer. Maybe Steele was right. The wrinkly wreck pulled herself upright. Going for a pee. If she propositions you, let me know. I think we need to talk. Tomorrow when you get into work, let me know. We have things to discuss. A grin from Steele. Like rubbing each other all over with marmalade and licking it off. The doorbell rang and she blinked at the wall. I'll get it. I may not have been entirely fair with you, so, yes. Well. She lurched from the room, singing away to herself. Lazarus and Eve, up a tree, Humping. Anyway, we'll talk tomorrow. Bleep. Okay, that was odd. She should have been shouting the odds, berating him for telling her to sod off. So this afternoon she complained about him to professional standards, and now she was calling him up to try and mend bridges and build fences. Or was that the other way around? Out in the hall, Steele was still going strong. First comes sex, then come sneezes, then you're itching 'cause you've got diseases. Maybe opening the Balvenie wasn't the best of ideas. Probably. The front door clunked, and her voice took on its usual smoky growl. Aye? Are you? A clatter. A thump. A muffled grunt. Logan dumped the bottle in the couch and sprinted out into the hall. Steele lay on her side, curled up in the fetal position, arms covering her head as a big bastard in a grey boiler suit and blue ski mask stamped on her ribs, groaning every time a boot landed. Get off her! Logan grabbed at the equipment belt, still hanging over the end of the newel post, fumbled at the catch holding the extendable baton in place, and dragged the length of metal out. Ski Mask stopped laying into steel and lunged at him instead. A flick of the wrist, and the baton clacked out to its full length, but not fast enough. Ski Mask barreled into Logan, sending them both smashing back onto the stairs, the tread stabbing into Logan's spine. Hands grabbed at his head, shoving his face into the treads. Another pair of hands. Ski Mask had a friend. Logan swung the baton, but the friend grabbed his wrist, twisting the arm up behind his back. Red-hot nails hammered into the shoulder joint, prizing the bone and muscles apart. Ah! The pair of them dragged him over onto his front, forcing his other arm round to join the right, piling on the pressure until lines of burning wire tore their way from Logan's wrists to his shoulders. The baton tumbled from his numb fingers and clattered against the laminate floor. They hauled him upright, the pair of them pulling him around so he was facing the front door, and Steele, struggling to her knees by the coat rack. Her voice was thin and shaky. Lass? Blood covered the lower half of her face, more pulsing out of her battered nose, dripping from her split lip. She wobbled there, eyes fuzzy and unfocused. Logan whipped his head forwards, then back again, hard and fast, looking to connect with one of the bastards' face, but they weren't stupid enough to stand that close. The pressure on his arms increased, and those burning wires forced a growl out between gritted teeth, made his legs sag. "Get off!" The big guy laughed. "Aye, right." The voice was familiar. Smiler, the chatty one from the back of the transit van. His wee friend stepped in front of Logan. That would be Captain Abba, with the stupid sideburns and ponytail, both hidden behind a black ski mask. "Either you hold still and shut up, or I'm going to slice you open. Understand?" An 8-inch blade gleamed in the hall light, then came down to rest against Logan's throat. He froze. "Good boy." The front door opened and number 3 came in, thin and slightly hunched, as if all that time playing on a Nintendo DS had curved his spine. Mr. Teeth. He closed the door behind him, nodded at Logan. "Aye, in case you're wondering, this is by way of a warning." He grabbed a handful of Steele's hair, then battered her head off the wall hard enough to dent the plasterboard. Did it again. Mr. Teeth let go, and she slumped to the floor. Logan struggled forward, and a sharp line clawed at his throat. "Oh, no, you don't." Captain Abba twisted the blade, making the lines sting. "You stand there and you watch." His mate knelt astride Steele, one hand wrapped in her hair, the other coiled into a fist that snapped forward and battered her head back. Again, and again. Thud, thunk, thud. Then Mr. Teeth let go of Steele's hair and sat back. "There we go." Her head lolled to the side, blood dripping onto the floor. Smiler leaned in close. "You do what you're told, McCrae, because if you don't, what happened here tonight? That's going to look like a Christmas party at your nan's house, okay?" Mr. Teeth nodded at his mates. "We done?" "Almost." Captain Abba lowered the knife, then hammered a fist into Logan's stomach, taking his legs out from under him as fire and ice rippled through the scarred muscle. Smiler let go, and Logan slid down the balustrade, hauling in great jagged gasps of air. The world screamed, like a million wasps had gone off at the same time. Thump. The hallway twisted through 90 degrees, leaving him lying on his side on the laminate floor with tiny black dots circling around the ceiling, getting bigger and louder, and then darkness. Sounds. Grunting. Dots swirling around the swinging light bulb overhead. Muttered voices too faint to make out. An engine starting. "Up! Get up and help her!" Logan forced himself over onto his front, gritted his teeth and pushed himself up onto his knees. Flecks of snow twisted in through the open door. Steele lay where she'd been left, slumped as if someone had cut all her strings. Logan hauled himself upright, using the balusters, staggered over to the door, one arm wrapped around his burning stomach. White blanketed the parked cars, thick flakes shining in the streetlight's glow. No sign of Reuben's thugs. No sign of the transit van. Logan stepped out onto the pavement, but a groan behind him made him stop. Steele. Inside, he slammed the door shut and knelt beside her. "You're okay? Are you okay? Hello?" He brushed a strand of damp grey hair away from her face. Her nose was squint, blood thick on her top lip and down the side of her cheek nearest the ground. One eye was swelling already, the skin around it angry and red. Logan grabbed his phone and called the police. Chapter 27. "It's okay, Sergeant. You can see her now." The nurse pointed at the double doors in the corner. "Thanks." He creaked his way out to the plastic chair, standing up in stages like opening a Swiss Army knife. "You sure we can't get you something? Only you look—" "I'm fine." Logan reached up and ran his fingers along the line of gauze taped across his throat, where Captain Abba's knife had been. Barely a scratch. Right, well, I'm sure you know best. I'm only a healthcare professional after all. What would I know? Then she stuck her nose in the air, turned around and marched off. Logan hissed out a breath, then limped across and pushed through into a corridor that stank of disinfectant and despair. Steele's room was halfway down, her name written on a little whiteboard outside it, like the prison cells in Fraserburgh. He opened the door and stepped inside. The private room was dark, except for the reading light over the bed. It drained the colour from Steele's skin, leaving it grey and creased, at least where it wasn't blue and purple. She was lying back, with about half a dozen pillows jammed in under her head. They'd smeared something over her swollen eye, making the bruised skin glimmer, and stuck a thick strip of white tape across the bridge of her nose, holding down a wadge of gauze. He eased himself onto the edge of the bed, tried not to wince. "You look... well?" Steele's one good eye narrowed.
"My nose hurts."
"They say it'll take a couple of weeks, but you won't even know your nose is broken."
"At my ribs."
"They're going to keep you in overnight for the concussion, but other than that, you're fine."
"Feel like someone's burning pea-stained mattresses in my head."
Logan patted her leg beneath the blanket. "Susan's on her way up. She'll be here soon." The one good eye widened.
"No! Don't want her to see me like this."
"Tough. She'd kill me if I kept it secret." He gave the leg a squeeze. "Did you get a good look at them?"
"Tell her I'm fine."
"She's coming whether you like it or not. Now can you ID who attacked you?" A one-sided frown.
"Big bastard, with his ski mask on."
"Yeah, that's what I saw. 3 of them." He stared up at the ceiling tiles. "Been a hell of a day, hasn't it?"
"I hate Banff."
Another squeeze. "Get some sleep. And thanks for staying with me and drinking too much." He pulled on the best smile he could muster. "I appreciate it." Steele sank back into the pillows.
"You're such a big girl's blouse."
Logan slipped back out into the corridor and closed the door behind him. Closed his eyes and swore. How is she? When he opened his eyes again, Rennie was right there in front of him, along with D.S. Mackenzie. The pair of them looked as if they'd just heard the family dog had died. "She's fine. A bit battered and bruised, but nothing permanent." Mackenzie moved towards the door, but Logan put an arm out. "Best not. Let her rest." "Right." Mackenzie nodded, setting that curly brown bun of hers wobbling. "Okay." Rennie pulled out his notebook. "Any idea who did it?" "Oh, yes. But even if he told them, what good would it do? Even if they could find out Smiler, Mr. Teeth, and Captain Abba's real names, what would happen? Would Reuben's 3 stooges go down quietly, or would they drag Logan kicking and screaming with them? He shrugged. They wore ski masks and boiler suits. One big, muscly, one thin, one short arse. Mackenzie had a quick look up and down the corridor, then lowered her voice. "You know what this means, don't you? Malk the Knife's boys are spooked by the investigation." Rennie bared his teeth. "Ooh, that's not good." "They know we're getting close, and they're trying to warn us off." She leaned closer to Logan. "Did they say anything?" "Thought you were supposed to be babysitting Martin Milne." A sneer. "Think this is a bit more important, don't you, McCrae? Now answer the question. Did they say anything?" "The one who attacked Steele said it was a warning." "I knew it! Maybe—" She trailed off as an orderly squeaked by, pushing an empty porter's chair. Waited for him to fade from view. "We should let Detective Superintendent Harper know. If they came for Steele, they might be after her, too." "Good point." Rennie pulled out his phone and dialed, listening in silence for a moment. Then, "Super? Yeah, it's D.S. Rennie." He wandered away. "Look, I know it's late, but—" D.S. Mackenzie narrowed her eyes. "And how come you got off without a scratch on you, McCrae?" "What about this?" He pointed at the line of gauze. "Tried to slit my throat." "Yeah, right." She pulled out her own phone. "I'll get a guard on the Gov's room." She walked off in the other direction, leaving Logan on his own outside Steele's door. He stood there as they got things organised. "I'm fine, by the way. Thanks for asking." Pair of idiots. As if Malcolm McLennan would get his people to attack a senior police officer investigating a crime he was involved in. Talk about a perfect way to draw attention to yourself. You didn't build a huge criminal empire by being stupid. But Reuben, oh, he definitely was that stupid. Logan headed down the corridor, through the double doors back into the waiting area, and turned his mobile phone on again. Fully charged. According to the home screen, there were half a dozen text messages and 3 voicemails waiting. Well, they could wait. He brought up his call history. John Uckert's number was top of the list. He called it. Through the waiting room windows, the snow seemed thicker, taking its time to drift down from the dark marbled sky. He sank into one of the chairs, in the lee of a drooping cheese plant. The phone rang. Then finally, someone picked up. "Yup? Uckert, that you? Mr. McCrae, where have you been? I left messages in every—" "You tell Reuben, got to watch out, okay? Reuben heard about you being executor for Mr. Mowatt's will and went berserk. I mean total card-carrying, machete-wielding berserk. He's going to get people to come after you. Says you need to learn your lesson. You've got to—" "Too late. They've been." "Ah. 3 of them. The guys with the transit van." Logan leaned forward, scrunching himself around the phone, making his stomach ache. Stoking the fires. "You pin your ears back, and you take notes. They attacked a friend of mine, and they put her in hospital. If I get my hands on them, I'm going to make Jeffrey Dahmer look like Santa Bloody Claus. Are we clear?" Silence from the other end of the phone. "You still there? I want names." "Yeah. The guys we're talking about are only obeying orders, Mr. McCrae. They get told to rough someone up. They don't ask why. They do what they're told." "I got the gun." A sigh. "Look, I know where you're coming from, but they're only like minions, okay? They're replaceable. Reuben's got lots more where they came from." "Don't punish the dog that bites. Punish the owner." "I don't care." Saturday rest day. Blood on the snow. Chapter 28. Your non-stop Saturday love songs for the next half hour. So let's kick off Valentine's Day with a bit of Lucy's Drowning and their big hit from last year, The Circle of You. Logan gritted his teeth and fumbled a hand out from beneath the duvet, thumped his hand down on the snooze button, then lay there, shivering. A puddle of sweat sat in the centre of his chest, running in lukewarm dribbles down his ribs. God. Someone had swapped his heart for an angry rat. It scrabbled at his insides, digging its claws into his lungs. There was another one inside his head, gnawing away on his brain with yellowed teeth. Didn't matter how expensive the whiskey was, the hangover was just as bad as supermarket-owned brand Sporran McGutrot. He rubbed a hand across his clammy forehead and blinked at the ceiling. Alan Wright, Gavin Jones, Eddie Knowles, a.k.a. Smiler, Mr. Teeth, and Captain Abba. Come on, then. What was he going to do to them? What could he do to them? Oh, it was all bravado and macho posturing last night on the phone, but now, in the cold morning light, with a raging hangover... Ugh. A third rat clawed its way into his bladder. Time to get up for a pee, some paracetamol, and about a pint of coffee. Revenge would have to wait. A puffball of white chrysanthemums scented the room, almost covering up the sickly hospital odour. They sat in a big plastic vase at the side of Steele's bed. She was propped up with a cup of tea and a scowl. At least it looked like a scowl. Difficult to tell, what with all the bruising and swelling. The strip of white gauze covering her nose was almost fluorescent against the dark purple skin that surrounded both eyes, one of them about the size and shape of a broken orange. "What are you looking at?" Her pyjama top was a pale sky blue, with happy penguins frolicking all over it. A couple of cards stood on the bedside unit. One was from a shop, all pink with "For My Loving Wife" on the front. The other was obviously handmade. It was covered in wobbly red hearts, bits of glued-on pasta, and enough glitter to choke 1,000 fairies. Happy Valentine's Day. Logan unzipped his jacket and the hoodie underneath, then dumped the paper bag from the baker's on the covers. Got you some pies and stuff. As if that was going to make up for last night. Head feels like someone scooped everything out and replaced it with a fat kid on a pogo stick. On the plus side, you sound a lot better. He helped himself to a rowie. Where's Susan? Give me that. She snatched the rowie from his hand and ripped a bite out of it. Winced. Chewed. They catch those scumbags yet? Early days. Feeling any better? I'm lying in a hospital bed, wearing penguin PJs, suffering a hangover you could sand floorboards with. How do you think I'm feeling? The door opened and Susan shuffled in, carrying 2 plastic cups and a cardboard holder. She'd gone all countrified in tweed trousers and a checked shirt, like a slightly chunky Doris Day meets the prime of Miss Jean Brodie. Logan! She crossed and put the holder next to the chrysanthemums, then wrapped him in a hug. It was warm and smelled of home. She frowned up at him, then stroked the gauze taped across his throat. Does it hurt? The wrinkles around her eyes deepened. Stings a bit, but other than that... Shrug. Stings a bit? Steele made a strange, bunged-up snorting noise, then snarled another bite out of her breakfast, talking with her mouth full. I could have died. Don't hear me moaning on about it, do you? Yes, all morning. Susan's hand was warm against Logan's cheek. You look tired. He looks like a wannabe drug dealer. A hoodie, for God's sake. How old are you? Don't be rude. Susan bent down and kissed Steele on the forehead. And I've talked to the doctors. You can go home after you've seen the consultant. Isn't that nice? Sooner the better. I'm allergic to penguins. Well, I think you look cute. She stroked Steele's rampant weasel hair. Do you need anything else? My fake fag's out of liquid, and I want a Bloody Mary, and some chips. Chips? What happened to the diet? Sod the diet. No chips, or vodka. Susan stood. You want anything, Logan? Thanks, but I can't stay. Going down to Aberdeen. Thought I'd clear some stuff out of Samantha's. He cleared his throat. Out of the caravan. Susan's hand was warm on his arm. Stay and have a coffee. I know Roberta's glad you're here, even if she's too rude and grumpy to say it. Hoy! I'm no rude and grumpy. I'm at death's door. Keep telling yourself that. Another kiss, then Susan grabbed her coat and headed out the door. Back soon. As soon as the door swung shut, the frown faded from Steele's face, leaving it lined and sagging. Sore? Ribs look like a paisley-patterned map of Russia. He dipped back into the paper bag and pulled out a pie, handed it over. I'm sorry. She waved a hand at him. Wasn't your fault. Yes, it was. The coffee tasted like boiled dirt, but he drank it anyway, washing down the last of his rowie as Steele got gravy all over her chin. Sitting there, the picture of innocence, with 2 black eyes. There was no way she'd fitted up Jack Wallace. Deep breath. Look, this thing with Napier, he's a dick. I know, but he hates me, okay? Man's got terrible taste in women. She shrugged and got more gravy on her face. I wouldn't toe the line in a disciplinary investigation, so he thinks I'm dodgy. Thinks I play fast and loose with the rules. I'm no, she made quote bunnies with her fingers, invested in the process. Whatever that means. Logan put the paper bag down. What investigation? Nothing important. He stared at her. She polished off the last mouthful of pie, then wiped her mouth with a corner of the bedsheet, leaving a thick brown smear, as if she'd had an embarrassing accident. The sound of a floor polisher wobbed in the distance. Okay. A sigh. It was 4 years ago. A junkie claimed the arresting officer dangled him off the 5th story of the Chapel Street car park. Oh. Logan sat back. It was Magnus Finch, wasn't it? Doesn't matter. What matters is Napier's had a wasp up his backside about me ever since, because he doesn't understand the word loyalty. Magnus bloody Finch. He gritted his teeth. He was selling heroin to school kids. Told you, doesn't matter. Only they had to go to his squat to buy it. And they had to shoot up there too. He told them it was a safe environment. You got any more pies? A 15-year-old schoolgirl got raped. First by him, then by 3 of his cokehead friends. Laz, I didn't dangle the bastard on purpose. I arrested him. There was a scuffle, and he nearly went over the edge. Logan cleared his throat. I made him give me the names of his accomplices before I pulled him back. Steele pulled the paper bag towards her and went pie diving. Oh, is that a bridie? No had one of them for ages. You were covering for me. It's what family do. She took a bite, giving herself a pastry flake smile. She'd started a 4-year grudge with Napier for him, to protect him. And here he was investigating her. Way to go, Logan. Steele picked a bit of mince from between her teeth. So come on, then. What about this thing with Napier? He forced a smile. Did you know his first name's Nigel? The Fiat Punto's wheels bumped up onto the snow at the side of the road. Logan left the motor running for a bit as the snow drifted down onto the rutted surface. Trees surrounded the car, stretching off into the gloom on either side, lining the forestry road, their branches drooping with thick layers of white. Further in, there was nothing but grey. He killed the engine and climbed out of the car, walked around to the passenger side and fished about under the seat for the polished wooden box, snapped on a pair of blue nitrile gloves, pulled out the semi-automatic pistol and checked it. Magazine was full. Safety catch was on. Logan screwed the silencer into place and slipped the gun into a carrier bag. Then he went back into the footwell for the cheap green cagoule he'd picked up in Banff, pulled it on, and headed off into the woods. The oaken beech at the roadside gave way to ordered rows of pine, all standing to attention like soldiers on parade. 15 to 20 feet in, there was no sign of snow. It hadn't managed to penetrate the canopy overhead, leaving his boots to scuff through drifts of discarded needles. Everything smelled of mushrooms and earth, and the bitter tar tang of pine. He picked his way over fallen branches, around the towering shields of roots at the base of fallen trees, past drainage ditches and clumps of jagged gorse. Should be far enough from anywhere now. That was the great thing about Forestry Commission land. Everyone stuck to the official paths, and there were none for miles around here. He stopped in the lee of a great fallen spruce, its flat pan of root still full of dirt and stones, and pulled up the cagoule's hood. Tightening the drawstrings, then opened the carrier bag, reached in and took hold of the hand grip, clicked off the safety catch with his thumb, wrapped the bag's handles around his wrist. Before, when it was him versus Reuben, 1-on-1, shooting the fat bastard would have been murder. But now, after what happened to Steele, after the threats to Jasmine and Naomi, there wasn't a choice anymore. Okay. Logan raised the gun and aimed at the trunk of a wooden soldier, left hand cupping the right, pulling with one arm, pushing with the other, then squeezed the trigger. Phut! It kicked, jerking up through 30 degrees, the plastic bag billowing out with the escaping gas from the explosion. A shower of bark burst from the tree, and the bag sagged around his hand, dragged down by the weight of the ejected cartridge. Another squeeze. Phut! The kick didn't seem so bad this time. Another shower of bark. Another empty cartridge rolled about in the bottom of the saggy carrier bag. One last time for luck. Phut! The cartridges clinked against each other as he picked his way through the trees to the victim. 3 bullets, all within a circle of about 4 inches. Good enough. Reuben was easily twice as wide as the trunk. Logan placed the carrier bag on the needle-strewn forest floor. There was a ragged hole where the bullet had torn its way through the thin plastic, but other than that, it was untouched. Blackened a bit by the gunshot residue, perhaps, but it was better in there and on the sleeves of the cagoule than all over him. He peeled off the cagoule, turned it inside out, and wrapped it around the bag. The plasticky package went in another carrier, along with the discarded blue nitrile gloves. All set. Even with all the windows open, the place smelled of neglect. How long had it been? 6 months since he was last here? 8? Something like that. Snow blanketed the thin strip of woods behind the caravan park, broken by the thick grey mass of the River Don where it wound its way between here and the sewage works, before twisting away under the bridge, off past Tesco's and out of sight. The sound of traffic growled in through the windows, everyone crawling around the Muggy Moss roundabout, getting ready to do battle with the Hud again. Poor sods. Logan placed another armful of horror novels in the cardboard box, Stephen King's mostly, with a smattering of H.P. Lovecraft, and some James Herbert thrown in for good measure. The living room was full of the things, lined up on shelves, piled up in corners. Another trip turned up some Dean Koontz and Clive Barkers. He folded the box lid in on itself and printed "books" across it in thick marker pen letters, carried the thing through into the hall, and stacked it with the other 2. Stuck the next empty box in the middle of the living room carpet. Right. Videos. His phone rang between "I Spit on Your Grave" and "Texas Chainsaw Massacre." "McRae?" He tucked it under his chin and grabbed "Cannibal Holocaust" and "Night of the Living Dead." "Sergeant McRae, it's Detective Superintendent Harper." "Wonderful." "Sir?" "Friday the 13th, Part 3, and The Thing." "You didn't turn up for your shift today." "That's because I'm not meant to be on shift today." "An American Werewolf in London and Student Bodies." They went in the box. No reply. Wolfen, The Howling, Videodrome, Children of the Corn, A Nightmare on Elm Street. Never let it be said that Samantha didn't find a theme and stick with it. "Logan, I heard what happened last night." "Oh, so he was Logan now, was he?" "I know. Rennie called you." Razorback, Day of the Dead, Fright Night. The cases clattered on top of the ones already in the box. Not that anyone would want to watch them down the charity shop. Who watched videos anymore? Who even had a video player? "Anyway, I wanted you to know that we've got a guard on DCI Steele's room. She's going to be fine, and when they release her, there'll be a car outside her house too." Yes, Harper the Harpy was a pain in the backside, and an idiot for thinking this was anything to do with Malcolm McLennan, but at least she was looking after Steele. Had to give her credit for that. Might be an idea to get that car outside her house soon as possible. They might go after her family. Maybe get someone to keep an eye on Jasmine at school. In case Reuben decided to send another message. "Right, good idea." This time the pause went on for a while. Eaten Alive, The Watcher in the Woods, The New York Ripper, Poltergeist. "Logan, I meant what I said. You and I, we got off on the wrong foot." He dumped the boxes in the box and settled onto the mildewed couch. "You've got a file on me." "Yes." "Why?" The shelves were full of ornaments too. Dragons and skeletons and ankhs and incense burners and trolls. The tackier the better as far as Samantha was concerned. As long as it was a bit gothic, she loved it. Logan reached out and picked a snow globe off the windowsill. It was a replica of the graveyard in The Frighteners, mounted on a genuine chunk of New Zealand rock, where the snow was made from tiny skull and crossbones. He gave it a shake, making the crypt doors open and pale hands reach out. She'd been so chuffed when he'd bought it for her. Gave it pride of place on the mantelpiece, until she'd found that replica Jason Voorhees hockey mask on eBay. He dumped the original black and white version of The Haunting in with the other videos. Okay, if Harper didn't say anything in the next 10 seconds, he was hanging up. 9, 8, 7, 6. "I've been following your career for years. The Maastricht Monster, The Flesher, Jenny and Alison McGregor, Richard Knox. It's been very colourful. You still haven't answered the question. All these dramatic, high-profile cases. Anyone would think you'd be a superintendent by now. Chief inspector at the very least. Instead, you're wearing sergeant stripes in some godforsaken Aberdeenshire backwater." His chin came up. "Maybe I like being a sergeant. Maybe I like Banff. Maybe I don't want to be a glorified administrator / project manager / HR stooge, running investigations at arm's length and never actually doing anything. She laughed at him, then sighed. When are you back at work? Logan put the snow globe down. Tomorrow. Good. She hung up. God save us. He huffed out a breath, then went back to the videos. No idea. Hold on. Logan rested the box on top of the punto and opened the boot, keeping the phone pinned between his ear and shoulder. He slid the box of clothes in on top of one marked Ornaments. With the passenger seat as far forward as it would go, and the back seats folded down, there was probably room for another 2 boxes. Call it 1.5 loads to the charity shop, 1 to the tip. Maybe 3 o'clock, 4, depends on the traffic. From where he stood, there was a great view of the tailback grinding up to the Muggy Moss roundabout. The snow might have stopped, but everyone was still driving like they'd forgotten their Zimmer frame. Steele's voice got all muffled. He's saying about 4-ish. What? Okay. Then she was back at full volume again. Susan says it's roast chicken and dumplings. Look, I can't promise anything. I've still got all this. No excuses. You're seeing your kids whether you like it or no. He clunked the boot shut. If I turn up and the pair of you sneak off to the cinema, I will not be happy. Oh, come on. We only did that 1 time. 1 time? What about when you disappeared to Edinburgh for the night? Or when you went to see Rigoletto? Or Cats? You invited me round for a barbecue, then tiptoed away to see Bill Bailey at the music hall. Remember that? He stamped back into the caravan. Well, maybe no 1 time, but I'm not your unpaid emergency babysitter. He grabbed another box of clothes. Come on, lass, don't be a big whinge. Going to be a lovely evening. Good food, family. Do you the world of good. Might even have a knees up round the old piano. So, Jasmine, okay, I'm hanging up now. You're such a... He hung up, braced the box against the door frame, and stuck the phone in his pocket. Honestly, the woman was a nightmare. The box of clothes snagged on the lip of the boot, but he put his shoulder to it and forced it past the black rubber strip. 1 more box to go. Mind you, it might be nice to see the kids again. Make sure they were okay. And Susan did cook a damn tasty roast chicken. Yeah, why not? Even having to put up with Jasmine practicing for her grade 3 piano might not be so bad. At least it'd be more than wonky scales and tortured nursery rhymes this time. He closed the car boot and headed back inside. That clan charity shop in Dice was probably the best bet. Cut along the back way, past where the paper mill used to be, across the road, under the dual carriageway, and through the housing estate. At least that way. Logan froze. A noise came from the open doorway to the living room, like something had fallen over. But it was all in boxes. There was nothing left to fall over. He stepped through into the room. Chapter 29. A blur in the corner of his eye, then someone slammed into Logan's side. They crashed into the caravan wall and bounced, then banged against the wall again. A thick hand grabbed at Logan's face, grinding it into the wallpaper as a fist battered into his ribs. Once, twice, 3 times. Then the room flipped. Ceiling, carpet, then ceiling again. Logan smashed onto the floor. Lay there, flat on his back, struggling to haul in a breath. Fire ripped up and down his side where the punches landed. Ah! A weight landed on his chest, cutting short the jagged breathing, and when he opened his eyes there was a man sitting on him, knees pinning Logan's arms to his sides, a wee man, with big blonde sideburns and a wide, greasy smile. Captain Abba, a.k.a. Eddie Knowles. Not so big now, are you? Eddie's fist jabbed forward, cracking into Logan's cheek, bashing his head off the carpet. Another. Logan thrashed, legs kicking out. Get off me! The next punch brought searing yellow blobs and a high-pitched whine riding on a wave of frozen barbed wire. Get off, you wee! Logan's head snapped hard to the left, lips burning. Hot copper and salt seeped across his tongue. Eddie Knowles sat back, reached behind him, and pulled out an 8-inch hunting knife. "Remember this?" He held it in front of Logan's eyes, twisting it so the blade caught the light. "Jonesy and I'll say hi, by the way." A knife. Why did it have to be a knife? Knots twisted in Logan's stomach as the scar lines cried out in protest. Mouth wasn't working. Everything tasted of blood. The knife traced its way down Logan's cheek, cold and scratching, not deep enough to break the skin. "Shame it had to turn out like this. But, well, you know what Reuben's like when he gets an idea in his head." "Give for me!" Captain Abba swam in and out of focus. "Don't just lie there, do something!" What? What the hell was he supposed to do? "Was only a warning last night. A wee something to show you who's boss. But Reuben's changed his mind again." He leaned forward. "Nothing personal, but I got to make an example of you." Eddie placed the knife against the skin under Logan's eye. "You understand?" "Fuck you!" "Yeah, not so much." The knife rose into the air, point down. Logan grabbed 2 handfuls of Captain Abba's buttocks and heaved, digging in with his heels, thrusting his hips upwards in a desperate parody of a sexual act, trying to not get screwed. Eddie's eyes went wide as he lurched forwards, caught off balance, sprawling on top of him. Logan shoved him off, grabbed the back of his neck, and battered his head into the carpet. The knife went clattering away across the floor, under the couch. An elbow cracked back into Logan's ribs. They rolled on the floor, punching, gouging, snarling. Bang into the wall beneath the window. A rain of ornaments crashed down around them. A fist cracked into Logan's jaw. He rammed his forehead into Eddie's nose, grunting, swearing. His leg caught the edge of the couch, sending it scraping back across the floor, exposing the knife. Eddie Knowles lunged for it, blood spattering down from his broken face. And Logan grabbed the first thing he could find, a solid lump of plastic and rock, and swung it at Eddie's head. Thunk. He stuttered forward, then snatched the knife up, twisted around. Thunk. His head battered sideways. Thunk. The blade flashed out, leaving a searing line across Logan's stomach. Ah! Logan swung the snow globe again, teeth bared. Thunk. 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 And Eddie wasn't moving anymore. Logan slumped back against the wall, fingers fluttering at the front of his t-shirt. Red seeped through the slashed fabric of his hoodie. Not again. Please, not again. He unzipped it to the point where the knife had cut clean through and peeled the sides apart. A dark scarlet line stretched across his stomach, joining up several of the puckered ghosts of another knife. Please. Logan prodded the wound, wincing. It had broken the skin, but that was about it. A lot of blood, but not too much damage. He closed his eyes and let his head fall back. Thank God. Deep breaths. Not dead. Not dead yet. He opened his eyes again. Eddie Knowles lay twisted on his side, mouth hanging open, eyes staring off into the corner. The knife rested in his open hand, its tip buried in the carpet. He didn't blink. Didn't breathe. Oh no. Logan looked down at the blunt weapon, lying beside him, and picked it up again. It was the snow globe of the Frighteners. The chunk of genuine New Zealand rock was smeared with dark red. Stained clumps of hair stuck to the rough surface. No. He dropped it, and it rolled away, snow falling, the crypts giving up their ghosts. No, 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 no! Don't be dead, don't be dead! Logan scrambled across the dusty carpet and pressed 2 fingers against Eddie's throat, just below the ear. The skin was slick with scarlet. No pulse. Bastard! He shoved him over onto his back, clenched both hands together in a single fist, and pressed down on the breastbone. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. Nothing. Logan tilted the guy's head back and pinched the twisted mass of bloody gristle masquerading as a nose, sealing the nostrils. took a deep breath, covered Eddie's mouth with his own and blew, went back to the chest compressions, another breath, compressions, breath, compressions, then sat back on his haunches. The body lay there, motionless, spread out on the floor. Logan grabbed the lip of the toilet bowl, hunching his back as his stomach tried to turn itself inside out, retching and heaving until there was nothing coming out but bitter, reeking strings of yellow bile. His hands left sticky scarlet smears on the porcelain. He was screwed. Completely and utterly screwed. Never mind standing there, doing nothing to stop Tony Evans getting murdered. He'd killed someone. Killed them. Jesus. The caravan floor creaked beneath Logan's feet as he paced back and forth between the bedroom and the living room, the not living room, the death room. Oh, dear Jesus. The water was cold, sputtering from the tap in the bathroom, sending pink spiraling down the sink. So cold it burned. Logan scrubbed with the soap, working it into a bloody froth. Something heavy was sitting on his chest. Didn't matter how hard he breathed, he couldn't get any oxygen into his lungs. Why wouldn't it wash away? He dragged a hand towel from the box in the hall and folded it lengthways a couple of times, then pressed it against the slash across his stomach, hunched over the kitchen worktop, pushing it into his skin. A thick strip of fabric ripped off an old sheet made a bandage to hold it in place. Logan folded forward until his cheek rested on the cool worktop. He could do this. He could. He had to. Eddie Knowles lay spread out in front of the couch, one arm up reaching above his head as if forever frozen in the middle of hailing a taxi. Sodding, bastarding hell. Well, it wasn't as if he'd have got up and walked off, was it? Logan grimaced. Smelled like a butcher's shop in here. The body's forehead was lumping and dented on one side, nearly caved in. Around his head, the carpet was dark and wet, glinting in the cold afternoon light that filtered in through the grubby windows. Logan's eyes widened. What if someone looked in? What if someone saw him? He picked his way across the living room, inching his way around the stain. God, there was a lot of blood. The curtains rattled as he dragged them shut. Cold water spilled down his chin as he drained the glass, then filled it again, standing in the galley kitchen. The glass clicked and skittered against the stainless steel draining board, threatening to jerk free of his hand. Call the police. They'd understand, wouldn't they? It was self-defense. He didn't have any choice. The guy had a dirty big knife and orders to make an example of him. Yeah, because no one would ask why, would they? They wouldn't want to know what a gangster was doing with orders to carve Logan into little chunks. Wouldn't impound the car. Wouldn't do a thorough search. What's this under your passenger seat, Sergeant McRae? Why, it's an illegal handgun, and appears to have been fired recently. Who have you been shooting, Sergeant McRae? That would end well. Logan raised the trembling glass to his lips and drank. Didn't matter how it ended. It was what had to happen. He'd killed someone. He let out a long, jittery breath. Or maybe there was another way. Go out to the car, get the gun, come back and put a bullet through his own head. Bang. Every problem solved with one squeeze of the trigger. No more worry, no more guilt, no more grief, no more... The doorbell rang out loud and sharp in the cold air. Too late. Logan lowered the glass. Should have phoned the police when he had the chance. He wiped a hand across his chin, getting rid of the water. Deep breath. Hauled his shoulders back, then answered the door. But it wasn't a concerned neighbour who'd witnessed everything, or a uniformed officer with a warrant for his arrest. It was John Uckert. His face was flushed and shiny, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. "Oh, thank God." Uckert folded over, grabbed his knees and panted. "Thought I'd... had to abandon the car at Tesco and leg it." A coughing spasm rippled through him, and he abandoned his knees to clutch at the doorframe. Traffic. Logan looked over his shoulder at the car park. A familiar, dented transit van sat next to his manky wee punto.
Mr. McCrae, you need to get out, okay? Uckert peered up at him. Reuben sent someone to kill. Oh. A frown. He pointed at Logan's face. Is that blood? He pushed past into the caravan. A pause, then the sound of swearing belted out from inside. Logan found him in the living room, hands on his hips, staring at the body on the floor. Uckert got to the end of his rant and sagged. Shook his head. Glanced back at Logan. I know this probably isn't what you want to hear, but I'm impressed, dude. Eddie. He nudged the body's leg with a shoe. He's killed 6 guys I know of. Cut the nose right off one of them and posted it to his wife. Mind you, she was running a drug ring in cults, so, as if that made it all right. It was an accident. You accidentally battered his head into the carpet. Nah, credit where it's due, Mr. McCrae. I thought you'd be... A shrug. Nice to see you're still alive. Logan leaned back against the wall. His knees wouldn't work properly. The guilt was too heavy for them. Mind you, that's some lump you've got there. Uckert pointed. Where? He reached up and brushed his fingers across the hair above his ear. A bump the size of a cream egg throbbed as he touched it. His fingertips came away red and sticky. Oh. The ringing noise got louder. Was someone else at the door? Why didn't Uckert answer it? Mr. McCrae, are you okay? Only it wasn't the doorbell, was it? It was inside Logan's head. Mr. McCrae! Uckert didn't seem to cross the intervening space. 1 second he was standing over Eddie, and the next he was standing over Logan, looking down. How did he end up on the floor? Logan blinked, shook his head. It only made the ringing worse. Uckert squatted down. How many fingers am I holding up? 3. No, 4 fingers swam in front of his face. 4? Yeah, that's probably a concussion. Oh, good. Come on, let's get you onto the sofa. Uckert hauled him up by the armpits and walked him over to the mildewed couch, lowered him down, then produced a hip flask from an inside pocket and held it out. Here. Logan fumbled with the cap and took a swig. Sweet fire spread down his throat and across his stomach. Uckert took it back, wiped his palm across the neck, and took a jolt of his own. It's all going to hell, Mr. McCrae. All going to hell. Reuben's... He settled on the arm of the couch. Remember those meetings I had to set up? Didn't go well. What a surprise. Reuben got into a fight with Ma Campbell's representative, hacked off both his hands and sent him home with them in a jiffy bag. The whole thing's racing to rat shit in a handbasket. Going to be war. He sniffed, curled his top lip. Man, it stinks in here. You okay? Uckert was right in front of him again, peering into his eyes. Get off me! Logan pushed him away, but there wasn't any force to it. What are you doing here anyway? Having a clear-out? It's all going to the charity shop. Or the tip. Logan's stomach took a lurch to the left. The person who owned it died. That's too bad. He looked around. Nothing here you want to keep? Sentimental value in that. Saliva flooded his mouth. He swallowed. Shuddered. Think I'm going to be sick again. Yeah, come on, let's get you on your feet. Dry heaves crashed through him like a punch in the stomach, leaving him coughing and gagging over the open toilet bowl. He spat out another glob of foul yellow bile. Uckert sat on the edge of the bath, one leg swinging back and forward. Of course, we can't really leave Eddie lying there, and we can't call it in. You imagine how much trouble that'd bring. Another heave. Logan's fingers dug into the blood-smeared porcelain. Nah, we'll have to get rid of him. Still, not to worry. Wouldn't be the first. Won't be the last. He gave a short, snorted laugh. That's the great thing about pigs. Always hungry. It'll be fine. Logan rested his forehead against the cool toilet rim. No. No pigs. We can't. Oh, God. More bile. The wretch echoed back at him, amplified by the bowl. It's okay, don't sweat it. You don't want Eddie going pigward. That's cool with me. You're the boss. He spat.
wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, then flushed the toilet. The rushing water pulled in cool air, chilling the sweat on the back of his neck. "You all right to stand, Mr. McRae? Need help?" "I'm fine." No, he wasn't. Logan pulled himself up the side of the bath, holding on to it until the world settled down a bit, then wobbled over to the sink and splashed water on his face, rinsed out his foul-tasting mouth. Uckert took hold of his arm. "No wonder you're feeling a bit ropey. See, most people, if they went up against Eddie, they'd be the ones lying flat on their backs in a pool of blood." He led Logan out into the hall, then through into the bedroom. The wardrobes hung open and empty, but there were still sheets and a duvet on the bed. The duvet cover had been black with red skulls once, but mildew had spread green tendrils out across the fabric. No point packing them for the charity shop. The whole lot was going to landfill. "Here you go." Uckert grabbed a corner and threw the duvet back, setting loose an explosion of gritty, peppery stench, then helped Logan sit on the bed. "Lie down. I'll get a cold cloth for that bump." "Don't need to lie down." But he couldn't stay upright. Maybe just for a minute, until the room stopped spinning. Should probably go to accident and emergency. Instead, Logan lowered his head to the mold-bleached pillow. Not for long. Get up in a minute. 60 seconds to catch his breath. Wasn't too much to ask for. Uckert appeared, holding a tea towel, knelt beside the bed and pressed it against the hair above Logan's ear, cold and damp, soothing the fire. "Shh, it'll all be okay. You trust me, don't you?" "No." And the world went away. Chapter 30. Logan sat bolt upright, blinking in the gloom. Caravan. He was in the caravan. In the bed, the duvet rucked around his waist. It was dark. He fumbled his phone from his pocket. 4:15. Uckert must have drawn the curtains. Logan swung his legs over the side and wobbled to his feet, stood there with one hand on the wall, holding him up. That gritty mildew smell had gone, replaced by the acerbic chemical stink of bleach. He picked his way through the caravan to the living room, where the smell was strongest. Great. Eddie Knowles's body was gone. Splotches of orangey grey marked the floor where he died, surrounded by the carpet's original dark red colour. More bleached patches over by the windowsill. A big stain of it on the couch. Logan reached up and touched the lump above his ear, flinched, then poked at it again. Swelling was going down a bit. It had stopped bleeding, too. Not that it mattered. Might as well have died in his sleep as wake up to this. So what if Reuben dobbed him in for taking money from wee Hamish Mowatt's estate? John Uckert had him on a murder. He had the body, and seeing as how the Frightener's snow globe was nowhere to be seen, the murder weapon too. Logan dragged out his phone, squinting at the screen as it refused to stay in focus. He picked Uckert's number from his call history and listened to it ring. And ring. And then it clicked over to voicemail. "Hi, this is John's phone. He's not here right now, but leave a message, okay?" He opened his mouth, then shut it again. What was he going to do? Leave recorded evidence asking what happened to the body of the man he'd killed? No chance. He hung up. Should have called the police when he had the chance. Cut a deal. At least that way he'd have been out in 3 or 4 years. But now? Maybe the plan to go home and blow his own brains out wasn't so bad. Wasn't as if he had anything else going for him right now. Head home, crack open that bottle of Balvenie, and phut. He leaned back against the wall. But then who would look after Cthulhu? Steele and Susan? Nah, their Mr. Rumpole was far too old and too grumpy to accept another cat into the household. He rubbed a hand across his face, then flinched as his phone blared out the Imperial March from Star Wars. And everyone thought Friday the 13th was bad. Logan took the call. "I can't." On the other end, Steele was barely audible over the sound of loud music and shouting in the background, as if he was standing in the middle of a nightclub. "What? Hold on!" She'd obviously turned away from the phone. "Will you shut that racket up? I'm trying to talk to your dad." The music died away. "Thank you." He turned his back on the room and limped out into the hall. "Sorry about that. We hooligans going through our heavy metal phase." I said, "I can't." He opened the front door and stepped into the snow. "Can't what? What can you know?" "Dinner. The whole thing. I can't." Logan locked the caravan. The battered transit van was gone, leaving the box-filled Punto alone in the car park, covered with about 3 inches of snow. More drifted down from the dirty grey sky. "You got any idea how much trouble Susan's gone to, you ungrateful wee sod?" "I can't." He groaned his way into the driver's seat, slammed the door shut. "Don't you can't me. You get your backside." "I'm not feeling well, okay? Been sick twice, and my head hurts, and my stomach," which was an understatement. It was as if someone had sewn fire ants under the skin, leaving them to bite and sting all the way across his abdomen. He turned the key, treadling the accelerator until the engine caught, clicked on the windscreen wipers. They ground their way through the snow. Steele cleared her throat. "Hey, I had a hangover today too. Don't be such a whinge." "It's not a hangover." He stuck the car in reverse. The wheels slithered then caught. "Aye, pull the other one. It's got sheep attached." "Look!" Logan bit his lip. Winced. Then caught a good look at himself in the rear-view mirror. His mouth was swollen and cracked, a good spread of bruises growing over his cheekbone and temple. There had to be some way to get her to leave him alone. Something that would wind her up till she stormed off in a huff. Of course there was. The kiddie porn in Jack Wallace's computer. It was buried away. So how come you managed to find it? "Aye, nice try, Hannibal Lecter, but you're no changing the subject that easy. You want to cancel on your kids? You can do it yourself." "Oh, come on. You can barely work the microwave. How are you suddenly a computer hacker?" He got the Punto facing the right way and crawled out of the caravan park and onto Muggy Moss Road, past the huge ugly grey sheds of the industrial estate. His stomach churned and gurgled, keeping time with the thumping waves of warm gravel that filled his skull. Probably got a concussion. Probably shouldn't be driving. But what was he supposed to do? Hang about in the caravan till Reuben sent someone else after him? And then Steele was back. "You really want to know? Fine." Some rustling, then the sound of a door closing. The road was a dirty black, fringed with brown slush, wavy lines of grit clearly visible. "I went to tell him to stay the hell away from Claudia Boroditsky. Grimy little sodded form for leaning on witnesses and victims. Like to throw his weight about like a big man. And there she is, all of a sudden saying she was confused. It wasn't him. Really?" Tiny flecks of snow drifted down, clinging to the walls of the new flats and bookshelf houses. "He's given it. Told you I never even saw her. Nothing to do with me," when the phone goes. And as soon as he nips off to answer it, I have myself a wee wander. Didn't have to do any hacking. The laptop was in the study, and the pictures were right there, bold as brass. He'd got it set on slideshow. An 18-wheeler grumbled past on the opposite side of the road, sending up a wake of muddy sludge. "And we're talking some sick stuff here. Really horrible. Arrogant git hadn't even shut the laptop when I rang the bell. Left it sitting right there." She sniffed. "Probably got him all excited, talking to the police downstairs while that filth was playing away on his laptop." "So you didn't have to type in a password or anything like that?" "Of course, what I really wanted to do was chuck him down the stairs a few times. And how would I know what his password was? What am I, Darren Brown?" Logan pulled over to the side of the road and sat there with the engine running. From here the fields were a patchwork of white and grey, bordered with thin black lines and the occasional clump of bare trees. The landscape faded as the snow swallowed the middle distance. He huffed out a breath and ran a hand across his stomach. The nice lines stung beneath his fingers, like rubbing rock salt into the wound. Steele started a 4-year feud with Napier to cover for him. And now here he was, press-ganged into investigating her for Chief Superintendent Chocolate Krispies. Somehow it was a lot easier when Napier was just a shadowy Nosferatu figure, lurking and ready to pounce. Jack Wallace was an arrogant tosser, That much was obvious from the interview footage. Sitting there impassive as everything he'd done was laid out in front of him. No commenting all the way. Maybe he wasn't really a paedophile. Maybe it was all about sexual power for him, and he didn't care who he exerted that power over, as long as they were weaker than him. And now Steele was in the firing line because Wallace fancied getting out a bit early. Oh, poor me, I'd been set up by the nasty policewoman. Logan pulled out his phone again and brought up the photo of Samantha at Rennie's wedding, rested the phone in the gap between the steering wheel and the instruments. I know what you're thinking, and you're right. No reply. You think I'm looking for excuses not to go home, because if I go home, I got to face the fact that I'm screwed. She was beautiful. Hair as red as fresh blood, skin as pale as the snow. The corset made the top of her breast swell, one skeleton on either side above the leather, holding aloft a banner with "Quoth the Raven, Nevermore" on it. Bare shoulders showing off the tribal tattoos, brambles, skulls, and hearts and jagged swirls. Come on, look at me. I can't even kill someone in self-defense without feeling awful. It's like there's a lump of granite inside my chest. How am I going to kill Reuben in cold blood? He reached forward and zoomed in on her face. She stood up for me. Least I can do is return the favour. The Punto's engine pinged and clicked as it cooled. I miss you. No reply. He sighed, put the phone back in his pocket and started the car again, then did a U-turn. Sod going home. Peterhead's Asda wasn't very busy at 5:30 on a Saturday evening. Just as well, really. It meant there weren't too many people around to stand and stare as Logan limped and shuffled his way around the clothes department. He caught sight of himself in a full-length mirror attached to a pillar. Talk about stop-and-search chic. His cagoule, unwrapped from the handgun in the car park, covered a multitude of sins and bloodstains, but did nothing to hide the hunched, bruised lump of a man reflected back at him. If they had any sense, store security would be keeping an eye on him. He might as well be carrying a placard with "I shoplift bacon and cheese" on it. He leaned on his trolley and added a pair of jeans to the black t-shirt, blue hoodie, black socks and grey trainers already in there. Then limped around to the pharmacy aisle and lumped in 2 packs of the highest-strength painkillers he could find, a pack of waterproof plasters, and an elasticated bandage. That should do it. A middle-aged bloke in a black V-neck jumper and a tie followed him all the way to the checkouts, just in case. The prison officer held the door open, grimacing as Logan limped into the interview room. Sure you don't want to see the doctor? Logan hissed out a breath as he lowered himself into one of the seats. I'm fine, really. The room was bland and anonymous. Grey floor, grey walls, grey table, grey seats. A mirrored black hemisphere sat in one corner, like a supermarket security camera, and a panic strip ran around the wall. Yes, but... She pointed at his face. Broke up a fight outside a pub at lunchtime. He tried for a smile. You should see the other guy. Currently working his way through the inside of a pig, if Logan was lucky. Well, okay, if you're sure. Positive. A nod. I'll go get Mr. Wallace. As soon as she was gone, Logan popped another couple of Nurofen from their blister pack and dry swallowed them. To hell with the recommended daily dosage. He slipped the packet back in the pocket of his new hoodie. Wasn't easy, changing in the Punto's passenger seat in a lay-by, but at least he looked a bit less drug-dealy now. Shame his whole body still ached, and every time he moved, the elasticated plasters pulled at the hair on his stomach. But other than that, everything was just sodding peachy. It couldn't have been more than 5 minutes before the guard was back with Jack Wallace. Prison hadn't put any weight on him. He was still small and thin, the red sweatshirt and grey jogging bottoms almost hanging off him. He'd kept his scraped forward fringe, but the pencil beard had thickened to a marker pen. Probably not so easy to get precision grooming equipment when you were banged up in HMP Grampian. The officer pointed. Jack, This is Sergeant McRae. He's here to talk to you about your allegations. For the record again, this interview isn't being recorded, and you've declined to have your solicitor present, correct?" Wallace nodded. He looked thin, but when he moved his head, it made the skin wobble beneath his chin, as if he'd been much larger once and lost a lot of it in a hurry. "All right then, Sergeant McRae. I'll be right outside if you need me." "Thanks." Logan waited till the door clunked shut, then shifted back in his seat. Why was it impossible to find a position that didn't hurt? He settled for something that only made the left side of his body ache and stayed there, not saying anything, letting the silence grow. Okay, so it was an old and cheap trick, but it worked. Sooner or later, the person on the other side of the interview room table would... "I didn't do it." Wallace leaned forward, hands clutched in front of him. "I don't know why she says I did, but I didn't. I mean, kids." He bared his teeth and shuddered. "That's just sick." Logan stayed where he was, mouth closed. "I don't understand it. I never ever looked at a kid like that. Never." He sniffed, then wiped his hands on the sleeve of his sweatshirt. "I don't belong in here. You wouldn't believe the people I'm in with. Pedos, rapists, people who shag sheep for Christ's sake. Scum." His bottom lip wobbled, then got pulled in. "I shouldn't be here." Someone walked by in the corridor outside, whistling something tuneless. "It was that Chief Inspector Steele." He pronounced her name as if it were made of battery acid. "She set me up. She stole my laptop and she put that disgusting filth on it so she could arrest me." He coiled forward, elbow on the tabletop, head in his hands. "She's had it in for me for years. This is her idea of a joke. But it's my life." "Why?" Wallace looked up. "What? Why would she do that? Why you?" "I don't know." He scrubbed at his eyes again. "If I knew, I'd tell you, but I don't. I've never done anything. I haven't." Logan tilted his head on one side, stretching the muscles in his neck, pulling the strip of gauze tight across his throat. "What about Claudia Boroditsky?" Wallace reacted as if he'd been slapped, sat bolt upright, blinking back the tears. "I never touched her. Never. You ask her. It was all lies. She dropped the charges and they threw it out of court." He poked the table with a thin finger. "I should have sued her, had her done for making false claims, trying to pervert the course of justice. I'm the victim here." "Yeah, right." "It's not fair." He reached across the table, but Logan kept his hands out of reach. "I didn't rape anyone, and I didn't download child porn. I swear on my mother's grave that wrinkly old bitch set me up." And there it was, a flash of the real Jack Wallace. Aggressive, woman-hating, outraged and martyred, sexist scumbag, lying and weaseling, trying to escape justice yet again. Well, not this time. Logan stood. "We're done." Chapter 31. Logan spread out a copy of the Aberdeen Examiner on the kitchen table, then unwrapped the semi-automatic from its plastic bags, took another hit of Balvenie, holding it in his mouth till the warmed sweetness turned into numbed gums and tongue. The cagoule was long gone, stuffed into a bin somewhere between Peterhead and Banff. His blue nitrile gloves squeaked on the metal as he disassembled the gun, turning it into a jigsaw of metal components, each one with its place and purpose. He'd only fired 3 test shots, but the barrel was furred with soot, outside and in. A prooping noise came from the doorway, then a small furry body wound its way between his ankles, tail up. He reached down to ruffle her ears, then stopped. Had anyone ever been done because the scene of crime lot found gunshot residue on a suspect's cat? Probably not, but it wasn't worth the risk either. "Sorry, kitten fish. Daddy's busy just now." The semi-automatic came apart easily enough. Logan laid out its moving parts across a story about 2 school kids who'd found a homeless man floating face down in the boating pond at Duthie Park. The photo of the pair of them, grinning away after their traumatic ordeal, darkened with blotches of oil from the recoil spring. Cleaning the gun only took a couple of minutes, So all that time spent on firearms training hadn't been wasted. The gun clicked and snapped together again. Logan hauled back the slide and checked the action. All ready, assuming he had the guts to pull the trigger. Shooting someone had to be easier than battering them to death with a snow globe. His hands trembled as he placed the semi-automatic back in its polished wooden box. Soon find out. He snapped off his gloves and bundled them up with the used carrier bags, stuck the lot in another bag. Have to head out later, take a route away from the CCTV cameras mounted on the front of the police station across the road, drench them with bleach and dump them somewhere. Maybe in a dog waste bin or a random wheelie bin, somewhere no one would think to look. Then he bent down, winced, swore, and finally picked Cthulhu up, held her warm, purring body against his chest, tried to breathe. Daddy killed someone today. Why was it never like this in the books or movies? The hero gets attacked, the hero kills the attacker, throws out a smart one-liner, and moves on. They never looked like someone had carved a hole in their chest and filled it with frozen gravel. He kissed the top of Cthulhu's head. Let's get you something to eat. The Nurofen clicked out of their blister pack. Logan washed both of them down with some more whiskey, then dipped back into the cardboard box on the floor. He placed Samantha's dark red skirt, with the black embroidered roses, on the bed, tucking it under the leather corset. Added the black and red striped hold-ups, and the knee-length kinky boots with the gold braiding that made them look like some sort of Napoleonic uniform. The black leather gloves. The only thing left was the Ziploc plastic bag containing all her rings and piercings. He placed it where Samantha's head would have been. There you go. The outfit you had on at Rennie's wedding. You look lovely in your coffin. He sat next to her, took the glove as if it were her hand, stared at the wall. The outlines began to blur. He laughed, short and strangled, ground the heel of his hand into an eye, laughed again. I'm having a really, really, really crap week. Deep breath. It trembled on the way out. Then he swore as the doorbell rang out long and heartless. Yeah. No prizes for guessing who that would be. The glove went back on the bed. He knelt on the floor and pulled out the polished wooden box, took out the semi-automatic and racked around into the chamber, clicked the safety off. Who cared if he got his fingerprints all over it? The doorbell went again as he thumped down the stairs, gun up and ready. If Reuben thought this was going to be easy, he was in for a nasty shock. Wrench the door open, shoot him in the face. Easy. He could do this. Logan's left hand closed around the handle. He leaned forward and peered through the spy hole. Oh. It wasn't Reuben, or even one of his thugs. It was Detective Superintendent Holier-than-Thou Harper. Perfect end to a perfect day. The doorbell mourned. Maybe he could pretend he wasn't in. But then all the lights were on, and presumably you didn't get promoted to Detective Superintendent by being a moron. He tucked the gun into the pocket of his new hoodie and opened the door. She stood on the pavement, her cheeks flushed, the tip of her nose a shiny pink, ears too. A thick padded jacket made her look about twice normal size, the collar turned up against the falling snow. Her breath streamed out in pale grey wisps. Hello? She lowered her eyes. Are you going to ask me in, Sergeant? He stuck his hand in the pocket, obscuring the semi-automatic's outline. Do I have a choice? Harper flashed him a lopsided smile. Detective Superintendents are like vampires. We can't come in unless you invite us. Oh, God. She was coming on to him. Steele was right. Not that she wasn't attractive, in a perpetually angry, shouty, judgmental, girl-next-door, blonde, big brown-eyed kind of way. Never really noticed how big her ears were before, but now that they were all pink and glowing, they kind of... Seriously, Sergeant, I'm freezing out here. Oh, right. He backed away and ushered her into the house, shut the door behind her. Harper had a good look around. You live here on your own? Not that there was anything wrong with larger ears. You want a cup of tea or something? Yes. Fine. He pointed at the kitchen. "Kettle's in there. Help yourself. I'll be down in a minute." She pursed her lips, then raised an eyebrow, before turning and wandering through into the kitchen. As soon as she was gone, Logan charged upstairs and jammed the gun back in its box, stood there for a moment, in the middle of the bedroom, staring down at Samantha's clothes, laid out for their last hurrah, the last thing she would ever wear, forever and ever, amen. At least he wouldn't have to worry about Harper jumping him. Nothing killed the mood like a display of your dead girlfriend's clothes in the middle of the bed. The sound of cupboard doors opening and closing came up from downstairs. Either she couldn't find the mugs, or she was having a nosy. Let her. She wasn't going to find anything. The empty Glenfiddich bottle was safely hidden in the recycling bins behind the public toilets in Old Meldrum. All she'd turn up were cheap dishes and cheaper tins of soup. He headed down to the kitchen. Harper had placed 2 mugs beside the grumbling kettle. She turned and frowned at him as he entered. "Rennie and Mackenzie told me you'd been attacked last night, but they didn't say someone had beaten the crap out of you. I thought you got away with a tiny cut." His hand drifted up to his face, the new collection of bruises and split lip. "Yeah, had to break up a fight outside a pub this afternoon. You know what it's like, never off duty." She stepped closer, reached up and pulled his hand away, staring straight into his eyes, pursed her lips. She was going to go in for a kiss. Well, maybe it wouldn't be so bad an idea to feel alive for a change. He leaned forward. Then she slapped him. It came from nowhere, fast and hard, leaving a stinging brand burned into his right cheek. "Ow! What the hell was that for? You couldn't even be bothered going to his funeral." She hit him again. "How could you be so bloody selfish?" "What?" Logan backed away, out of slapping range. Yesterday you were all pissed off because I'd gone to his funeral. You saw me there. Not Hamish Mowat, you insensitive dick. Your own father." Logan curled his lip. "You're off your head. Get out of my house." "Did you just not care? Really, I want you to leave now, before I throw you out." "He was your father." Harper closed the gap, hand flashing up. "He doted on you, and you couldn't even be bothered." She swung for Logan's face, but this time he was ready for it. Grabbed the arm before anything could connect and shoved her backwards. She stumbled and fell, thumping down against the kitchen units, sitting flat on her bum, glowering up at him. "Think you're so special, don't you? My father died when I was 5, okay? 5 years old. That's why I didn't go to his funeral. You happy now?" She blinked up at him. "When you were 5? Not that it's any of your damn business, Detective Superintendent." "But—" Little creases formed at the sides of her mouth. "But he only died 2 months ago." And Logan was meant to be the one recovering from a concussion. "I think I'd remember my dad being alive for the last 34 years. Now get out." She shook her head. "He died 2 months ago, a fortnight before Christmas. I know, because he was my father too." Cthulhu sat on the coffee table, head tilted to one side, staring at the pair of them. They'd each taken opposite ends of the couch, a gap between them big enough to drive a motorbike through. Harper cleared her throat, fidgeted with the hem of her jacket. "You didn't know?" "Look, I understand that you're upset, but my father died when I was 5. I've no idea who your dad was, but unless he came back from the dead, they're not the same man." She pulled out her phone and poked at the screen, then held it out. A photo of a grey-haired man with a beard and performance eyebrows grinned back at him, holding up a birthday cake. "This him?" Logan swiped right, and another photo appeared. This one of the same guy sitting in a deck chair in a t-shirt and shorts. "How can you not recognize your own father?" Logan dumped the phone on the couch between them. "Could be anybody. Charles Montrose McCrae, born 16th October 1954. Check. I don't need to check. My middle name's Findon, because that's where I was conceived. It's a McCrae family tradition." Logan frowned at the man in the deck chair as the screen went black. "Mine's Balmoral. They were on a week's caravanning holiday. So check. We visited his grave. Every 20th of May, my mother would bundle me and my brother into the car, and we'd go lay flowers on it. He got shot trying to arrest someone for aggravated burglary. A short, bitter laugh. Oh, he got shot all right. That's where he met my mum, recovering in hospital. She was a nurse. 3 weeks later, they packed up and moved down to Dumfries. Logan stared. Then she got pregnant with me. Your mother wouldn't give him a divorce, so they couldn't get married. I got to be Harper the bastard all through school. She bared her teeth. I hated you so much. What the hell did I do? He never stopped banging on about what a great wee boy you were. Logan this, Logan that. Then you joined the force, and that was it. Look at all these cases your brother solved. Look at this serial killer your brother caught. Look at this bit in the papers about your brother rescuing those people off Britain's next big star. Isn't he great? She stopped fidgeting with the couch and held her hand up, thumb and forefinger about 3 inches apart. Kept all the clippings in a scrapbook this thick. This isn't funny. Oh, he thought you were perfect. Well, if you're so all-fired wonderful, how come you're a lonely sergeant in some Aberdeenshire sheep-shagging backwater? I'm a superintendent. Where's my scrapbook? OK, sod this. Logan pulled out his phone and called Sergeant Ashton. It ran for a bit, then she picked up. Fit like min. Beaky, it's Logan. I need you to look up an officer for me. Charles Montrose McCrae. Date of birth, 16th October, 54. What, right down to business? No foreplay, no half-hour stab at spicking the Doric. He put the call on speakerphone so Harper could hear herself being proved wrong. Please, Beaky, it's important. Sergeant Ashton sighed. No one's any fun. There was some clicking of keys. You'll be chuffed to hear we've got a full house for tomorrow night. I'm anticipating a most successful dunt with a big haul of drugs and medals for everyone. Here we go. PC Charles McCrae. Joined Grampian Police in 1977. Clean record. Shot in the line of duty 4 years later. Was he a relative? My father. And Detective Superintendent Harper was full of crap. Aw, men, I'm sorry. It's okay, Beaky. Thanks for... Hold the horses a minute. That's weird. Got another PC Charles Montrose McCrae coming up. Same DOB. Joined Dumfries and Galloway Constabulary 1982. Retired in 2007, but came back as a PCSO for 4 and a bit years. Some people are gluttons for punishment, aren't they? Sitting on the other end of the couch, Harper stuck her nose in the air. Logan stared at his phone. They're the same person. Bit of a coincidence if they're not, especially with a name like that. Now, anything else your lordship requires, or can I get back to my eightses? Thanks, Beaky. He ended the call, cleared his throat. But, see? Harper picked up her mug, swilling the dregs of tea round. Now, we'll still have to work together on the Shepherd investigation, so I expect you to be professional. There will be no favours or special treatment just because we're related. I'm still your commanding officer, and I expect you to follow orders like everyone else. Are we clear? She told us he was dead. His bloody mother. All these years, the lying, manipulative cow. After the tone. Bleep. You lied! Logan paced back and forth, in front of the mantelpiece, phone rammed against his ear. You said he was dead, and he was living in Dumfries the whole time. I grew up without a father because you were too bloody selfish and petty and bloody... The phone case creaked in his hand. We're done, understand? You're not my mother. You're nothing to me. Never call me again. He slammed the phone back into the cradle so hard it bounced and fell on the floor. Logan snatched it up and slammed it down again, stood there glowering at it. Sitting on the couch, Harper raised an eyebrow. Feel better? No. He paced back to the other end of the mantelpiece. How could he abandon us with that horrible woman? How? What the hell did we do to deserve that? A shrug. He loved my mother more than yours. Not surprising. A rabid Alsatian would be more lovable than Rebecca McCrae. 34 years. He could have got in touch. I've never really had a big brother before.
Do they normally moan this much? Moan? How would you like it? Oh, your dad's not dead. He just couldn't be arsed being there your whole life. Useless, lazy. Don't you dare talk about my dad like that. She stood, fists clenched. For your information, he sent letters and cards, presents every birthday and Christmas for years. We never got them. Then blame your mother. She glowered at him, and he glowered back. The doorbell rang. Maybe this time it'd be Reuben, come to do them all a favour, and with any luck he'd kill Harper first and let Logan watch. Another ring. She folded her arms and stuck her chin out. You going to get that, Sergeant? Blow it out your arse, sir. Logan turned and marched out into the hall, peered through the spy hole. Not Reuben. Calamity's face was all distorted by the wide-angle lens. Tufty and Isla stood in the street behind her. Oh, joy. Logan opened the door. I know it's snowing, but it's the wrong time of year for carol singing. Calamity's grin slipped as she stared at him. What happened to your face? Cut myself shaving. Okay. Anyway, she held up a bulging bag for life. We come bearing beer and food. Right. Yes. He didn't move. Look, now's really not a good... Trust me, Sarge. She lowered the bag. I know you probably think you want to be alone after what happened with Samantha, but this is what teammates are for. It's Valentine's Day. You're all alone, and we're going to support you whether you like it or not. Tufty held up another bag. I brought sausages. Because nothing said, I'm sorry you had to kill your girlfriend, like processed meat products. He stepped back. You'd better come in then. They bustled past him into the hall, then peeled off various scarves and jackets, stamped their feet and blew on their hands. Isla handed him a big lumpy bag full of what felt like tins of beer. At least you won't have to put them in the fridge. Bleeding perishing out there. The other two looked like normal people, out on a cold February night, but not Isla. No, she'd got all dolled up in a short tweed dress with a weird vintage collar and thick black tights, like something off a Marks and Spencer advert. Got some Southern Comfort and bacon frazzles, too. I mean, who doesn't love... She stood up straight, eyes widening, then nodded over Logan's shoulder. Ma'am? Pink rushed up Calamity's cheeks, turning them the same colour as her nose. Sorry, Sarge. We didn't know you were... She grabbed her bag for life and pointed at the front door. We should probably... Constables Nicholson, Anderson and Quirrell. This is Detective Superintendent Harper. And before you go any further down that line of thought, no. She's my sister. Tufty squinted at the pair of them, then a smile blossomed on his thin face. Ah, right. I see it now. You've both got the same ears. Sunday day shift. When all is in ashes. Chapter 32. Useless, unprofessional bunch of turd badgers! Steele hurled the newspaper down on the conference table. No one moved. 10 plainclothed officers, 4 uniforms, all squeezed into the major incident room, and all doing their best not to make eye contact with her. Steele stomped off to the window, blocking the view of Banff Bay and the gently falling snow. Well? If anything, she looked worse than she had yesterday. The penguin PJs were gone, replaced by a charcoal grey suit and red silk shirt, but the bruises had darkened and spread. A pair of truly impressive black eyes sat either side of her bandaged nose, their edges fading to green and yellow. The bruise on her cheek was the colour of overripe plums. She glared at them out of her one good eye, the other still swollen up like a pudding. Didn't think so. Well, believe me, I'm no forgetting and I'm no forgiving this. I find out which one of you gave the Sunday Examiner an exclusive. I'll make sure you walk squint for a month. Understand? Someone cleared their throat. Logan leaned back against the wall, keeping as still as possible. Every movement sent needles and knives jabbing through his back, ribs and stomach. More glowering from Steele. Now, who fancies a bollocking? She raised a finger and pointed at the assembled officers one at a time.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a slacker by the toe. The finger stopped with D.S. Robertson and his sideburns. You, Pop Larkin, where's my list of Milne and Shepherd sexual conquests? Pink bloomed across the skin above that ridiculous facial hair.
It's not as easy as you'd think. I'm trying to get names for all the faces, but...
Then try harder! Steele mashed her hand against the table, making everyone flinch. This is a murder investigation, not a game of sodding Cluedo. When I tell you to do something, you bloody well do it. The blush deepened.
Yes, Gov.
Next. Which one of you idiots is meant to be hunting down the animals who attacked me and Buggerlugs McCrae over there? There was a pause. Then D.S. Weatherford raised her hand. Suddenly, Steele was all sweetness and light. Ah, Donna. Good. Tell me, Donna, have you caught them yet? Well, she glanced around the room, but no one would look at her. Not as such. You see, why the bloody hell not? Weatherford shrank back in her seat. There's no fingerprints, and we can't get DNA back till... Arrgh! Steele bashed the table again. This is what I'm talking about. Every single one of you. It's not your fingers you need to get out, it's your whole buggering fist. Then Harper stood. Thank you, Chief Inspector. She pointed at the actions written on the whiteboard. You all know what you've got to do, so go out there and do it, and try to keep your big mouth shut this time. Chairs scraped back, and the MIT team scurried out, heads low, no doubt suitably motivated from being shouted at for the last 10 minutes. Logan waited till the door shut to sink into one of the vacated chairs. Winced. The knives were out again. He hissed out a breath. Steele stuck 2 fingers up at him. Don't start. You're getting no sympathy from me. Want to know what pain is? Try this on for size. She hauled her shirt up, exposing her side. The paisley-patterned map of Russia she'd complained about yesterday was there in all its blue, green, and purple glory. It stood out bright and clear against the milk bottle skin, disappearing under the line of a scarlet bra. God's sake, put it away! He grimaced and turned his head away. Trying to make me lose my Weetabix? Cheeky wee sod. Harper took her place at the head of the table. All right, I think that's quite enough banter. Let's focus on the problem at hand. She sat back, steepling her fingers. How much damage does this cause us, Roberta? Steele sniffed, then picked up the Sunday Examiner again. Opened it out so the front page was on display. A big photo of Martin Milne stared out at them beneath the headline, Murder Suspect Working with Police, says Officer. She dumped it back on the table. No exactly great news, is it? Well, I suppose it would be naive of us to think Malk the Knife wouldn't expect something like this. The question is, does it change anything? Logan? The smile that accompanied his name was brittle, but at least it was there, keeping it professional. He pulled the paper closer. An anonymous source on the major investigation team confirms that Martin Milne, 30, is working with Police Scotland to identify the people responsible for last week's murder of his lover, Peterhead businessman Peter Shepherd, 35. Mr. Shepherd's body was discovered in woodlands south of Banff. Well, if Milne was planning on keeping his relationship with Shepherd a secret, it was too late now. Logan sucked on his teeth, staring at the picture. If I were Malcolm McLennan, and I knew the police were watching, there's no way I'd get Milne to smuggle things into the country for me now. Far too risky. So our whole operation is ruined because someone in the MIT can't keep their big mouth shut. Assuming Malcolm McLennan had anything to do with it in the first place. He denied it at the funeral. Frowning hurt, but Logan did it anyway. What if it's all a big distraction? Killing Peter Shepherd like that, leaving him lying about for people to find, is a bit high profile, isn't it? We were always going to connect his body to McLennan, and then connect Shepherd to Milne. Maybe that's the idea. True. Harper stared at one of the room's windows. Outside, the lights of Macduff were just visible through the pre-dawn gloom. Snow clung to the hill over there, pale blue and deep. Steele prodded at the skin around her swollen eye. What about one of the other scummers? Black Angus MacDonald or Ma Campbell? Logan tapped at the table with a fingertip. Could be. Campbell's got drugs and Macduff already. Maybe this is her way of making sure we're all focusing our attention on McLennan instead of her. Make enough noise and the signal gets hidden. Harper kept her eyes on the window. What about the money Milne and Shepherd borrowed? The only reason Milne thinks it came from Malcolm McLennan is because Shepherd told him it did. They could have been dealing with anybody and Milne wouldn't have known, would he? Plus, it means the local mob believe McLennan's the one moving in on their turf, not Jessica Campbell. Any retaliation's going to be aimed at Edinburgh, not Glasgow. A knock on the door, and Narveer poked his head in. Today's turban was a greeny-blue tartan with yellow lines through it. Super. That's the Assistant Chief Constable on the phone for you. Thank you, Narveer. She stood. We can't afford to take our eye off Milne, but I agree it's possible this is all sleight of hand. Logan, I want you to look into the Ma Campbell angle. Get descriptions of anyone Milne met with and see if they match. See if we can turn down the noise a bit and let the signal come through. Logan nodded. Sir. Good work. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to go explain to our lords and masters why we haven't made any progress on this bloody case since Thursday. When Harper was gone, Steele sagged in her seat. So are you two shagging yet? He stuck 2 fingers up at her. Did you have to rip a strip off Robertson and Weatherford in front of everyone? Poor sods are doing their best. Come on. I saw her checking you out all through the briefing. Yesterday she thought you were a 2-foot-wide skid mark on the hand towel of life. Now she's throwing you meaningful glances like they're on buy one, get one free. Steele grinned. You shagged her, didn't you? She's my sister, okay? You shagged your sister? You're disgusting. Told Susan we shouldn't have got you that box set of Game of Thrones. He stood. Do you know what? I'm glad your ribs hurt. Serves you right. Snow-covered fields drifted by the car windows. Robbed of colour, everything looked dead beneath the grey sky. Ooh, I like this one. Rennie took a hand off the steering wheel and turned the radio up. The sound of some insipid, auto-tuned X-Factor wannabe cover of a Marilyn Manson song glopped out of the speakers. Logan reached forward from the back seat and flicked his ear, and almost exactly the same time as Steele clouted him on the shoulder from the passenger seat. Ow! A glower from Steele. If you're thinking of singing along, I'm going to make sure it's falsetto. Understand? Philistines. But he turned the radio down again. A bright orange Citroen Saxo lay on its back, half in the ditch at the side of the road, and half in the field beyond, scattering a path through the dry-stained dike in between. Its oversized spoiler lay 6 feet away, buckled and torn. A police-aware sticker graced its upside-down rear window. Rennie hooked a thumb at it. Had one of those when I was a boy racer. Mental car. Why doesn't that surprise me? Logan watched it slide past. Big flared wheel arches, twin exhausts and alloy rims. It was the same every winter. Most people drove like little old ladies at the first sign of snow, but the wee loon still screeched about as if nothing had changed. Steele turned in her seat, grimacing. How come you never said you had a sister? Didn't know till last night. Logan unhooked his airwave handset from its clip. Say what you like about having to cart about a heavy stab-proof vest all day, but the Velcro straps and armoured panels supported his back and stopped it from moving too much, which kept the sudden stabs of pain down to a minimum. Oh, aye? And did you find out before or after you shagged her? Grow up. He punched the duty inspector's shoulder number into the handset and pressed the talk button. Bravo, India. Safe to talk. A McRae always pays his debts. Seriously, you can stop talking now. You're... A man's voice boomed from the airwave speaker. Go ahead, Logan. Gov, I need in on tonight's Dunt again. Inspector Moore signed. Believe it or not, Sergeant, I didn't float into Fraserburgh on a half-buttered rowie. Gov, do you really think the day shift duty inspector doesn't talk to the back shift one? Inspector McGregor and I go through the roster every day when I hand over to her, and that includes what's going on with her shift. I know you've been seconded to the MIT. Yes, but... No buts. Sergeant Ashton is running the raid on Ricky Welsh's house. What, did you think that I'd say yes when McGregor said no? I'm disappointed in you, Sergeant. The rising sun found a chink in the heavy lid of grey, sending blades of gold carving across the white fields. I'm not trying to play anyone off against anyone else, Gov. Detective Superintendent Harper wants me to look into Jessica Campbell's possible involvement in Peter Shepherd's death. The drugs at Ricky and Laura's are the only known link we have up here. So... And Harper's all right with this? It was her idea. Okay, so that was stretching the truth a bit, but hey-ho. Up ahead, white hills loomed in the distance. Its streetlights gave the place an unhealthy yellow glow. Still nothing from Bravo, India. They were through the 30 limits before Inspector Moore's voice came through the speaker again. Right, Logan. I'm prepared to put you in charge of the Dunt again. But I want a big result from this one. It's costing us a fortune, so make it count. Will do. Thanks, Gov. He twisted his airwave back into place. Finally, something was going his way. Rennie took a right before they got into White Hills proper, heading down the hill towards Martin Milne's house. Steele turned and squinted back at Logan again. You set that whole thing up, didn't you? Don't know what you're talking about. All that guff about only having Peter Shepherd's word for it. You just wanted your Dunt back. You heard Detective Superintendent Harper. She thought it was worth investigating. You manipulative wee sod. A smile twitched the corner of Steele's mouth. I've taught you well, young grasshopper. A line of wire fencing appeared on the right, surrounding the suspended building work. It looked as if they weren't the only ones who'd read that morning's Sunday Examiner. The media blockade was back. 3 outside broadcast vans and a dozen cars were parked on the part-finished road, trails of exhaust coiling out into the morning air. Some of the rustier cars had their passenger windows rolled down a crack, cigarette smoke joining the exhaust fumes. Their occupants turned to stare at the pool car as it bumped through the potholes. Rennie parked in front of Milne's house. Boss? See if I catch the rancid wee turd who leaked that story. Steele curled her lip and scowled through the windscreen. Who are they? Supposed to be babysitters minding the roost. No sign of a patrol car. No sign of D.S. Mackenzie or her minions. Steele pulled out her phone and fiddled with the screen, held the thing to her ear. Becky? Yeah, I'm great, thanks. Bit sore, but can't complain. How are you? That's good. Becky, got a wee question for you. Where the goat buggering hell are you? Rennie flinched, both hands over his ears. No, you're not, and I know that because I'm sitting outside the house right now. Angry? Why would I be angry? Oh, wait a minute, now I remember. I told you to keep an eye on Martin Milne. Yes, I think you better, Sergeant. And when you get here, we'll see how far my left boot will fit up your backside. Logan climbed out into the cold, then reached back in for his high-vis jacket. No excuses! She glowered at him with her good eye. Door! Then back to the phone. No, you, Becky. McCrae's letting all the heat out. Where was I? Ah, right. What the hell do you... He thumped the door shut and marched up the driveway to the house. Rennie scampered along behind, catching up as Logan leaned on the doorbell. He pulled out a little squeezed smile. How you doing? You know, with Samantha and Superintendent Harper and your dad and everything. Didn't know you cared. Logan stepped back and peered through the frosted glass at the side of the door. No sign of life. No, I mean it. Can't imagine how hard that kind of thing must be. The smile turned into a frown. Then he patted Logan on the shoulder. I'm... you know. Yeah, thanks. So what's it like suddenly having a wee sister? Logan leant on the bell again. Slightly less annoying than you. A grin. So what's the plan? You heard Steele. Malcolm McLennan's not going to make contact with this lot hanging about. He pointed at the phalanx of cars. Some of the occupants were already out, cameras poised. Go check every single road tax, tyre, brake light, and anything else you can think of. The bottom lip protruded a half-inch. Why me? You're the one in uniform. Surely you should be... Logan stared at him. He cleared his throat. Right. Okay. then turned and marched back down the drive again, intercepting the vanguard as they made it as far as the pavement outside the house. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to need to see your driver's licenses." The door opened, and a rumpled Katie Milne blinked out at Logan. "Do you have any idea what time it is?" Her gaze slid over his shoulder, and she sagged. "Oh, God, not them again. Why can't they leave us in peace?" "Mrs. Milne, I know it's early, but we need to have a word with your husband. There's a story in today's paper that you're probably going to want to discuss too," which was an understatement. Hey, your husband was having an affair with his business partner and as many women as they could talk into having a threesome with. Happy Sunday. Chapter 33. Martin Milne's eyes got wider and wider as he read the front page of the Sunday Examiner. His bottom lip wobbled when he turned the page and saw the rest of it. Oh, God. They'd left the curtains shut in the living room, so the press couldn't leer in through the windows. A pair of standard lamps cast a cheery glow on the ceiling, completely out of keeping with the horrified expression on Milne's face. "How did... Who? It's..." He lowered the newspaper, then jerked up in his seat, turning to face the closed door. "Has Katie seen this?" "No yet, no." Steele winced her way down onto the couch, hissing like a deflating balloon. "But it's only a matter of time." "But I trusted you!" He grabbed his head with both hands, forcing the hair back from his face. "How could... Oh, God." Logan took the newspaper back and folded it, hiding the offending front page. "We'll find out who spoke to the journalists, and we'll make sure they're properly punished. If you want to make a formal complaint, we have guidelines to help you through the process. Here." He reached into a pocket of his stab-proof vest and pulled out a leaflet, handed it over. "What's my wife going to say? What's Katie going to think when she finds out?" Steele pursed her lips. "My guess? She'll no be too happy about you shagging a bloke. Doubt she'll be too keen on the other women either." He crumpled the leaflet. "This is all your fault!" "Aye, with all due respect, Marty boy, I'm no the one who forced you into bed with Peter Shepherd and half the slappers between here and Ellen. That was all you." "Oh, God." Logan took out his notebook. "Can you describe the people who gave you and Peter the loan?" Milne glared up at him. "Are you insane? I'm not helping you anymore. I trusted the police and you told a newspaper who I was sleeping with. Private, personal details." A sigh. Then Logan lowered himself onto the edge of the couch, the stab-proof vest making sure he sat bolt upright. "I'm sorry, Martin, but you can't back out of this now." "I want you out of my house." "Let's say you don't cooperate with our investigation. Do you think Malcolm McLennan will forget about the £225,000 you owe him? No. He'll make you smuggle things into the area for him whether you like it or not. And we'll be watching you." "I don't..." "Sooner or later, we're going to catch you bringing in a boatload of drugs, or counterfeit goods, or weapons, or illegal immigrants, and we're going to arrest you and put you away for 16 to 20 years. And Malcolm McLennan isn't going to be very pleased about losing a shipment, is he? He'll be even less pleased when you try to cut a deal to get out of prison before you're 50. Milne bit his bottom lip and stared down at his hands. "Or maybe you'll refuse to smuggle anything for him, because you know we're watching you. He won't like that either. All that money you owe. What do you think the chances are of you being found in the not-too-distant, battered to death, naked, with a bag over your head?" Milne's voice was barely audible. "Why can't you just leave me alone?" Steele shook her head. "Never going to happen, Marty boy. That ship sailed soon as you fessed up in the cells. You help us, or you're screwed." She gave him a big grin. "Now, any chance of a cuppa? I'm parched." The little boy sat at the kitchen table, wearing thick socks and fleecy pyjamas with dinosaurs on them. A graze sat on his left cheek, about the size of a walnut, the skin scabby and brown as it healed. His face was creased with sleep and his blonde hair stood out at all angles, so the resemblance was uncanny when Steele sat down next to him and pushed a piece of jam-smeared toast and a big glass of milk in front of him. "There you go, Ethan. You eat that up like a good wee boy." He turned his head to the door. Muffled shouting filtered through from the living room. Not clear enough to make out actual words, but the tone obvious. Katie Milne wasn't pleased about her husband's extramarital activities. Logan tucked his phone between his shoulder and his ear as he rinsed out his mug and placed it on the draining board. "We've got descriptions of 3 IC1 males, 2 in their late 20s, 1 early 40s. Couple of distinguishing features we can run past the National Crime Agency, see if we can't get a match." "Good." Rustling came from the speaker, as if Harper was rummaging through a pile of paper. "What about names?" "No luck. Milne says they always refer to each other by number, 1, 2, and 3. 1 was the older guy." So definitely organised. How did Milne take the article in the paper?" The sound of something smashing against the wall made Ethan flinch, toast halfway to his mouth. He and his wife are discussing it now. "Logan?" "Yes, sir?" "I appreciate you keeping our relationship professional at work. I know a lot of people would have a problem with taking orders from their little sister. But when we're off duty, you can call me Neve. Okay?" "Okay." "Good. Right. We'll get cracking with the IDs, and we'll see if your theory pans out." The line went dead. His little sister. Yeah, that still sounded weird. He put his phone away. "Time to head." Steele held up a finger. "Just a minute." Then she scooted around in her chair until she was facing the wee boy. "Ethan, can you tell your Auntie Roberta what happened to your face?" She pointed at her own cheek, mirroring the scabby patch. The little boy shrugged, then stared at his toast. "Fell down." His voice was tiny, barely more than a whisper. "Where did you fall down?" "Outside." He picked at his toast. "Some boys pushed me." "Wee shites." Steele sighed, then popped a couple of pills from a blister pack, washing them down with a scoop of Ethan's milk. She levered herself to her feet. "Right, wee man, we're off. Make sure you look after your mum. Can you do that for your Auntie Roberta?" The 6-year-old lowered his eyebrows, pursed his lips and nodded. "Good boy." Out in the corridor, the sound of fighting was much clearer. "How could you? You filthy, dirty, perverted—" "Now you just sound homophobic." "Homophobic? I'll give you homophobic, you cheating bastard! Ow! Don't—" Something smashed. Logan nodded at the living room door. "Think we should break it up?" "Nah." Steele hiked up her suit trousers. "Do them good to let off a bit of steam before she chucks him out of the house. Besides, I'm starving. Time for second breakfast." "I hate you!" They slipped out and shut the front door behind them. "Oh, bleeding hell!" Steele wrapped her arms around herself and shivered, then narrowed her eyes. A patrol car had pulled up at the back of the press pack. 2 faces blinked out through the windscreen, one with curly brown hair, the other grey. D.S. Mackenzie and D.C. Owen. Steele produced her phone, listened to it ring with a big smile plastered across her face. In the patrol car, Mackenzie flinched, then took out her own mobile. "Becky, sweetheart, can you guess what I'm thinking?" "That's right." "No, I don't think so. I think I'll aim for right up to the knee." "That's right." Mackenzie's face drooped. "Aye, you better believe it. But as all these lovely members of the press are watching, I'm going to give your lazy wee bumhole a temporary reprieve. Milne's getting chucked out of the family home, and you're sticking to him like sick on a ball gown. Because I don't want Milne disappearing, suitcase in hand, that's why. Probably going to crash at a friend's house, but in case he fancies hopping a flight to Rio, you're watching him." In the car, Mackenzie folded forward and rested her head on the dashboard. "And while you're at it, get on to D.S. Robertson. Tell him to get his comedy sideburn-wearing arse down here and babysit the wife and kid. Now did you get all that? Or do I have to tattoo it on your lower intestine with my size 9s? "Good girl." Steele hung up. "Right,
Where's the boy Blunder? Logan pointed. The media encampment didn't look too happy. A lot of them stood about with faces like a spanked backside, glowering as Rennie squatted down beside an ancient Volvo estate and poked at its tires. Steele made a loud hailer from her hands. Hoy! Captain Quickfit! We're leaving! What hacks me off is how she lied all those years. Logan leaned forward, poking his head between the front seats. How could anyone be so self-centered, so awful a human being, that they thought it was okay to make two wee boys think their dad was dead? Snow drifted down, melting as it hit the pool car's windscreen. Steele tucked her hands into her armpits. What's keeping Rennie? Can you no see him wasting away here? An old man hobbled out of the Tesco, humping 2 Hessian bags in one hand, working a walking stick with the other. 34 years and not so much as a word. Bet he comes back with the wrong grub. There was a headstone and everything, right there in the graveyard with his name, date of birth and death carved on it. How sick would you have to be to get a headstone made? Should have sent you instead. Rennie'll be back with a pair of tights, a grapefruit and a pack of iced lollies. Then drag your 2 kids to lay flowers in front of it every year. She faked his grave. Steele puffed out her cheeks. Yes, your mother's a heartless, vindictive, nasty, complete and total, swivel-eyed loony. We get it. Now where's my pies? Thanks. Your support means a lot to me. I just found out the father I thought was dead since I was 5 wasn't. Oh, and he had another family that apparently was nice enough not to abandon. And while we're at it, he died 2 months ago. You lost a dad you thought was dead anyway, and gained a sister. By my reckoning, you're ahead on the deal. Ahead? What's wrong with you? She shrugged. Might be the pills, or it might be you being a whiny little bitch. How many years have you been on the job? All you had to do was look your dad up on the system. You didn't bother. I thought he was dead. Why would I look him up? Oh, I don't know. Because he was your dad? Logan sat back, folded his arms and stared out of the window. You're a lot of help. A sigh. Laz, it's no my fault you've got a pineapple wedged up your bum. This thing with Samantha, it was only 2 days ago. That takes some getting over. You need some time off. Go away for a bit. And who's supposed to catch Peter Shepard's killer? Steele stared at the ceiling. Such a martyr. I am not a martyr. Yeah, because the whole MIT, the entire might of B and A divisions, they can't solve a murder. Only the great Sergeant Logan McCrae can do that. Outside, the snow fell. A couple walked past, arm in arm. Couldn't have been more than 13 or 14 years old. Young and in love. They'd learn soon enough. Steele took out her fake cigarette and popped it in her mouth. Take some time off. I went to see Jack Wallace yesterday. She blew a puff of steam at the windscreen, turning it opaque. Oh, aye. Sends his love. Good. Hope he's getting lots of love himself. Aye, from some big hairy bloke giving him 14 inches of non-consensual prison-issue sausage after lights out. Another puff. Couldn't happen to a more deserving arsehole. Rennie bustled out of the Tesco, clutching an armful of something. About time. One more puff. Then Steele put her e-cigarette away. She kept her voice light and neutral. Any reason you felt the need to go see our friendly neighbourhood kiddie fiddler, Laz? Rennie hurried across the street, high-stepping through the snow. Believe it or not, I was looking out for you. Her voice didn't change. Where are you now? The driver's door opened, and Rennie climbed in behind the wheel. Holy Mother of the Sainted Aardvark, it's cold out there. He handed his armful to Steele, then stuck the keys in the ignition. The engine roared into life, heaters howling lukewarm air into the space, spreading the crackling scent of hot pastry. Brrr! Hello, hello, hello. What's all this, then? She pulled a package from the bag. Hot Cornish pasties? Well, D.S. Rennie, looks like you just became my favourite sergeanty type. Sorry, Laz. No hard feelings. Yeah, right.
Okay, thanks anyway. Logan hung up the desk phone and frowned at the computer screen, then hit print. The sergeant's office seemed to have become the dumping ground for a collection of blue plastic crates that smelled vaguely of fish. Logan picked up his empty mug and headed out into the main office. No one there. The blinds were open. Snow drifted down from a coal-coloured sky. The waters of the bay had receded, leaving a dark curve of wet sand behind. A grinding, whirring noise burst from the big photocopier printer, and 24 sheets of A4 clicked and whined into the tray. He left them there and went to make a cup of tea. The TV was on, with the sound turned down to a murmur. A balding Italian chef smeared fillets of white fish with a snot-coloured paste, then wrapped them in ham. Logan chucked a tea bag in his mug and stuck the kettle on. Someone had obviously decided that the station's resident gnome wasn't classy enough and given him a bright blue bow tie. They'd replaced his paper dagger with a magic wand and... Can I not get 2 minutes peace? Logan pulled out his ringing phone. McRae? Is this Sergeant Logan McRae? Why did nobody ever listen? Can I help you? It's Detective Inspector Bell. A smile cracked its way across Logan's face. Ding dong! It's been years. How's CID treating you? You own a static caravan, don't you? 23 Pursley Park Caravan Park, Aberdeen. Oh, God. The smile died. They'd found Eddie Knowles's body. Barbed wire wrapped itself around Logan's chest, tightening and tightening until there was barely any breath left. He was screwed. Logan, are you there? He cleared his throat, stood up straight. That's my caravan. Here it came. Hand yourself in to the nearest police station where you'll be detained on charges of murder and attempting to pervert the course of justice by illegally disposing of a body. I've got some bad news. The fire brigade did what they could, but by the time they got there... I'm sorry. Fire brigade? The barbed wire snapped and air rushed into his lungs. The fire investigation team are looking through what's left, but it's pretty much burned to the ground. At least no one was hurt, right? Was it... Did someone... Officially, I can't say. Ongoing investigation. But off the record, apparently there's traces of an accelerant. Looks like it was torched on purpose. Christ. So that was that. His whole life with Samantha had been consumed by flames. First his flat, now her caravan. There was nothing left but her body. You know I've got to ask this. Can you confirm your whereabouts last night, Sergeant McRae? Logan blinked at the TV. A wee bloke with curly hair was turning a little bird in a frying pan. Home. I was at home, in Banff. And can anyone corroborate that? 3 police constables and a detective superintendent. We had beer and sausages. Yeah, as alibis go, that's a pretty decent one. I'll let you know if anything comes up this end. But in the meantime, I'll text you the crime number, and you can get on to your insurers. Logan puffed out a breath. Yes, thanks, Ding Dong. He hung up. They hadn't found Eddie's body. Uckert hadn't screwed him over. Thank Christ. Any chance of a coffee? Inspector Moore sidled into the room, hands in the pockets of his black police-issue trousers. The canteen lights sparkled off the big polished dome of his head. With the 2 small ears, small mouth, button nose and hairy eyebrows, he looked a bit like a surprised egg. Logan swallowed, nodded. Gov? You okay? Sorry, one of those days. He pulled another mug from the cupboard. Moore leaned against the wall. How's preparation for the dunt coming? Good, thanks. We're going in at 11:30 tonight, as long as everyone turns up on time. Have you told Beaky she doesn't have to come in early? Next on my list, Gov. She wasn't going to be pleased, but tough. At least she'd get a lie in. Soon as I've spoken to Detective Superintendent Harper. The kettle juddered and rattled, then fell silent. Logan, I want you leading from the rear on this one, understand? You look like someone tied you to a washing machine and threw you down an escalator.
Battered police officers don't fill the public with confidence. Gov. Coffee, sugar, hot water. He handed the mug over. Cheers. And for God's sake, do something about the response level warning, will you? Someone's changed it to Dalek attack imminent. Night shift are a law unto themselves. Moore took a sip, grimaced, shuddered, then turned and sidled off. Ugh, like licking the underside of a broken-down bus.
Chapter 34. Logan swapped the warning of Dalek attack for a more traditional normal, then headed upstairs with his pile of printouts. D.S. Weatherford bustled past on the landing, clutching a file box, grey fringe stuck to her shiny forehead. I'm doing it! He watched her go. I didn't say anything. Ah! A happy workforce was a productive workforce. Harper was on the top floor with her sidekick, the pair of them sitting side by side at the conference room table, poking away at laptop computers. Sir? She looked up. Sergeant McCrae. Her voice had all the warmth of a mortuary cadaver. What have you got for us? Fine. If that was the way she wanted to play it, he could do cold and professional too. Logan held up the printouts. No direct matches, sir, but they've sent me every near miss in the whole UK. I'll get Milne to go through the photos, see if he recognises anyone. Narvair held out his hand. Let's have a squint then. He passed them over, and the inspector flicked through them. I understand you're organising a drugs raid for tonight, Sergeant. Logan nodded. Ricky and Laura Welsh. Word on the street is they're acting as agents for Jessica Ma Campbell. She's trying to move in on Hamish Mowatt's old territory. If we can get our hands on one of Campbell's representatives, it might help with the Shepherd case. Well, assuming it wasn't the guy Reuben sent back to Glasgow with his hands in a jiffy bag. Nervier poked a finger at a picture of a young man in the printout. Big Willie Brodie. I did him for assault and possession with intent, 8 years ago? God, doesn't time fly? And you didn't tell me about this in advance because... Didn't I? Logan hooked a thumb over his shoulder. The operation's been planned since Wednesday. We were going in long before we knew there was any connection with Peter Shepherd's murder and... Possible connection. Has to be worth a go, doesn't it? Nervier laughed and poked another picture. Crowbar Gibson. Thought he was dead. Harper pursed her lips and frowned at Logan. I think it's probably best if Detective Inspector Singh and I accompany you on this raid. Sod. Of course, sir. Now, is there anything else? No, sir. Sergeant. Nervier pulled his chin in, then held up the last sheet of the pile. Before you head off, are we really worried about Daleks attacking Banff? Inspector Moore was right. The night shift had a lot to answer for. You scheming, underhand, low-life son of a rancid! Oh, come off it, Beaky. It was never your dunt in the first place. Logan slipped in behind the wheel of his rusty punto. It was like sitting down in a fridge. Tell you what, you want it, you can have it. He turned the key and whacked the heater up to full. Really? Suspicion dripped from her voice. Why? What's wrong with it? Nothing. It's all yours. Laz, I'm warning you. A sliver of clear glass appeared at the bottom of the windshield, creeping upwards with glacial slowness. There's nothing wrong. Oh, and good news. Detective Superintendent Harper will be tagging along, and so will our sidekick, D.I. Singh. Kick-off's at 11:30. Make sure you wear warm socks. Seriously? I've got to do a dunt with a superintendent and a D.I. breathing down my neck. Don't forget the chief inspector from Elgin's doing his down with the common man thing. Gah. It'll be a cluster hump of credit-stealing egomaniacs, all pulling rank on each other. You know what? I've changed my mind. You can keep it. She hung up. Thanks a heap. The blowers were still churning away at the fog and ice, going to take a while. Of course, what he should be doing was sorting out the insurance on the caravan. He let his head fall back against the rest and glowered up at the punto's ceiling. Yes, because that wasn't going to look suspicious, was it? Oh, Mr. McCrae, I see you became the legal owner of the static caravan when you switched off your girlfriend's life support, and 2 days later you're making an insurance claim because it's burned to the ground. No doubt about it. This was turning out to be a spectacular year. Hadn't even got the damn thing on the market before someone torched the place. The question was, who set the fire? Which one of Reuben's minions? Well, he didn't need a team of fire investigators to find out. Logan poked John Uckert's number into his phone and waited for him to pick up. Hello? Who burned down my caravan? Mr. McCrae? Dude, how you feeling today? Which one of Reuben's little helpers did it? I want a name. That was a serious bash on the head you got. Give me a sodding name! Silence from the other end of the phone. The clear glass inched higher. It wasn't Reuben who did it. It was me. It was you! What the bloody hell did you... Thought you'd be pleased. The caravan was spattered with blood, yours and Eddie's. DNA everywhere, signs of a struggle. Now there's no forensic evidence tying you to anything. You said all that stuff was going to the charity shop or the tip anyway, so I torched the lot. Ah. Doesn't matter how hard they look. No one can put you and Eddie together in the same place. He's gone, the snow globe's gone, the crime scene's gone. You're in the clear. If only it was that easy. Wind rattled the hotel room window, hurling clumps of sleet against the glass. Martin Milne sat on the end of the single bed with his head in his hands. A small, drab hotel room in a small, drab hotel, with views out over the churning sea. Just a place if you wanted to gear yourself up for a suicide attempt, which, going by the state of Milne, was a distinct possibility. His voice wasn't much more than a whisper. She threw me out. Now there was a shock. Logan pulled the printouts from his jacket pocket. I need you to look at some faces for me, Martin. See if any of them are the men you spoke to about the loan. Said I was poisonous. Milne took the photos. Frowned. We need to find these people, Martin. It's important. I'll never get to see Ethan again. He's my world. Yeah, right. If Milne was that concerned about his son, he wouldn't have been running away to Dubai with Peter Shepherd, abandoning the poor wee sod to grow up without a father. Made you sick. Logan folded his arms. Martin, where were you? After they killed Peter Shepherd, where did you go? He moved on to the next photograph. Where did I go? You went missing for 4 days. Everyone was worried about you. Katie was worried about you. She's never going to take me back, is she? Of course she wasn't. Give her time. A nod. After... He bit his lip. Sniffed. I hid in the woods the first night. Too scared to sleep in case they came back. Next day it poured rain. I walked and walked and walked. Milne frowned. An old man gave me a lift to Turriff in his van. Got myself a B&B and stayed in my room with the curtains shut. His chin came up. And then I realised how selfish I was being. I had to go home and protect my family. Protect my son. The chin dropped again. How am I supposed to protect him if she won't let me in the house? Logan put a hand on his shoulder. Tried for a consoling smile. Katie's angry. Probably feels betrayed, lied to, used. It'll take her a while to get past that. A nod. You want to keep Ethan safe, don't you? Another nod. So look at the pictures and see if you recognise the men you and Peter spoke to. Milne took the printouts and frowned at the faces. Took his time. Muffled voices came through the wall from the room next door, followed by the jingly sound of a cartoon on the TV. Out in the corridor, someone marched past. Milne pointed at one of the pictures. This kind of looks like the guy they called 3. Anyone else? He shook his head. Wasn't really paying attention when I met them. A small laugh burst free, strangled and ragged. Pete and me had been talking all morning about running off to Dubai together. They're not keen on, men being together. But Pete said we could make it work, if we were discreet. And the money was great. Logan stared at him. And what about Ethan? While you're off earning heaps of cash in Dubai, what happens to your son? Milne picked at the bedspread, keeping his eyes on his fingers. We were going to take him with us. Aye, right. There were only 2 visas, Martin. I got a 90-day one for him online. See if he liked living with us in Dubai before making it permanent. A shrug. Don't suppose it matters now. Logan took the printouts back and drew a number 3 on the photo Milne had chosen. The man in the picture had swept back brown hair and a proper soup strainer moustache, as if he were channeling an 80s porn star. Milne wiped at his eyes. Don't suppose anything matters now. Becky was waiting for Logan as he stepped back into the corridor. McCrae? He closed the door to Milne's hotel room. D.S. Mackenzie? She jerked her chin towards the exit. She out there, is she? What, Steele? No. He tucked the folder of mugshots under his arm. Look, whatever the pair of you are fighting about, it's got nothing to do with me. I just go where I'm told. Scrotum-faced old cow. Becky folded her arms. All she does is shout and whinge and make sarcastic comments. Yup. You know she screwed up the overtime log for January? The whole month, again. How am I supposed to put 2 kids through university and pay the bloody mortgage if she keeps screwing up the overtime? Logan held a hand up. Preaching to the choir. You want some advice? No. Fine. He turned and walked to the exit. Got as far as the door before Becky thundered down the corridor after him. She grabbed him by the arm. Okay, what? Steele can't be arsed doing the paperwork, so she makes a mess of it till someone steps in and does it for her. You want your overtime paid? You're going to have to take one for the team, or talk someone else into it. Becky's face crumpled. But it's her job. I did it for 9 years. Tell me about it. He pushed through into the hotel reception, a bland beige space with dying pot plants and an ugly carpet. I hate being a police officer. Join the club. Sleet spattered the windscreen. A couple of people hurried by the car, heads down, shoulders up, teeth bared. They didn't look at the funeral home. Logan propped the printout up against the steering wheel. According to the National Crime Agency, it's one Adrian Brown, a.k.a. Brian Jones, a.k.a. Tim Donovan. Hold on. Harper made rustling noises down the phone. Right, got him. Adrian Brown, 32, 5'9", form for assault, theft, more assault, and to keep things interesting, assault. A light came on inside Beaton and Macbeth. Sounds lovely, doesn't he? He's meant to be with the Manchester goon squad. What's he doing all the way up here? Might not be. Milne said it kind of looked like number 3, so not 100% on the ID. And how is our sacrificial goat? Milne, wallowing in a great big tub of self-pity. Serves him right. She had a point. Milne was all set to abandon his wife and run off with someone else to a land far away, and there was no way Katie would have let him take Ethan. No, that was probably going to be a midnight flit to the airport and off to Dubai before she woke up. Still, at least Ethan would have had a father growing up. Yeah. Well. Logan cleared his throat. Anything else, sir? Did you make it clear what would happen to him if he didn't cooperate? If Mark the Knife or Ma Campbell gets in touch and he doesn't tell us? I'll make damn sure he goes down for a long time. He's already cracking under the pressure. Push him too far and he'll break. Don't try to teach your little sister how to suck eggs, Sergeant. This isn't my first organised crime op. I need results, not excuses. Sir. And she was gone. Were sisters always this much of a pain in the backside? He folded the printouts and stuffed them in his pocket, along with his mobile phone, then dug into the glove compartment for the jiffy bag, took a deep breath, scrambled out of the car, and made a run for the funeral home. Andy was waiting for him with the front door open. Mr. McCrae. His black suit was immaculate, the shirt so white you could have used it in a washing powder advert. He stuck his hand out and Logan shook it. Thanks for opening up, Andy. I appreciate it. A small shake of the head. Nonsense. It's no trouble at all. As if he usually wore a suit on a Sunday, on the off chance. If you'd like to follow me. He led the way through the reception area to a gloomy room with a single spotlight. It glowed down on an open casket, polished black wood with a red silk lining. Something lodged in Logan's throat, as if he tried to swallow a stone. Samantha was laid out, on her back, hands folded over her stomach. They dressed her in all her finery, the leather corset, the skirt, the gloves. He stepped closer. Her head looked strange, unfamiliar, as if... He reached out and stroked her forehead, where the dent should have been. "You fixed it. We wanted to do you proud, Mr. McCree. She's beautiful. Just like she was in the photo from Rennie's wedding. Makeup perfect, war paint and piercings. They'd even managed to make her skin look like living flesh again. Samantha's tattoos stood out bright and clear, as if they were brand new. Would you like a moment? Please. I'll be right outside if you need anything." Andy turned and glided from the room, as if he was mounted on silent casters. Logan pulled on a smile. "Alone at last?" No reply. He held up the jiffy bag. "Present for you." He dug out the hardback copy of Stephen King's The Stand and tucked it into the coffin beside her. "Got it online. It's signed." He stood there, shuffled his feet, put a hand on her bare shoulder, then flinched that hand away. Samantha's skin was cold to the touch. Well, of course it was. She might look like she was asleep, but that didn't mean Andy hadn't taken her body from the mortuary fridge while Logan was on the phone in the car park outside. Not sleeping. Just dead. "Sarge?" Rennie looked up from his computer, blinked a couple of times. "Rennie." Rennie crept into the sergeant's office, carrying 2 mugs of tea in a manila folder. "Tea." He put the mugs down on the desk, then checked over his shoulder before handing Logan the folder, as if they were spies meeting up in a car park to swap state secrets. "Okay. You don't have to call me Sarge. We're the same rank. Force of habit." Rennie settled into the seat opposite, grinned. "Go on then, open it." Logan did. Inside were a wodge of printouts and a gold and red packet about the size of an old-fashioned video cassette. He raised an eyebrow. "That what I think it is?" "Oh, yes." "Close the door." While Rennie was hiding them from the prying eyes of the outside world, Logan ripped his way into the Tunnock's tasty caramel wafers, tossed one onto the other side of the desk and helped himself to another. "To what do we owe the honour?" "She who must be feared and obeyed. Says when we're done with tea and treats we're to sod off and grab some snooze time." Rennie unwrapped his chocolate wafer and took a big bite, getting little flecks of brown all down his chin. "Make sure we're all rested and ready for tonight." The wafer turned to blotting paper in Logan's mouth. "Tonight? The drugs raid?" "Oh, God." Logan curled forward and thunked his forehead on the desk. "What?" "Perfect. Because having Harper and her sidekick tag along wasn't bad enough." Thunk. "What's 'oh God'?" He left his head against the cool wooden surface. "You and Steele want in on my drugs raid." "Yeah, well, you know. If it proves important to the investigation into Peter Shepard's death, Steele wants to muscle in on any credit going." "I wouldn't exactly put it that." "She's out of luck. You can inform her royal scruffiness that I've already got Detective Superintendent Harper, Detective Inspector Singh, and a Chief Inspector from Elgin on board. There's going to be more top brass on this dunt than actual police officers." He straightened up. "I should have let Beaky have it." Logan frowned. "Wonder if it's too late." Rennie tore another chunk off his wafer. "It'll be like old times. You, me, and the holy wrinkled terror, on the path of truth and justice, kicking in doors and taking names." Thunk. "What? Why are you banging your head off the desk?" Thunk. 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 Chapter 35. After the news. But first it's 9 o'clock, and things are hotting up on Britain's next big star as Jacinta and Benjamin face sudden death. Logan killed the telly and swigged back the last dregs of his tea. "Right, you little monster. Daddy has to go dunt in someone's door." He scooped Cthulhu off the sofa and turned her upside down. gave her a kiss on her soft white tummy.
Whose daddy loves her? Is it you? Yes, it is. Your daddy loves...
Not again. Cthulhu wriggled free as his phone blared out its anonymous ringtone. She jumped to the floor, all 4 feet making a loud thump as she touched down, about as graceful as a dropped microwave. He pulled out his phone. "McCrae?" A sharp, loud voice stabbed into his ear. "How dare you call and leave abusive messages on my phone, Logan Balmoral McCrae? I am your mother, and you will not—" He hung up, then brought up his call history and blocked her number, glowered at the screen for a bit. Sod her. Logan hauled his stab-proof vest on over his police-issue fleece, got into his equipment belt, and topped the lot with his high-vis jacket. What every sharply dressed man about town was wearing this season. On with the hat, then out into the driving sleet. His phone went again as he hurried across the car park. Tough. Logan pushed his way through the tradesman's entrance and into the warmth of the station, stamped his feet free of gritty grey snow. Laughter boomed out into the corridor from the canteen.
"Come on then, what did you do?" "Only thing I could. Threw up on it."
More laughter. He kept going, through into the main office. No one around. And with any luck, it would stay that way till everything was sorted. Logan slipped off his jacket and stepped into the sergeant's office. Stopped. Tried really hard not to swear. Harper was sitting in his seat, an open file on the desk in front of her. "Sergeant?" "Sir?" She pointed. "You're supposed to leave your equipment in the locker room. Officers are not authorized to take police property home with them, especially not extendable batons and CS gas." Logan hung his jacket up, leaving it to drip on the carpet tiles. "And it's lovely to see you too, Neve." "Don't you dare Neve me, Sergeant. You're—" "1. My shift doesn't start for another 50 minutes, so I'm not on duty. You asked me to call you Neve when I'm not on duty. 2. The sergeant's house belongs to Police Scotland, so my equipment belt has remained on police property since I left here at 5. And 3. I do have permission. Check with Inspector McGregor." He scritched off his stab-proof vest. "Now, is there anything else I can help you with?" Harper pursed her lips and swiveled left and right in his seat for a moment. "Is everything organized for the operation this evening? Why do you think I came in early?" The operational support unit van rocked on its springs as another gust of wind punched it in the ribs. Every seat in the van was taken. Tufty, Calamity, Isla at the back, the 3 officers from Elgin and their chief inspector in the middle, the 4-man OSU team in the front, which barely left standing room for Harper, Nervier, Steele, Rennie, Logan, and the police dog officer, which was a shame, because she absolutely reeked of wet dog, and it was impossible to get away from the smell. Everyone in the van was dressed in full armoured ninja black, with knee pads, gauntlets and elbow guards, while everyone except Harper and Steele, who looked as if they'd just crashed a very strange fancy dress party. 5 minutes, and it was already getting muggy in here, thick with the smell of stale clothes, damp dog, and warm bodies. The windows fogging up. Logan pulled out his plastic folder of paperwork and held it up. "One last time." A groan from one of the Elgin contingent. "I don't care if you've heard it before, you're hearing it again. Ricky and Laura Welsh have formed for violence, so watch yourself. They're unlikely to have firearms, but their St. Bernard makes Cujo look like Basil Brush. Anyone who doesn't have their bite back with them will not be allowed in that house until the dog's been made safe. Am I clear?" A smattering of, "Yes, Sarge." "Good. Sergeant Mitchell, you're up." A huge figure sitting in the passenger seat pulled his helmet on. It grazed the van's ceiling. He was that big. "Mesdames et messieurs, grab your bonce protectors and gird your loins. In the immortal words of the bard, il est temps de mettre sur le maquillage. Il est temps d'allumer les lumières." The other 3 members of his team gave a synchronized bark of "Hoo-ah!" and fastened their helmets. Logan cracked open the van's side door. "You heard the man." He backed out onto the sleety road as everyone did what they were told. Well, everyone except Steele and Harper, but Steele was the only one who listened. But then there was no way he'd get a crash helmet on over his turban. The smell of soggy canine got worse for a moment as the police dog officer picked her way past, heading for the other van and its contingent of Alsatians and Labradors. Steele and Harper joined Logan out on the road. "You're no serious about that St. Bernard, are you?" Steele's words billowed out on a cloud of fog, turned a pale yellow by the streetlights. "Thing's massive. Looks like someone crossed a velociraptor with a Highland cow." He fastened on his own helmet, pulling the chin strap tight, unlocked the big car, and slipped behind the wheel. Steele stuck her hand up. "Shotgun!" then scrambled into the passenger side, leaving Harper with the back seat. Soon as she climbed in, Logan clicked the button on his airwave. "Shire uniform." Ah, no, he wasn't. Stubby was duty sergeant for as long as he was seconded to the MIT. "Sorry, force of habit. Sergeant McRae to Sergeant Mitchell. Operation Kermit is on." "Roger that. We're rolling." The OSU van pulled away from the curb and turned left at the end of the street. After a couple of beats, the dog van followed it. Logan pulled on his thick leather gloves. Harper leaned forward and poked him on the shoulder. "What are we waiting for, Sergeant?" "You to put your seatbelt on, sir." Steele produced her e-cigarette and puffed on it. "Brother Sergeant and sister Sir. Oh, the family fun you wacky kids have these days." "I see." A click from the back seat. "Right, well, go ahead." Mitchell's voice came over the speakers. "Easy now. Baz, big red door key. Davy, you and me are first in. Carol, you've got the hoolie bar." Logan eased the big car out and took the same left as the vans. Most of Macduff was in darkness, just the ribbons of streetlights holding everything together. A right. Then another left onto Manor Street. Not a living soul to be seen. The only blot on the stillness was the two big white vans in yellow and blue police livery. "Ready when you are, Sergeant McRae." He pressed the button again. "And we're clear. Go, go, go!" The big car roared forward as Logan rammed his foot hard down. Granite cottages flashed by on either side, the North Sea a wall of solid black dead ahead. He slammed on the brakes, and the big car slithered on the sleety tarmac, stopping with two wheels up on the curb. He jumped out. A swarm of ninjas burst from the OSU van, the huge figures of Sergeant Mitchell's team taking the lead. One of them clutched a mini battering ram. Another held an elongated crowbar with a dirty big spike sticking out of it. Everyone else piled up in a big lump behind them. The dog officer's van skidded to a halt, less than a foot from the other van's bumper. She leapt out onto the curb, then hauled open the sliding door as Logan joined the back of the queue. One of Mitchell's team swung the big red door key, and bang! The cottage door went crashing in. The other one, Carol, swung the hoolie bar, shattering the living room window with a spike, raking the pick around the frame to dislodge the loose glass, ripping the Venetian blinds away from their mountings. The dog officer charged past Logan, one hand wrapped around the lead of her massive Alsatian. And they were in. A dark house. Narrow corridor with doors leading off to either side, and one at the end. "Police! Nobody move!" Barks went off like gunshots in the confined space. Then answering barks from deeper inside the house. Deep and huge. Logan shouldered the door on the left and burst into a double bedroom. Unmade bed. Wardrobe door lying open. Socks and pants scattered on the floor. No sign of Ricky or Laura Welsh. Back into the hall. Almost. It was crowded with bodies in riot gear and the sound of elbow pads thumping off the walls. Then swearing as something kicked off at the front of the line. "Get that bloody dog! Ah! She's got a knife!" Screw this. Logan forced his way past Tufty and out the front door, grabbed Isla by the stab-proof vest. "You, with me!" He pounded down the pavement and skittered around the side of the terrace, nearly losing his footing on the sleet-crusted paving slabs. There, an 8-foot wall with a wheelie bin in front of it. He scrambled up and over, tumbled down the other side and crashed into a deformed snowman, knocking its head off. Got to his feet as Isla clattered down into the dark beside him, flat on her back. "Ah!" Flailing arms and limbs. Logan ran for the adjoining wall between this garden and the one next door. It's okay, I'm fine. Over the wall. He landed, and a security light blared on, illuminating a swing set in a shed. One more to go. He fought his way over a wooden fence and into Ricky Welsh's back garden, about 2 seconds before the kitchen door battered off its hinges. Someone in riot gear crashed out backwards, wrestling with a St. Bernard the size of a hairy Godzilla. They rolled into the rectangle of yellow light cast through the kitchen window. It was Claire, the huge woman from the operational support unit, her mouth wide open in a snarling scream as the dog tried to take her head off. Teeth flashed, saliva spattering her face guard, huge paws pressing her into the lawn. Claire's hands jabbed out, wrapping around the St. Bernard's throat, elbows locked, holding it back. Ah! Get it off! Get it off! Get it off! Ricky Welsh burst from the ruined doorframe, hurdled both dog and officer, and sprinted for the back wall, a 6-foot-tall stretch of granite and crumbling harling, topped with 6 inches of snow and ice. Logan fumbled in his stab-proof's pocket for the tin of bite-back, pulled it out, and sprayed half the can at the St. Bernard's muzzle. It blinked and made whimpery mewling noises, backed away, shaking its head, confused and disorientated. Now everything stank of cloves. Isla thumped into the garden, landing on her feet this time. Then the dog officer and her Alsatian exploded out of the kitchen, the big dog barking on the end of its lead. Logan pointed at the back wall. No sign of Ricky Welsh. That way! The dog officer battered past, going the long way around to keep her Alsatian away from the dissipating cloud of bite-back. Over the wall, and away. He sprinted after them, breath burning in his lungs. Sweat made tiny rivers down his back, between the shoulder blades, as he clambered up the wall. He paused at the top, one leg hooked over the other side. Isla scrambled up beside him. Where is he? Ricky Welsh had cleared the garden it backed onto, making for a break between 2 of the houses. One more fence and he'd be out. Then the dog officer released the hounds. Well, hound. Her Alsatian raced free of its leash and cleared the wall Ricky had just clambered over in a single leap, crossed the lawn in a couple of bounds, then lunged for Ricky's flailing legs. Its teeth snapped shut on an ankle. Ricky screamed. Isla cheered. He tumbled backwards into the snow and curled into a ball, with his arms crossed over his face, flinching at every bark of the big dog. The officer caught up with her Alsatian, shoved Ricky Welsh over onto his front and cuffed him, then looked up, grinned, and gave them 2 thumbs. Result. It was about time something went right for a change. Chapter 36. Logan walked through the shattered doorway into Ricky Welsh's kitchen. Not exactly the tidiest in the world. Certainly not now, anyway. He stepped over the battered remains of a chair. You okay? Claire from the OSU was hunched over the sink, splashing water on her face, covered in St. Bernard dribble. How can one dog produce so much slobber? Told you it was huge. She raised her dripping face. Thanks for spraying Cujo, Sarge. Nah. He left her to it and picked his way through the shattered remains of a small kitchen table and out into the hall. Muffled voices came from somewhere above his head. Lots of grunts and hissing, the occasional thump, someone swearing. The stairway was as narrow as the corridor. It dog-legged around, emerging in what had to be an attic conversion. In the gap between 2 rooms, 3 officers in their riot gear were pinning a woman to the ground, barely holding her in place. They piled on her back and legs, forcing her into the shabby carpet. Laura Welsh was big, thick-set. Ginger curls covered her face as she hissed and wriggled. 3 small red hearts were tattooed between the knuckles of her right hand, stretched tight across her clenched fist. The chief inspector from Elgin had his knee on her shoulder, jamming Laura's other wrist against the floor with both hands. I'm not telling you again! Calm down! Nicholson lay across Laura's legs. She grinned up at Logan. I love knocking on doors. More wriggling. The guy at the head of the Pyleon scowled. You're not helping, Constable. Sorry, Gov. Logan whipped out his limb restraints and helped Nicholson secure Laura's legs, one set binding her knees together, the other her ankles. Then he stood back as the others finally managed to get her hands cuffed behind her back. "Everyone okay? Anyone hurt?" A flash of freckled skin, green eyes bulging, teeth bared, lipstick smeared. "I'll kill the lot of you!" The chief inspector flipped up the visor on his crash helmet, exposing a chubby face with a squint nose. "Are you honestly trying to make things worse for yourself, Mrs. Welsh? Because threatening to kill 4 police officers isn't going to look good when they haul you up in court." Gah! Then she pulled her head back and slammed it into the dirty carpet. Lay there, face against the floor, hissing breath in and out through her teeth. There we go. Through the open door, behind Chief Inspector Chunky, lay a small bedroom. It was a shambles of clothes and cardboard boxes. Narveer sat on the edge of the bed with his head thrown back, one hand holding onto his turban, the other pinching the bridge of his nose. Blood made a bandit mask across the lower half of his face. Logan poked his head into the room. "You okay?" "No." The word all bunged up and growly. He wasn't the only one in there. 2 of the Elgin officers were snapping the cuffs on a pair of men who were doing a lot more cooperating than Laura Welsh. The bigger of the pair wore skinny jeans and a couple of hoodies, a blue one on over a red one. His hair was shorn at the sides and quiffed sideways in the middle. It went with the neck beard and horn-rimmed glasses. Mr. Hipster's friend had a grandad shirt, braces and a brown waistcoat, as if he was auditioning for a Mumford & Sons cover band. He even had the 1940s haircut. Logan nodded at them. "Names?" Mr. Hipster licked his lips. "I know how this looks, but we were just—" Mr. Mumford blinked at his friend. "Yeah, there was an advert in the paper for a mountain bike. We, came round to see if it was any good. You know, to buy it and that." "Mountain bike." Mr. Mumford jerked his eyes towards the landing and lowered his voice. "No idea what's going on here, but really don't need a mountain bike that badly. Yeah, so if we could, head off, that'd be cool. Completely cool." Smiles. No chance. "Well?" Harper hadn't moved from the back of the big car, sitting there with her seatbelt on and her arms folded. Logan closed the driver's door and peeled off his gloves. "Drugs dog's going through the place now. Our friend the chief inspector has decided to supervise the search." Steele puffed a faceful of steam across the car at him, e-cigarette glowing from the corner of her mouth. "Which means the thieving git wants to take all the credit." "And Narveer?" Logan shrugged. "Don't think his nose is broken, but better safe than sorry." "Agreed." Harper unfastened her seatbelt. "What about our 2 house guests? Nick McDowell and Stephen Fowler, sticking to their mountain bike stories." He drummed his fingers against the steering wheel, frowning out through the windscreen. The sleet had stopped at last, giving way to a bitter wind that rattled the streetlights. A couple of houses had people at the windows, staring out, having a good old nosy at the police vehicles. Don't know why, but Stephen Fowler rings a bell. So do a PNC check. Logan glanced in the rear-view mirror. "I did actually think of that, sir. He's got a couple of parking tickets, that's it. Never been arrested. Far as I can tell, he's never even been cautioned." But still, Stephen Fowler. Steve Fowler. Stevie... Oh, crap. Stevie Fowler. The guy Reuben wanted him to collect a package from. Collect a package and hide it until further notice. Oh, that was just great. Logan's loyalty test was under arrest, and now... "Sergeant?" He blinked. Harper was leaning forward between the seats, staring at him. "Sorry." Steele was at it too. "You okay, Laz? Only you look like someone stuffed an angry hedgehog up your bum." "Just a twinge, that's all. From breaking up that fight yesterday." "Tell me about it. Could barely get my brow on this morning." She untucked her shirt. "You should see my ribs, Detective Superintendent. They're... Actually," Harper pulled in her chin, "I think I'd better go check on Narveer. Excuse me." She fumbled with the door handle and clambered out of the car, hurried along the pavement towards Ricky and Laura Welsh's place. Steele grinned. Think your sister fancies me? Yes, because you're so desirable. And don't you forget it. She puffed on her fake cigarette. While you were off playing policeman, I regaled her with the sexual conquests of my youth. Edited highlights, anyway. A sigh. Did I ever tell you about Mrs. Morgenstern? She was 34. I was 15. She was my piano teacher, and I was horny as a... Can we not do this? Steele sniffed. Thought you boys liked a bit of hot girl-on-girl action. A gap opened up through the clouds, letting a cold slab of moonlight crash against the street, bathing it in frigid grey light. Stevie Fowler. What the hell was Logan supposed to do now? Never mind the fact that whatever Fowler should have handed over for safekeeping would probably end up in the evidence store. Would Reuben expect Logan to let him go without so much as a slap on the wrists? Because there was no chance of that happening. Not with Harper and Narveer and Steele and the chief inspector from Elgin falling over each other to find someone to prosecute so they could take the credit. Reuben already wanted him dead. This really wasn't going to help. Oh, he was so screwed. Anyway, so one day, Mrs. Morgenstern turns up for my lesson wearing this pencil skirt and silk blouse and... Oh, my hairy armpits, lass. You should have seen her breasts. Uckert. Call Uckert and explain what happened. Every time she bent over the piano, it was like diving into Loch Cleavage. God, you could have drowned in there. This wasn't Logan's fault. Fowler had screwed up, not him. So I tell her I'm having difficulty with my fingering, and she says... Logan's phone blared out its anonymous ringtone. He dragged the thing out. Sorry, got to get this. Whoever it was, it had to be better than Confessions of a Teenage Lesbian Piano Student. McRae? Logan? It's Eamon. A pause. Your brother? He turned his back on Steele and climbed out of the car. Let me guess. Mother's been bending your ear. I don't know why you've got to antagonize her the whole time, Logan. She phoned me in tears saying you'd shouted and sworn at her. How could you be so insensitive and... Did she tell you why I was swearing, Eamon? Did she let that tiny nugget of truth escape? Or was it all lies like usual? He slammed the car door. Well? His breath rolled out in a cloud of fog, before being torn away by the wind. Cold air nipped at his ears. Logan, she's your mother. You can't... Dad didn't die when he was shot. He got better and sodded off to Dunfermline with a nurse. Settled down and had another family. You've got a wee sister, Eamon. You're not the youngest anymore. Dark, furious barks exploded inside the dog officer's van. Difficult to tell if it was Cujo or the Alsatian. A second later, it didn't matter, because the other dog joined in, doubling the noise. All those years she dragged us along to put flowers on his grave, and he wasn't even dead. Still nothing from the other end of the phone. She lied to us, Eamon. We could have had a father growing up, but she lied. The barking was getting louder, each dog egging the other on. Logan slammed his palm against the van's cold metal bulkhead. Shut up, the pair of you! It didn't work. If anything, they got louder. Curtains twitched in the house opposite. Maybe it wasn't the best of ideas to be ranting and raving in the middle of the street, where anyone could see him, film him, and upload it to YouTube. He turned his back on the van and marched back to the big car. You still there? I don't know what you're trying to prove, Logan, but it's not funny. Grow up, phone Mother back, and apologise. Don't be such a mummy's boy. All right, I'm hanging up now. And the line went dead. What a shock. Eamon took her side. Well, sod him too. Logan wiped the condensation from his phone's screen and blocked Eamon's number 2. He stood and glowered down Manor Street. The sea shone, down the end between the buildings, like a polished headstone. 34 years. 34 sodding years. Steele was still puffing away as he climbed back into the big car. Aye, aye, Captain Cherry's back. Logan slammed the door closed. Don't start. You ever wonder why you're such a miserable git? He turned and stared at her. Please, do tell me. Is it because I got the crap kicked out of me yesterday? How about someone tried to slit my throat the night before that? Or maybe it's because someone burned Samantha's caravan down today. Getting louder with every word. Oh, tell you what, And I'm going out on a limb here. How about it's because I had to kill my girlfriend on Friday? You want to pick one? Spittle glowed in the dashboard lights. Steele took a good long draw on her e-cigarette, dribbled the steam out of her nose, long and slow. Are we finished? Or is there a wee bit more tantrum in there? I'm having a bad week. That okay with you? He folded his arms and thumped back in his seat. And that wasn't even mentioning the guy he'd seen killed and the guy he'd killed himself. A long breath rattled its way free. Surprising he could even function at all. This isn't easy. She sighed, then gave his shoulder a squeeze. You're a silly sod, Laz. You know that, don't you? And then some. Tufty put a hand on Ricky Welsh's head and pushed it down as he guided him into the back of the big car, making sure he didn't mess up those flowing, shoulder-length locks of his by battering them against the doorframe. Once in, Ricky sat all squinted over to one side, unable to sit properly because of his hands being cuffed behind his back. Soon as Tufty had fastened Ricky's seatbelt for him, Logan started the car's engine and fiddled with the rear-view mirror until their new friend's face filled the reflection. You're not going to give us any trouble, are you, Ricky? Bloody dog tried to rip my leg off. Your dog tried to rip my officer's face off, so we're probably even. I'm in agony here, okay? Steele wriggled down in the passenger seat as Tufty climbed in on the other side of Ricky. How long till Fraserburgh? Logan turned on the windscreen wipers, grinding away a gritty swathe of ice. Half an hour? Outside, two of Mitchell's team were struggling Laura Welsh into the OSU van. They'd put a spit hood on her. It made her look as if she was wearing a baggy nylon condom on her head. The other two, Stevie Fowler and Nick McDowell, were being loaded into a second patrol car. Course you know what's going to happen, don't you, Ricky? Steele pointed as Harper climbed into the car with Fowler and McDowell. That pair of hipster halfwits will spend the next 30 minutes spilling their guts to Detective Superintendent Harper, all the way from here to Fraserburgh, trying to cut a deal by landing you and your charming wife in the crap. The OSU van pulled away from the curb, headlights scrawling their way across the granite houses as it did a 3-point turn. What do you think, Sergeant McRae? How long's our Ricky boy going to get sent down for? Logan did a 3-pointer of his own, following the van. Good question. Had to be, 60 grand's worth of heroin in there? Kilo of amphetamine? Plus 9,000 quid bricks of resin? He sucked a breath in through his teeth. Fiver says 8 years. 8 years? Aye, if the sheriff's in a really good mood. 5 quid on 12 to 14. Deal. She reached across the car and shook his hand. Ricky curled his lip. Yeah, good try. I'm completely bricking it back here. Woe is me, etc. He shifted from side to side in his seat. Amateurs. Ah well, it had been a long shot anyway. Logan took them out through the town limits, following the OSU van on the road to Fraserburgh. One last go. Ricky? Logan caught his eye in the rear-view mirror. Hamish Mowat only died on Wednesday, and you're already climbing into bed with Jessica Campbell. Not very loyal, is it? No reply. How do you think Reuben's going to feel about that? Think he's going to be happy? Ricky Welsh squirmed for a moment, then shrugged. No comment. What do you think he's going to do when he finds out? No comment. Maybe Harper would have more luck with Fowler and McDowell. Who knew? Maybe Fowler would keep his trap shut about delivering a package for Logan. Then maybe pixies and fairies would scamper out of DCI Steele's backside and buy them all fish suppers for their tea. Ricky Welsh was probably right. No comment was the only way to go. Chapter 37. Steele yawned, showing off grey fillings and a yellow tongue, then slumped in her chair. Time is it? Logan checked. Nearly 1:30. Fraserburgh Station was coffin quiet, not so much as the creak of a floorboard to break the spell. Wind battered the windows in the sergeant's office, hail crackling against the glass. Outside, the streetlights bobbed and weaved, their pale yellow glow blurred by the weather. 1:30. Steele slumped even further, trouser legs riding up to expose pale, hairy shins. Bored. Knackered. So go home. And my ribs hurt. He shut down his computer. So, go home. Feels like someone's given me a going over with a lawnmower. At least that would explain the hairstyle. There's no point hanging around here. 1, we have to wait for everyone's lawyers to turn up. 2, then we've got to wait for them to coach their clients in the ancient art of denying everything. 3, Harper says she's sitting in on all the interviews, so it'll take hours before it's done. He stood and stretched, wincing as it pulled at the bruises along his back. Might as well foxtrot Oscar, go home, and get some sleep. Another yawn. Harper? You know on first-name terms yet? After all those years you spent swimming about together in your dad's testicles, think you would have developed some sort of bond? Calling each other sir and sergeant. No natural. Why is every woman in my life a pain in the backside? Steele grinned. Your own fault for being part of the oppressive patriarchal hierarchy. She scratched at her belly, frowned. I want chips. Good for you. He fastened his equipment belt, then velcroed on his stab-proof vest. Now are you coming or not? Chips! Steele banged on the arms of her chair. Chips, 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 chips! So this was what having a toddler was like. Suit yourself, but don't say I didn't. A knock on the door. Then Narveer poked his turban into the office. His eyes were swollen around the bridge of his nose, a circle of black flecks crusting each nostril. Sergeant McCrae, Detective Superintendent Harper would like to see you downstairs regarding the 2 gentlemen we arrested at the Welsh's. Interview room 2, please. Ah. She'd found out about him and Stevie Fowler. Well, it had to happen sooner or later. Right. Deep breath. A nod. Then he followed Narveer out into the corridor, back straight, chin up. All the way down the stairs, the detective inspector peered at him, not saying anything. At the bottom he stopped, put a hand on Logan's arm. Sergeant McCrae, I understand this is probably very difficult for you. Now there was an understatement. But I need you to see it from the super's point of view. Her brother was involved in organised crime. Yeah, that would probably be a bit embarrassing for her. But it wasn't as if she didn't have plausible deniability, was it? Sergeant McCrae, Logan, just because she's known about you for years, it doesn't mean she's used to the reality of the situation. She wasn't the one who'd end up doing 8 years in HMP Glen Oakle with all the other dodgy police officers and vulnerable prisoners. Give her time, okay? She's a much nicer person when you get to know her. What? Logan licked his lips. You sure about that? She's been an only child her whole life, well, except for the spectre of you and your brother. And now here you are. He poked Logan in the shoulder, in the flesh. A shrug. Given how much she hated you last week, she's come a long way. Yeah. Anyway, better not keep her waiting. Narveer led the way through the station, along its creaky galleon floors, to a bland door with a big 2 painted on it and a laminated sign. No persons to be left unattended in this room at any time. Narveer knocked, then opened the door. Harper was sitting there, on her own, violating the signage. She tried on a smile. Sergeant McCrae, I want you to sit in on the interviews with Fowler and McDowell. I need a result on this one. You did a good job bursting Martin Milne. Let's see if you can do it again. Oh, great. Sit in a little room, trying to get the guy who was meant to deliver an illegal package to him to incriminate himself without mentioning Reuben, or Logan, or the illegal package. Because that was going to go so well. And it'd be videoed, so they'd have him on record fiddling the truth. Wonderful. 8 years for being concerned in the supply of controlled drugs, contrary to Section 4(3)(b) of the Misuse of Drugs Act 1971, my lord, and another 8 for trying to pervert the course of justice. Hurrah! Are you all right, Sergeant? Only I thought you'd be pleased at this show of faith. Yes. He pulled on a smile of his own. It hung there like a scar. Thank you. Screwed, 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 screwed. For the record, I'm now showing Mr. Fowler Exhibit 16A. Harper held up an evidence bag full of small white pills. Do you recognize these, Stephen? The interview room smelled of aftershave and tobacco, both of which oozed out of Fowler as if he'd been drenched in them. He'd been stripped of his hoodies, sand shoes and skin-tight jeans, and given a white SOC suit instead, rustling every time he moved. Are they pills of some kind? Playing it wide-eyed and innocent. At least it made a change from the usual no comment. Seriously, Stephen. She glanced at Logan. Can you believe this guy? Fowler shrugged and spread his hands. What am I supposed to say? They look like some sort of pill to me. What kind of pill? I'm doing my best to cooperate. I could have lawyered up and I didn't, did I? I really want to help, but me and Nick were only there to look at a mountain bike. If I'd known they were drug dealers, we'd never have gone, honestly. Harper stared at him, then wrote something down in her notebook, tore the page off, folded it, and handed it to Logan. Feel free to actually contribute at some point. Well, there was probably no point putting it off any longer. Logan cleared his throat. Have you been in the market for a mountain bike for long, Stephen? Yeah, totally. I see. Good. And what do you do when you're not shopping for second-hand bicycles? Got a job? Pink bloomed in Fowler's cheeks. Not at the moment. I see. He shifted in his seat, then ran a hand across his sideways quiff as if checking it was still there. I'm not on benefits or anything, okay? Got made redundant last week, that's all. I see. Me and Nick worked as roustabouts for 2 years. Then the oil price, you know. Silence. Wasn't our fault. Everyone says they're tightening their belts, yeah? Well, their belts are cutting off our circulation. How am I supposed to support my kids with no job? I see. Fowler leaned forwards, shoulders scrunched up around his ears. It's not easy out there. Yeah, I got my redundancy, but it's not going to last, is it? Got to make your own way in the world. Can't rely on handouts, can you? Logan tapped his pen against his notebook. Tap, tap, tap. Like a metronome. Fowler stared at it. Man's got to work. That's what we wanted the bike for. Going to start a messenger service in Aberdeen. Point to point for oil companies and that, you know. Tap, tap, tap. I mean, everyone's got packages they need delivered, right? Letters and bids and tenders and things. Stuff you can't email. Tap, tap, tap. And that's why we were there. Need to buy a couple of bikes to get it off the ground. Tap, tap, tap. He wrapped his arms around himself. See? Nothing weird about it. Just 2 blokes trying to pay their way. Tap. Pause. Tap. Pause. Tap. Harper sighed. Interview suspended at 1:40. She pressed the button, then stood. I suggest we take a comfort break and reconvene in 5 minutes. Sergeant McCrae will look after you. As soon as the door shut behind her, Logan leaned forward, mirroring Fowler. Stephen, I know who you are. Fowler blinked at him. You're already delivering packages, aren't you? That bit of your story was true. He bit his top lip and stared at the tabletop. Don't know what you mean. Oh, come off it, Stephen. I know, okay? Reuben, the package, hiding it? He picked up the notebook and slammed it down again. I know! Fowler flinched. His shoulders trembled. I don't... You were supposed to drop off a package. Oh, Christ. He scrubbed a hand across his face, as if he was trying to rub some life back into it. Who told you? Well? Yes, there was a package. Fowler scooted forward in his seat, talking low and fast. Look, it hasn't been easy, okay? The redundancy, I need to make money. I've got 2 kids and an ex who thinks I'm made of the bloody stuff. So I do a bit of delivery driving. It's no big deal, is it? A bit of picking up and dropping off. He bared his teeth. Only I need a lot more than picking up and dropping off money. So I thought, why not?
I mean, it's not like this Reuben guy is going to shop me to the police if I nick his drugs, is it? How's he even going to know? Really? I think he might notice. No, think about it. I pull a fast one at the handover. I keep the stuff, but give them fake pills. Nick films it on his phone, so it all looks cool, see? We gave the guy the stuff, so it must be them what stole it, not us. We're in the clear. Fowler bit his bottom lip. All's fair in love and dealing, right? All's fair. Have you any idea what Reuben does to people who steal? Logan narrowed his eyes. Wait a minute. Give the guy the stuff. The guy. Not Logan. Stephen Fowler had no idea who he was. What about this guy you were meant to deliver the package to? What about him? Probably some drug-dealing scumbag. Not like anyone's going to miss him. Fowler raised his nose. If you think about it, I'm doing society a favour. He didn't have a clue. Who is he? The guy who's getting the package. Name. A shrug made the SOC suit crackle. First parking spot, west of Port Soy, 2:30 Tuesday morning is all I got. No names. The details were exactly the same as Uckert had given him, only Uckert had trusted Logan with Stevie Fowler's name. He really didn't know. A smile crept across Logan's face. Fowler pulled his chin in and sat back. What? What's so funny? Maybe he could get away with this after all. Harper sighed her way back into her seat. Clicked the button on the recording unit. Interview recommences at 1:37. Logan gave her a grin. Mr. Fowler would like to make a statement, wouldn't you, Stephen? He twisted his head to one side, shoulders up. The sideways quiff was developing a distinct droop. Yeah. Just tell Detective Superintendent Harper what you told me. Fowler puffed his cheeks out, then nodded. Okay. Here's the thing. Harper stared down the corridor as Fowler was led back to the cells. Then she turned to Logan. How did you do that? He closed the interview room door. Got lucky, I suppose. No. I was only gone for 6 minutes, and when I got back, there he was singing like a parakeet. You did the same thing with Martin Milne. You want to take a quick pop at McDowell, too? Let him know Fowler's trying to dob him in as the brains of the operation. Tiny creases appeared between her eyebrows. Why are you still a sergeant? Say 15 minutes to grab something from the vending machines. Then I'll get McDowell into number 3. You should be a DI by now, at the very least. You're 3 times the cop that wrinkly disaster is. Logan shrugged, then headed towards the stairs. Tried being a DI once. Didn't like it. Either you're a dick and make someone else do all your paperwork and rosters, or you've got sod all time to do any investigating. She shook her head, following him up to the canteen. You really do take after Dad, don't you? No idea. Chapter 38. Dark fields whipped past the big car's windows, banks of grey snow lining the road. Sitting in the passenger seat, Steele didn't bother to stifle the yawn that made her head look like a flip-top bin. Knackered. Well, you should have gone home when I said, shouldn't you? Logan pressed the button on his airwave. Sergeant McCrae to Constable Nicholson. Safe to talk? There was a pause, then. Aye, aye, Sarge. How's it going, Calamity? Like a grave. Not a creature is stirring, not even a druggie. Must be the weather. Good. Tufty behaving himself on his last night in nappies. He's brought in fancy pieces. And I mean really fancy. Steele thumped Logan in the arm. Make sure they save some for us. I'm starving. Had nothing to eat but 2 packs of Wotsits and a toffee crisp since midnight. Wanted to check in and make sure everything was all right. Thanks, Dad. We'll be back in time for threeses. He let go of the button. The tarmac glittered with frost that flared in the headlights, then disappeared back into the night. Steele dug her hands into her armpits. Have you got a deep fat fryer back at the house? No. Chip pan? No. What kind of Scotsman are you? More fields. They drifted through the limits at Crudy, dropping to 50. Not that there was much of it.
The place was little more than a scattering of houses spread out along the road. If it weren't for the dirty big signs at either end with "Crudy, please drive carefully" on them, you'd barely know it was there. Logan glanced across the car. "I saw the interview, by the way. You and Jack Wallace." "Oh, aye?" "Seemed like a lovely man. You know, apart from all the sexual assaults and treating women like they're punch bags."
"Wallace is a prince, all right."
She shook her head, then turned and stared at Logan.
"You're Napier's bitch now, aren't you?"
"Well, what did you want me to do? Refuse to help him? That wouldn't look suspicious, would it? At least this way I'm on the inside. I can finesse things." She slid further down in her seat, then plonked both feet up on the dashboard.
"Blah, blah, blah."
"Look, Napier says he'd be just as happy exonerating you. It's not like you actually did anything. Is it?" No reply. Logan glanced at her again. "Did you?"
"Course I didn't."
She pursed her lips and hummed for a bit.
"Once upon a time, in the fabled granite city of Aberdeen, there lived a man named Jack Wallace. Now, Jack Wallace wasn't a very nice man. In fact, he was a complete and utter bastard. He liked to attack women, beat and rape them. It made him feel big and clever."
Steele turned her face to the window.
"One sunny evening in May, Wallace drugged and raped a 17-year-old girl called Rosalind Cooper, and if that wasn't bad enough, he filmed it on his phone and used it to blackmail her into a relationship."
Steele made quote marks with her fingers.
"So he could keep on raping and battering her without having to bother shelling out for drugs."
Logan tightened his grip on the steering wheel.
"He filmed it. Now, Rosalind thought her mother and father would blame her for the attack, and they would throw her out at the house and never speak to her again. And Wallace told her everyone would call her a slut and a whore, and she'd never get a job or any friends ever again. And she was so scared and traumatized, she actually believed him."
Steele dug out her e-cigarette and took a long, slow drag, setting the tip glowing bright blue.
"Then one day, a brave knight rode in on a big white horse with a sharny arse, and she said, 'Come on, Roslyn, you're no to blame here. It's that scumbag Wallace who's at fault. We'll do him for rape and make sure he gets locked away for years and years and years.' But Roslyn was too scared to press charges, because if she did, it would all come out, and her parents would know, and they'd never love her again. And the brave knight told her they could get round that. They could make it work. But she was too scared."
"What happened?" Steele blew a line of steam at the windscreen.
"It wasn't even the first time he'd done it. The first poor cow he filmed ended up in a secure ward doped up to the ears because spiders kept crawling out of her fingertips. Completely and utterly broken."
A small laugh broke free, but there was no humour in it.
"So Rosalind did the only thing that made sense to her. She climbed into a very hot bath with a bottle of vodka and a craft knife. Her little brother found her next morning. Apparently he sees a therapist twice a week now."
More fields. They passed the turn-off to Gardenstown. Logan shook his head.
"So get a search warrant, find the phone, and show the footage to the Procurator Fiscal. Get the scumbag charged. You really think I've no tried that? Can't get a warrant on the word of a dead girl."
Another line of steam hit the windscreen.
"And even if I could, what did that prove? She's drugged in the video, she's no fighting back, and it's no as if she can testify in court, is it? We'd never get a conviction."
More fields, wide, flat, and rolling beneath the icy moonlight.
"Tell you, lads, I've never had a better day than when I turned up at Wallace's house to give him a hard time and found a ton of kiddie porn just sitting there on his laptop."
This time the laugh had a lot more joy in it.
"I mean, a slideshow, for God's sake. Wee shite was probably gearing up for a good wank when I turned up and spoiled the romantic mood. And now he's got 6 years of spanking his raping wee monkey cock in a prison cell. Assuming he can get it up without staring at images of abused kids or beating the crap out of some poor woman. Serves him right."
Hard to argue with that. Steele grinned across the car at him.
"You know what? I'm in such a good mood, I'm even prepared to put up with oven chips. If you've got any."
Logan peered out of the bedroom window at the street below. Steele wound her way along the road, having had to settle for cheese on toast and a large Balvenie instead. When she'd disappeared from view, he shut the curtains and pulled out his mobile. Dialed John Uckert. The phone rang and rang and rang. Then finally,
Hello? What?
"You can tell Reuben the delivery's off."
What? Who's...
A cough rattled out of the earpiece.
Mr. McCrae? What time is it?
Logan's eyes flicked to the clock radio. 03:32. "The delivery's off. Stevie Fowler got himself arrested in a drugs raid 4 hours ago." Uckert yawned, then swore.
He got himself arrested?
He was never going to deliver the package. It was all a scam so he could steal the drugs and sell them to a local dealer.
Oh, Reuben's going to love that.
Is there? And before you ask, no. He's confessed in front of a detective superintendent from the Serious Organised Crime Task Force. There's no way in hell he's walking free. Uckert made a noise like a deflating mattress.
That's unfortunate.
And did Mr. Fowler happen to mention where he'd got the package from in the first place? And where he was meant to deliver it? Good job he didn't have my name, or I'd be in the cell next door by now. And the package is the 1.5 kilos of amphetamines. He'd already sold it. It's evidence. A sigh.
Mr. McCrae, you know how Reuben's going to react, don't you? He doesn't like people who steal from the organisation.
Really? Because I don't like people who threaten my kids and send thugs round to kill me. Logan slammed his palm into the wallpaper.
I understand where you're coming from, Mr. McCrae, but you really have to put that behind you and move on.
Move on?
Seriously, dude, chill. I had a word with the Reubenator and smoothed things out. Told him he can't kill you because you're the executor for Mr. Mowatt's will. He bumps you off and everything will take forever to sort out.
And what happens after the will's executed? He sends someone else.
That's how the system works. The big dog eats the small dog. You don't like getting bit? Be the bigger dog.
Logan settled onto the edge of the bed. I'm supposed to just forget about it.
No, you're supposed to bite back.
A pause.
So we'll see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh, right. The reading of the will. Don't think I've got any choice. Not now. Logan hung up and switched off his phone. He stood there, frowning down at the bed, then knelt beside it and fished out the polished wooden box. Should really give the gun a proper wipe down, make sure there were no fingerprints on it. Tomorrow was going to be a big day. Monday day shift. I being of sound mind and body. Chapter 39. And we finally have some good news. Standing with her back to the whiteboard, Harper pointed the remote. The screen on the wall opposite filled with a satellite image of the coast. Gardenston was marked with a big arrow, as if no one in the room would know what the place was. The two arms of the harbour made a broken triangle, poking out into the sea like a cartoon nose and jaw, with mooring jetties for teeth. Harper pressed a button and a red laser dot appeared, then swept towards the harbour entrance. We got a phone call from Martin Milne at 6:30 this morning. Malk the Knife's people have been in touch. A rumble of conversation went around the room. Standing against the wall, by the door, Logan shifted from one foot to the other. Something hard and spiky was frolicking across his back, digging its claws into his spine. He took another swig of water from his mug. Didn't seem to matter how much he drank today. His mouth was still like a desert, head throbbing like an overripe boil full of burning pus. Nervier? Her sidekick stood and read from a sheet of paper, voice slightly rounded and mushy, forced down a bruised and swollen nose. At 4:00 this afternoon, the Jotun Sverd will leave Peterhead Harbour and rendezvous with a private yacht 60 miles east of Bora in the Murray Firth. The crew will take on board a number of sealed crates and conceal them in containers already on board. The screen changed to a photo of a small supply boat, about a third as big as the usual neon-coloured monstrosities, with superstructure at the front and a railed loading bay at the back, like a floating pickup truck. It probably would have taken 2 full-size containers, but they'd managed to fit about 8 of the smaller ones on it, each emblazoned with Gearóid Container Management and Logistics and their angry Viking logo. Logan took another swig. It wasn't as if he could blame a hangover. 1 whiskey and that was it. No. The churning sensation in his stomach and head was probably down to what he'd hidden beneath the passenger seat of his rusty old Fiat Punto. Sealed away in a freezer bag. Sealed inside another freezer bag, with a brown paper evidence bag over the top of that. 1 semi-automatic pistol of Eastern European extraction, with a full magazine of bullets and a silencer. All ready to bark in Reuben's face. The Jotun Sverd will then make its way north of Gardenston and wait there until 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, when it will come into the harbour and be met by a transit van. Malcolm McLennan's men will then unload the merchandise and take it away. He ran a hand across his face. It came away damp. Thank you, Narvir. Harper pointed the remote and the aerial view was back, but zoomed in so the harbour filled the screen. We will be positioned here. The red dot swept to the left-hand side. Here, right, and here. A secondary unit will cover the access roads in and out of Gardensdown. Everything had seemed so clear last night. He wasn't doing it for himself anymore. He was doing it to stop Reuben sending someone after Jasmine and Naomi. He was doing it to save Steele from another beating. He was doing it to stop a turf war between the Aberdeen mob and everyone else. He was doing it because no one else would, and it needed to be done. It really did. It was all decided. So why could he barely breathe? You'll get your team assignments tomorrow. Harper put the remote down. Now, any questions? Steele sidled up next to him, kept her voice low. You all right? Someone's hand went up. Becky. Did we get a result last night? Yes and no, D.S. Mackenzie. 2 individuals arrested at the Welsh's house have confessed to selling Class A drugs and are giving up their supply chain, thanks to Sergeant McRae. Everyone turned to look at him. Lots of nods and smiles. His stomach lurched, saliva flooding his dry mouth. Don't be sick. Don't be sick. He swallowed it down. As for Ricky and Laura Welsh, it's no comment all the way. So far there's nothing concrete to connect them with Ma Campbell or the murder of Peter Shepherd. That doesn't mean we're going to stop digging, though. Seriously, Laz. Steele put a hand on his arm. You look like you're about to blow chunks. I'm fine. Liar. Harper held up her hand. Right. You all know what you're doing, so go out there and do it. The assembled horde shuffled from the room. Harper and Narvir settled at the conference table, scrawling notes across piles of actions. Steele wandered over to the window, mobile phone clamped to her ear. Logan blew out a shaky breath. Well, if you don't need me, I'm going to... No, you don't. A sniff. Then Harper straightened up. Sergeant, while I appreciate your assistance last night, I want you to get something perfectly straight. I expect members of my team to turn up for work sober and functioning, not hungover and useless. I'm not hungover. How am I supposed to catch Peter Shepherd's killers if my officers are the walking dead after last night's binge drinking? I'm not hungover. And while we're at it, what did I say about you coming to work in plain clothes? I was perfectly clear. You're... Hoy! Steele held the phone against her chest. Much though I hate to break up this family bondage session, your big brother's telling the truth. Mr. Grey and Sweaty here looks like a puddle of sick because he's off to bury his girlfriend today. Hence the ugly suit. Ah. Harper closed her mouth. Now, if you don't mind, I'm trying to have phone sex with my wife here. I'll tell you all about it later if you like, Super. Blow by blow. No, thank you. The muscles worked in Harper's cheeks, clenching and unclenching, as she gathered up her actions and stuffed them into an awkward pile. That won't be necessary. Narvir, we'd better go... out. The DI kept his face expressionless. Yes, Super. He followed her from the room, pausing only to throw a wink back at Steele from the doorway before sealing the pair of them in. Logan sagged against the wall. Thanks. What time's the funeral? He pointed at her phone. Aren't you keeping Susan waiting? Nah, it's only Rennie. He's away to the baker's for breakfast butties. You want booby trap or sausage? Sausage. Maybe it'd help settle his stomach. Funeral's at 12. Brown or red? Red. A nod, then she was back on the phone. Aye, and another sausage butty with tomato sauce. Of course he wants it both sides buttered. Have you never seen Master Chef? Good. Get on with it then. She stuck her phone back in her pocket. Susan's coming, and she's bringing Jasmine and Naomi. Apparently Jasmine insisted. Says you need her there to hold your hand. That's very kind. Tell you, Laz, she's turning into a right little control freak. Steele settled on the edge of the conference table. You okay? No. Know what you're going to say? The eulogy. Yeah. He rubbed at his face, then sighed. Got to head into town early. Make sure everything's sorted with the church and the lawyers and the cemetery. And I've still got to sort out the insurance for the caravan. You know Susan and me are here for you, right? If you need someone to lean on, you've got people on your side, Laz. All of us. Even Rennie. I know he's a useless wee spud most of the time, but he means well. Logan nodded. Thanks. Now, have your butty, then sod off and go and do what you've got to do. I'll clear everything with your wee sister. A grin burst its way across Steele's face. And if she gives me any trouble, I'll tell her about the time I went caravanning in the Lake District with a dental hygienist and the bumper book of lesbian fun. Ah, the glory days of youth. Sarge? Logan looked up from his sausage butty, and there was Tufty, hanging his head around the sergeant's office door. Officer Quirrell, I presume? He limped into the room. And on the last and final night, verily didst the brave probationer do battle with a ravening wolf and recovered the fair maiden, Tracy Brown. You found Tracy Brown? Tufty leaned on the desk and raised his gimpy leg off the carpet an inch. She was holed up with a married man in Stricken. His wife was off to Disneyland Paris with the kids for a week, so Tracy and him were having a non-stop humpathon till they got back. Typical. Too busy shagging to notice the whole northeast of Scotland is plastered in missing posters with her face on them. Why do we bother? He bit another mouthful of sausage and bun, tomato sauce making a dribbly bloodstain across the back of his hand, chewing around the words. What about the wolf? Bloke had a poodle, but it was massive, at least 2 foot tall, with teeth like carving knives. Logan pointed a finger at the limpy leg. Get that seen to. Course, soon as Big Donald Brown find out someone's been riding his wee girl like she's the Indiana Jones et le Temple de Peril roller coaster, he's going to go ballistique. Might be an idea to get a Grade 1 flag on the house, just in case. Will do. Tufty puffed out a breath. You hear we got a fatal RTC last night? Wee boy in his pimped-out Peugeot lost it in the snow on the Fraserburgh Road. Bang! Right into a telegraph pole. Little sod walked away, but his girlfriend? Tufty grimaced. Shook his head. Every winter. They prosecuting? Bloody hope so. He hooked a thumb over his shoulder. Anyway, you coming to White Hills with us? Drookit Haddie. Fish, chips, beer. They might even break out the karaoke machine. I'd love to, but I can't. It's Samantha's funeral. Tufty's eyes went wide. Oh, crap. I'm sorry, Sarge. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Him and everyone else. Don't worry about it. You go have fun. It's not every day you get to become a proper police officer. We're proud of you, Tufty. Sarge. He limp shuffled his feet for a moment, then leaned forward and patted Logan on the shoulder. If you need anything, you know. A shrug. A nod. Then Tufty cleared his throat. Right. Better go get my gaping wound seen to before they have to amputate my whole leg. You do that. Logan polished off the last bite of butty, wiped his hands on the napkin it came wrapped in, then soaked his fingers clean. Stood. No point putting it off any longer. By the end of the day, there would be something much darker red than tomato sauce on his hands. The song on the radio faded away, replaced by someone who sounded as if they'd not taken their medication that morning. Hurrah! Wasn't that terrific? We've got the news and weather coming up at the top of the hour with Sexy Susie. Don't miss it. But first, here's a blast from the past. Anyone remember H from Steps? Well... Logan killed the engine, and the rusty Fiat Punto pinged and rattled. He checked his watch. 9:50. 10 minutes. Blew out a long, rattling breath. Come on. This wasn't difficult. People did this all over the world every day. Gun, forehead, trigger, bullet. Yes, but I can't do it in a solicitor's office, can I? He glanced at himself in the rear-view mirror. Well, of course you can't, Logan. That would be stupid. Not to mention all the witnesses. Exactly. He chewed on the ragged edge of a fingernail, working it smooth. Have to get him somewhere private. Somewhere you can get rid of the body. Where, though? Where's he going to go with a police officer? A police officer he tried to have killed 2 days ago. He's going to know something's up. And what about the body? How do we get rid of that? Logan blinked at his reflection. Are we really doing this? You know we've got no choice. Be the bigger dog. What about the pig farm? Kill 2 birds and 1 fat, violent bastard with 1 stone. People die out there all the time. What's 1 more meal for the pigs? True. Very true. But how do we get him out there? He has... A knock on the car window sent him flinching back in his seat. Jesus! He turned, and there was John Uckert, smiling in at him. Logan undid his seatbelt and climbed out into the bitter morning air. Mr. Uckert? Mr. McCrae! Glad you could make it. He stuck out his hand for shaking and nodded at the manky Fiat Punto. Hope I didn't interrupt your phone call. Phone call? Don't know about you, but I always feel a right nutter talking on a Bluetooth headset. Everyone thinks you're talking to yourself. Yes, not a problem. Logan locked the car, as if anyone would be desperate enough to steal a rusty pile of disappointment when it was surrounded by all these Audis, Jaguars, and BMWs. The car park was tucked off Diamond Street, which didn't exactly live up to its name. Instead of sparkling, the road was lined with the backs of buildings, half facing out onto Union Terrace, the other half Golden Square, leaving a dark, narrow canyon of grey and old brick. Uckert patted the roof of Logan's car. Suppose you'll be upgrading after today. It took a moment for that to sink in. Wee Hamish's bequest. 2/3 £1,000,000. Probably not. Right, got you. Don't want to arouse suspicions. Clever. Logan put a hand in his pocket, steadying the gun. Better get this over with. Got a funeral to go to. Yeah, totally. A nod. Then he led the way to a black painted door in the corner of the car park, with an intercom mounted beside it. Pressed the call button. Mr. Uckert and Mr. McCrae for Mr. Moyer Fackerson. We have an appointment? There was a pause. Then the unit buzzed and the door popped open an inch. Uckert leaned on it, exposing a short corridor with a flight of stairs at the end. He held the door for Logan, dropping his voice to a whisper as soon as they were inside. I told Reuben about Stevie Fowler. He is not happy. What a shock. Logan kept his hand on the gun. It was still in its bags, but the outline of the thing was clear enough. No idea if it would be fireable, though, not without jabbing his finger through the freezer bags to pull the trigger. He's getting worse, and yeah, I know that sounds hard to believe, but it's like breakdancing in a sodden minefield right now. Logan stopped at the foot of the stairs and stared at Uckert. So we kill him? A frown. Uckert licked his lips. Mr. McCrae, it's... We get him out to one of the pig farms, and we put a bullet in him. Let the pigs take care of the rest. Silence. Uckert stared down at the shiny black tips of his shoes. Mr. McCrae, I'm not supposed to take sides, okay? I'm meant to be impartial, like, the civil service. You and Reuben, you're the Tories and Labour. Whichever side wins is the next government. My job's to make sure the country still runs. Implement policy and that. Impartial? Logan poked Uckert in the chest.
You were the one who told me to kill him. Yeah, well. A shrug. You know, that's impartial advice, isn't it? Just saying what Mr. Mowat thought. So what, you're happy for me to shoot Reuben, as long as you don't have to get your hands dirty? That it? I can't take... You said it yourself. He's getting worse. What's it going to be like when he starts a war? But this is what Hamish wanted. What other option do we have? Urquhart dragged in a deep breath, stared at his shoes again. We don't. Tonight. Tell him we have to talk about Stephen Fowler nicking his drugs and selling them to Jessica Campbell, and we have to do it at the pig farm so no one knows we're meeting. Can you sort it? A nod. Think so. And no witnesses. You, me, and him there. No one else. Urquhart nodded, bit his bottom lip. Does this mean you're taking charge? Because... Hello? The door at the top of the stairs opened, and a middle-aged woman with lacquered hair and 1950s Dame Edna glasses. Her pink cardigan was buttoned all the way up. Is there something wrong? Urquhart waved at her. Sorry, had to tie my shoelace. Be right up. Well, the reading is about to start, and Mr. Moyer Fackerson is a very busy man. Of course. He hurried up the stairs, and Logan followed him, through into a reception area lined with historic views of Aberdeen in gilded frames, mounted on dark mahogany panelling. She waved a hand toward the door on the far side of the room. Mr. Moyer Fackerson is waiting for you. Of course. Urquhart gave a short bow. Thank you, Mrs. Jeffreys. Always a pleasure. Logan opened the door. It was a conference room, with a long oak table down the middle, and views out through a pair of mullioned windows to the heart of Golden Square, which was basically one big pay-and-display car park with a few trees around the central bank of parking and a statue in the middle, all drab and squashed under the pale grey sky. Reuben stood by a side table, helping himself to a cup of tea in a raisin whirl. The expensive suit managed to even out some of the bulges, but he still looked massive. Dangerous. His hands dwarfed the thin china cup. His scarred face turned, eyes drifting up Logan, then down again. A grunt. About time. A tall, dapper man sat at the head of the long table, in a dark suit that looked even more expensive than Reuben's. The hair at his temples was solid white, beneath a lid of greying black. Distinguished. Patriarchal. The only thing slightly out of kilter was the squint nose. He checked his watch, then pulled on a thin smile. And we can begin. The only other person in the room was a shrunken woman with pink-tinged hair and hands taloned with arthritis. Skin hung in loose wattles from her chin to the neck of her tweed jacket, her face like a scrunched-up chamois leather, her eyes polished onyx buried in the folds. Sandy Moyer Fackerson dipped into a leather briefcase and came out with a leather folder, opened it like a tomb, and began to read. I, Hamish Alexander Selkirk Mowat, being of sound mind and body, do hereby declare this to be my last will and testament. Chapter 40. Sign here and here. Moyer Fackerson pointed, and Logan scrawled his signature in the appropriate places. And here. Outside the conference room window, the skies had darkened to the colour of a burned body. Thick white flakes drifted down amongst the cars parked outside, falling on Porsches and manky Fiat Puntos alike. And here. And lastly here. Logan did. The solicitor took the documents back and blew on the signatures, as if they'd been done with a quill rather than the Police Scotland biro. Now, if you'll excuse me, I shall instruct my colleagues to set the wheels in motion. He stood. Thank you for your patience, everyone. The little old lady nodded, setting her wattles swaying. He was a good man and all. Reuben hadn't moved for the last half hour. No sign of life, except for the muscles in his jaw clenching and unclenching. She sighed. And very generous. £300,000 just for cleaning his house. She brought out a handkerchief and dabbed at a wrinkly eye. A braw man. She waved one of her claws at Urquhart. Can you help me up? Of course, Mrs. P. You lean on me. Uckert got her to her feet and guided her across the wooden floor with its fancy rug and out into the reception. As soon as they were gone, Reuben bared his teeth. 2/3 Logan stared at the ceiling, moulded and pristine, with a modest chandelier. Nothing to do with me. It's what Hamish wanted. Pin your lugs back, McCrae. You screw about with this will, you stand in the way or delay anything, I'm going to carve. For God's sake, Reuben, give it a rest. Who the hell do you think you're? Yes, you're all big and scary. Well done. Logan's hand wrapped around the evidence bag in his pocket, feeling the outline of the gun. Its weight. You think this is easy for me? I'm a police officer. This is all profits from crime, and I'm supposed to divvy it up between a bunch of thugs and gangsters. How's that going to look? He shook his head. Should hand the whole thing over to the National Crime Agency and let them deal with it. A growl rumbled across the table. Don't worry, I won't. I promised Hamish. Logan gave up on the ceiling and looked at the glowering lump of hate and gristle sitting opposite instead. We need to talk about Stevie Fowler. A big fat finger poked across the table. I want that bastard out on bail. I want him where I can get at him. Not possible. Too many top brass were there when he was arrested. They know about his confession. Hell, they're falling over each other to claim credit for it. He stays where he is. When I say I want him out, I want him out. And I say he's not going anywhere. Logan tightened his grip on the gun. If you want him, you'll have to go after him where he is. Wow. Uckert sauntered back into the room, closing the door behind him. Mrs. P, eh? What a woman. He helped himself to a chocolate mini-roll, popping the thing in his mouth hole, chewing with his mouth open. Cleaning house, eh? Never heard it called that before. Reuben's finger swung down and ground itself into the desk, as if he was stubbing out a cigar. Where are my damned drugs? Same thing. They're evidence and everyone knows about them. He lunged like a St. Bernard, back hunched, huge paws on the table, barking, spittle flying. I want my bloody drugs back! Uckert's eyes bugged. Shh! Jesus, Reuben! You want everyone in Aberdeen to hear. Come on, calm the beans, man, yeah? Reuben glowered at him. You know it makes sense, right? Calm. We can't talk about this here. Too many ears. He licked his lips and snuck a glance at Logan. How about we meet up later? Just the three of us. Sort out what we're going to do about that two-faced git Fowler and his thieving mate. Stealing from us and flogging it to one of Ma Campbell's dealers. Who does he think we are, clangers? The big man stayed where he was. Reuben, calm, dude. We can sort it. Mr. McCrae's on the team, aren't you, Mr. McCrae? Logan let go of the gun. Of course I am. He nodded at the copy of wee Hamish Mowatt's will he'd got in his executor's pack. I know you don't like what's in there, but it ties me to the organisation. I'm up to my ears whether I like it or not. A grunt. Then Reuben stood up straight, towering over the pair of them. Where? Call it midnight, when no one's about. Uckert gave a small shrug, as if it wasn't important, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. How about West Gairnhill Farm? That's good, isn't it? Secluded. Fine. Midnight. Reuben jabbed his finger at Logan again. Be there. Then he turned and lumbered from the room like a well-dressed grizzly bear, and every bit as deadly. As the door swung shut, Logan slumped in his seat and covered his face with his hands. Gah! Uckert blew out a long breath. If it were done when 'tis done, then 'twere well it were done quickly. So he couldn't spell in a text message, but quoting Shakespeare was okay. Anyway, better get off. Uckert let out another elongated sigh. Places to go, people to kill. No, I wanted to make sure everything was okay, that's all. Logan leaned against the windowsill, looking down at the street below as Reuben's rounded figure hunched its way towards a dark blue Bentley. On the other end of the phone, Andy had his professional voice on, the pronunciation crisp and calm, soothing.
Everything's under control, Mr. McCrae. We brought Samantha down an hour ago, so don't worry. She'll arrive on time. And I've checked with the church. They have all the order of services ready to hand out, and the organist has been practicing his rendition of Welcome to the Black Parade. Apparently it sounds quite something on a completely refurbished 3-manual Willis organ. Thanks, Andy. Anything I can do to help, please give me a call. The conference room door opened, and Sandy Moyer-Fackerson, a.k.a. Hissing Sid, slipped in. Mr. McCrae, thank you for staying behind. Sorry, Andy, got to go. He hung up and put his phone away as Moyer-Fackerson sat at the head of the table again. Now, there are a few things we need you to do as executor of Mr. Mowatt's will. Then there's the matter of the bequest he left you. The 2/3 of $1,000,000. Logan sat. What if I don't want it? Then you're free to give it away to charity. Mr. Mowatt has made provision for the money to be held in escrow, awaiting your retirement from the police. That way you would not be embarrassed by the sudden arrival of such a large sum in your bank account. In escrow? Essentially, there will be nothing connecting you to the aforementioned bequest until you cease to be a serving police officer. Should you decide to retire to the Dordogne, for example, or perhaps the Isle of Man, then the bequest will be made at your disposal. Logan drummed his fingers on the tabletop. Nothing connecting me to it at all. Moyer-Fackerson pointed. Please stop doing that. Then straightened his tie. Your affairs will be treated with the utmost discretion, and you know how discreet we can be here. That much was true. Getting anything out of Hissing Sid was like trying to remove a granite boulder from a cliff face using a broken toothpick, even with a warrant. I only require from you guidance as to how you wish the money employed while it's in escrow. Mr. Mowatt made allowance for investing a portion in a managed fund, for example. It could provide you with a very acceptable pension, should you wish. Which was more than working for the police did these days. Logan picked a point over Moyer-Fackerson's shoulder and stared at it. It was another of the old photos of Aberdeen, mounted in a gilded frame. Holborn Street from the look of it. Do you remember telling me that Hamish he'd said you'd defend me in court if anything happened? I am aware of Mr. Mowatt's wishes, yes. Why, is something likely to, as you put it, happen? Possibly. Ah. Moyer-Fackerson hooked his thumbs into the lapels of his jacket, as if he were wearing his silks and about to stride forth across the courtroom. Would I be right in surmising that the something in question relates to Mr. Mowatt's former associate, Reuben? Might do. Indeed. He nodded. Mr. McCrae, I normally restrict my counsel to advice of a strictly legal nature, but if I may make so bold, when engaged in any business, it is always preferable to be the one conducting a hostile takeover than to be on the receiving end. I would imagine, in the circumstances, your options are very much limited to staging one of your own or putting your affairs in order. Brilliant. The sausage butty was a stone in his stomach, dragging it down. Thank you. Moyer-Fackerson reached into his pocket and produced a small white rectangle with the company logo on it. My card. A smile spread itself across his face. It was like watching a python preparing to devour a small child. I would, of course, be only too happy to assist you in drawing up a new will, should you choose the latter option. Of course he would. Rubislaw Parish Church wasn't exactly packed. The pale wood pews hosted a scattering of men and women, no more than about 40 of them. Some were in uniform, probably given an hour off work to attend, but most were in an assortment of black clothes, some in suits, some in jeans, and Logan barely recognized any of them. Steele turned and waved back at him from the front row, pointing to the empty seat beside her. Susan sat on her other side, holding on to a wriggling Naomi. Jasmine was last in line, staring up at the vaulted ceiling with her mouth hanging open, as if she'd never seen anything like it in her life. Andy appeared at Logan's shoulder. Mr. McCrae, we're ready for the pallbearers now. Thanks. The walls were painted a cheerful yellow, with big flower arrangements of red roses and white lilies, lots of black ribbons. They were a bit gothic for the cheery interior, but what the hell? He turned and followed Andy back out of the front door, where a couple of stragglers were hurrying up the pavement and through the gates. The church's facade was stained nearly black with dirt and soot and exhaust fumes. A clock tower steeple rose on one side, running about 15 minutes late, looming over the heavy stonework and narrow windows. It was sealed off from Queen's Cross roundabout by a shoulder-high hedge on one side and a low gate on the other, as if that would keep out the godless masses. Next door, the 3-story granite buildings had been given a clean, which only made the church look grimier. Even the snow looked less pure. It drifted down, clinging to the bushes and walls, dulling the paintwork of the gleaming black hearse parked outside the church. Back door open. Crap, 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 crap! 3 slightly wobbly figures ran up the pavement, cheeks pink, breath trailing behind them in cloudy wisps. Isla, Tufty, and Calamity, all dressed in their Sunday best. Isla slithered to a halt on the icy path in her 4-inch heels. "Sorry, Sarge. Took longer to get here than we thought. Traffic's a nightmare." Calamity gave Logan's shoulder a squeeze. "You okay, Sarge?" Couldn't help but smile. He pointed at Tufty. "I thought you were all off celebrating Pinocchio here becoming a real boy." "Nah." Isla waved a hand at him. "We're a team, Sarge. We got your back." Up close, the smell of beer, wine, and sloe gin surrounded the 3 of them. There was a distinct whiff of wet dog, too. Logan frowned. "You didn't drive, did you?" "Got a lift off Sid Fraser. He's parking the van." Well, at least that explained the smell of dog. The first notes of Samantha's favourite song rang out from inside the church, made huge and dark by the organ. Andy appeared at his elbow. "Mr. McCree, it's time." A hand on Logan's shoulder made him flinch. He took a step back and blinked. "Right. Laz, you okay?" Steele peered up at him, the wrinkles deep between her eyebrows. He cleared his throat. "Yeah, fine." Snow swept across the graveyard, wind rattling the empty trees, driving the icy flakes into his skin like tiny icy daggers. The plot had a good view down the hill, across the road, past the roundabout, the caravan park where Samantha used to live, over the river to the sewage works, and off to the fields beyond. 1:30 in the afternoon, and the big Daneston Tesco had all its lights on, blaring like a beacon through the gloom. The roads were clogged, a solid stream of headlights going one way and tail lights going the other. Steele tucked her hands into her armpits and sniffed. "Nice ceremony. Shame about the turnout." A handful of people hurried down the curving paths, towards the line of parked cars at the cemetery gate. She was in a coma for 5 years. People move on. "Suppose so." Steele stamped her feet and turned her back on the wind. "Thought your wee sister could have bothered her backside to turn up. She's got a murder inquiry to run." He brushed the cold, damp earth from his hands. "Besides, I only met her on Thursday. Barely know the woman." "Still should have turned up." Steele hunched her shoulder and rocked from side to side. "Gah, can't feel my bum." "Go, get warm. It's okay." He pointed down the hill at the cars. "I just want a minute." She patted him on the back. "Don't be daft. Never wanted to feel my bum anyway. Christina Hendricks's arse, on the other hand. I'd grope the hell out of that. You'd need both hands, mind." "Honestly, it's okay. Go." "Sure?" "Sod off." A shrug. Then she slouched off, leaving him alone at the graveside. A dozen handfuls of part-frozen earth had done nothing to hide the lid of Samantha's coffin. This is turning into a habit. 2 funerals in 4 days. He stuck his hands in his pockets. "Hope you like it here." "Thought it would be better than some anonymous council job. At least you know the area." He copied Steele, turning his back on the wind. The snow made pattering sounds against his suit jacket, like hundreds of tiny feet running all over him. "You can see your old house from here. Well,
You could if someone hadn't burned it down. The wind moaned through the trees and between the headstones. Anyway, yeah. Logan frowned, bit his bottom lip. Don't suppose they'll let me visit much. You know, after they catch me, prosecute and send me down for 16 years, assuming Reuben doesn't pull a fast one and kill us both. A thick eddy of snow whipped past, dancing among the dead flowers and ceramic teddy bears. Down by the roundabout, someone leaned on their car horn, as if that was going to get the traffic moving at more than a snail's crawl. You know, you could say something. The high-pitched pinging rattle of an approaching train sang through the frozen air, getting louder and louder until it was swamped by the diesel roar of the train itself. It clattered by on the line up the hill, between the cemetery's top edge and the dual carriageway beyond. A ribbon of flickering lights and bored faces, staring out of the carriage windows at the falling snow. "Mr. McRae?" Logan didn't turn around. Didn't have to. "Mr. Uckert. Sorry I couldn't make the service." Uckert stepped up beside him, a bouquet of black roses in his hand. "Thought she might like these." "Thank you." "Yeah." The flickering strobe of passing carriages faded, leaving them alone in the snow. Uckert squatted down, then dropped the black roses onto the black coffin lid nestled in its black grave. He stood and wiped his hands together. "We're all set for tonight. The guys who run the pig farm will stay well away till I say otherwise. And they've got 6 porkers who haven't been fed for a couple of days. So Reuben turns up, we go for a little walk." Uckert made a gun with his thumb and fingers. "Pop. Munchety crunchety." "What, no Shakespeare this time?" "Nah. A time and a place, right, Mr. McRae?" Mr. McRae. Logan puffed out a cloudy breath. It was torn away by the funeral air. "I think, John, as we're conspiring to commit murder, you can call me Logan, don't you?"
Chapter 41. Might as well not have bothered having a wake. It wasn't as if the funeral was oversubscribed, and only half of the attendees made the trip across town to the burial, and only a dozen of those made it to the Monroe House Hotel in Bucksburn, even though it wasn't even 5 minutes from the cemetery. The function room carpet was a muted red tartan, faded by the passage of feet and years. Its wood-panelled walls were thick with landscapes of Glencoe and paintings of grouse and deer. 2 stag heads, mounted on opposite walls, glared out with gimlet eyes as if they were about to charge each other. The remaining 12 people milled around the buffet table, looking swamped in a room that probably held 500 on a good day. But then this wasn't a good day. Steele popped a wee pastry thing into her mouth, talking as she chewed. "Good spread." She helped herself to another vol au vent from the tray, nestled amongst all the tiny pies and sausage rolls and mini Kievs and phyllo prawns and the bowls of crisps and pickled onions, an untouched salad. "You're staying with us tonight, and before you say anything, lads, that's no a polite invitation, it's an order." Logan stared down the table at the dwindling mourners. There's enough food here for about 60 people. She held up her glass, filled nearly to the brim with whiskey. "And don't think we don't appreciate it. And the free bar." She clinked it against his mineral water. "Slange va." The young man threw his head back and laughed. "Oh, God, and the smell!" He took another scoof of what looked like Coke, but reeked of rum. "Tell you, you think a septic tank would be bad enough, but try throwing in a decomposing corpse." The woman with him grimaced at Logan. "Sorry about this. He's had—" "No, wait a minute. Mr. Rum and Coke stifled a belch. "So there we are, in like chest waders, and we're like up to our knees sloshing about, trying to find all the bits of this dead girl, and Samantha slips, right?" Another laugh. "She slips, and it's like in slow motion, and you can see it in her face. She's going down, but she's damned if she's going down alone." "Come on, Billy. We should get going. It's—" Reaches out to steady herself and grabs Fusty Frankie, and he's like, "Holy crap!" "Billy, come on, you—" And he grabs me, and I'm like, "Ah!" And I grab Gordy's leg, because he's not down in the tank. He's up on the ground above us. "Billy!" And they're screaming and swearing, and down we all go. "Sarge?" Someone tapped Logan on the shoulder, and when he turned, there was Calamity. "Sorry we can't stay, but we're back on shift at 10, and if I don't get Tufty and Isla back to Banff soon, they'll be sod all use tonight." She grimaced. "Isla's been on the Baileys, and you know what she's like with a drink in her. Probably going to get the Smiths' greatest hits all the way home." Logan nodded. "Thanks for coming." What are friends for? She leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek. "Let us know if you need anything, okay?" And then there were 5. Logan struggled his way through yet another testicle-sized Kiev and washed it down with a mouthful of mineral water. "Laz! Laz, Laz, Laz!" Steele marched over to him, back fence post straight, one arm swinging completely out of time with her legs, which seemed to have developed an opinion of their own about how knees actually worked. "How come you're not drinks? Got to drinks. It's a wake." She held up a tumbler half full of amber liquid. "It's only grouse, but I like it. Good for you." "No, thanks. Don't really feel like it." "You sure?" She blinked at him, then threw back a mouthful. "Is there any crisps?" "Oh, never mind. I spy sausage rolls." And she was off. Susan wrapped an arm around Logan's waist and gave him a lopsided hug. "I'm really sorry, but the little monster needs her bed." Naomi nestled in the crook of her other arm, looking for all the world like a cross between E.T. and some sort of pink grub, blinking and making big, wet, toothless yawns. Logan kissed the top of Susan's head. Her hair smelled of oranges. "Don't be. Thanks for coming." She let go and backed up a pace. "And you're sure you're okay taking the big monster home?" They both turned. Steele was over by the bar again, one leg wandering back and forth, while the other kept her upright. She was pouring from a litre bottle of Bell's, and, to be fair, getting most of it in the glass. "She needs a day off, doesn't she?" Susan sighed. "You're preaching to the clergy, Logan." Then she turned and waved at Jasmine. "Come on, Horror, put the Nintendo away. We're going home. Don't suppose you want to take some of this food home with you?" She picked up a wee individual cheese and ham tart, grimaced, then put it down again. "I hate to let it go to waste, but we're all on diets." Steele wobbled over and wrapped her arm around Logan's shoulders, whiskey slopped out of the glass in her other hand. "I love you. No, I do. You're a good person for a man." The last mourner at the wake raised an eyebrow at Logan. "And with that, it's time for me to go." He shook Logan's hand. "I'm really sorry about Sam. She was one of the best scene of crime officers I ever worked with." "Thanks." "No!" Steele sloshed more whiskey at him. "Stay! We'll have a drinks." A pained smile, and he grabbed his coat and left. Logan took the glass off her. "Come on, bedtime." "But his whiskey!" Reaching for it. "No more whiskey. Home." "No." She lurched out into the middle of the room and did a wobbly 360 with her arms out, squinting at the empty room. "Where everyone gone? Can we please just go home? Hungry?" Her eyes widened. "Ooh, sausage rolls." God's sake. Logan let her scoop up a couple of pockets full of assorted funeral food, then steered her down to the car. "Yeah." Logan shifted his grip on the phone, fingers already going numb as snow whipped in through the bare tree's branches. "Look, I've told them to leave the food out, and the function room's paid for till 5, so anyone who wants it is welcome." On the other end of the phone, Napier's weirdo IT guru made lip-smacking noises. "That's very generous of you, my dear Sergeant McCrae. The magnificent Carl and all associated officers of Bucksburn Station salute you. We'll make sure it gets a good home. Oh my, yes." Which meant the locusts would descend and the hotel would be lucky if the function room still had its carpet by the time they finished. "Thanks, Carl." He hung up and slipped his phone back in his pocket, keeping his hand there. Shivered. Ding Dong hadn't been kidding. There was almost nothing left of Samantha's static caravan. The axles and some drooping bits of metal sat amid piles of blackened stuff, bits of wall, bits of floor, something that used to be a washing machine, its plastic door melted to a vitrified amber. All dead. all slowly disappearing under a duvet of snow. He nudged at a mound. A charred Dean Koontz novel emerged, followed by what was left of a thick paperback with a zombie on the cover. Nothing but ashes and death. But then, what else did a life leave behind? He kicked the books into the wreckage. The question now was, what to do till midnight? No point going all the way back up to Banff, to come all the way back again. Might as well take Susan up on her offer. Hang out, drink some tea, maybe watch a film, then slip out, kill Reuben, and feed him to the pigs. Do it right, and no one would know he'd even left the house. No one except for John Uckert. Still have to figure out what to do with him. Logan turned back to the car. Steele sagged in the passenger seat, head lolling against the window, mouth wide open, snoring hard enough to make the Punto's roof vibrate. Oh, joy. Logan pulled up outside Steele's house, behind the patrol car, climbed out into the snow. The street was quiet, expensive, secluded, a cul-de-sac lined with old granite buildings and trees on both sides. Their canopy of naked branches blocked about half of the flakes that spiraled down from the darkening sky, but let plenty through to pile up on the roofs and bonnets of fancy 4x4s and family saloons. Snow crunched beneath his feet as Logan picked his way along the road to the patrol car and rapped on the driver's window. It buzzed down, exposing a square face with thick eyebrows. "Help you?" Logan showed her his warrant card. "Sergeant McRae. Anything happening?" "Nah. Kids came home from school about 20 minutes ago. Tesco van dropped off shopping at number 12. Other than that, quiet as the grave." A sniff. "Freezing our backsides off here." "It's okay. You can foxtrot Oscar. I'll stay over and keep an eye on the place. Just make sure someone's back here for 9-ish tomorrow." She curled her lip and raised one of those family-sized eyebrows. "Yeah," then reached for her airwave. "Think I'll check with my governor first, if it's all the same to you." "Be my guest." Logan hooked a thumb back towards his manky, rusting Punto. "But before you go, can you give me a hand getting DCI Steele inside?" Ugh. Logan dumped Steele on her bed, then stood back, panting. "She's heavier than she looks. Why do you think we're all on diets?" Susan hauled one of Steele's legs up and undid the boot on the end. The bedroom looked like something out of a catalogue. The bedding toned with the carpet and the curtains, the wallpaper went with the 2 chairs, and the wooden bed frame, wardrobe, vanity unit, and ottoman all had exactly the same twiddly bits. He stepped over to the window as Susan got to work on the socks. "Hour and a half it took to get here. Traffic's appalling." The front garden was almost swallowed by snow, the shrubs and bushes fading into soft outlines. Thick plumes of white purred from the patrol car's exhaust. Then it pulled away from the curb, off to fight crime. Logan smiled and turned his back on the scene. And the snoring! Dear God, it was like being battered over the head with a chainsaw. "Welcome to my world. Give me a hand with her jacket." They ate in the kitchen. "Nothing fancy, I'm afraid." Susan put a big bowl of pasta down in front of him, studded with mushrooms and flecks of bacon. Then she sat and watched him eat, her own plate untouched. "Are you feeling all right, Logan? Only you seem a bit... you know." "This is lovely, thanks." He shoveled in another mouthful and tried for a smile. "I'm okay. You know, been a tough week. Well, if you need someone to talk to..." She reached across the breakfast bar and took his hand. "Thanks. But 2 people in an illegal conspiracy was probably enough." "Come on, monkey bum, time for bed." Jasmine stuck her bottom lip out and pulled on a kicked puppy expression. "But I'm watching Adventure Cat with Dad." On the TV, a round fuzzy cat in a weird hat leapt off a space jukebox and ninja-kicked an oversized rat dressed as the king of Transylbumvania. If Police Scotland really wanted to make inroads into the drugs trade, arresting everyone involved in children's television would probably be a good start. "You heard your mum." Logan switched off the telly, then plonked a palm down on top of Jasmine's head and ruffled her hair. "Teeth, then bed. And if you're good, I'll read you some of your favourite book." "But Dad..." Head on one side, making her eyes as big as they possibly could be, eyelashes fluttering. Yeah, she was going to cause fights in pubs when she was older. No skeleton Bob and the very naughty pirates for you, then. Oh, pooh. Then she hopped down from the table and went to do her teeth. Logan checked his watch. 8 o'clock. 4 hours to go. Logan settled on the edge of the Peppa Pig duvet, covering Daddy Pig's genitalia-shaped head, and picked the book up from the windowsill. Are you sitting comfortably? It was strange, but after working with Detective Superintendent Harper, the family resemblance was actually pretty clear. Okay, so the hair colour was different. Jasmine's dark brown versus Harper's off-blonde, but they both had the same strong jaw, the same lopsided smile, the same big ears. Jasmine frowned at him. Why do you always say that before you read a story? Because I'm old. His hand drifted up, feeling the outline of his own ear. It wasn't really that big, was it? Oh, sodding hell, it was. God, they were a family of elephant people. He opened the book to a lurid illustration of a wee skeletal boy in a knitted pink suit and feathery pirate hat, on a boat, sword fighting against what looked like octopus tentacles. Ahem! He put on a cod West Country accent. The following tale, dear reader, I fear, is probably not for your sensitive ears. The old and the wobbly, the scared and the sick, had better read something else pretty darn quick. For this is a tale that's both scary and true, of how Skeleton Bob joined a most scurvy crew. Rasping snores thundered through the wall, making the paintings on this side vibrate. Logan lay flat on his back, on the bed, fully dressed except for his shoes, with the evidence bag resting on his chest. Heavy, pushing down on his heart. A faint yellow glow oozed in through the curtains, picking out the edges of more catalogue furniture. He pulled out his phone and checked the time. 11:15. Give it another 5 minutes. Surely Susan would be asleep by now. Then again, how anyone could sleep next to that racket was anyone's guess. They said love was blind, but apparently it was deaf as well. 4 minutes. Shadows made patterns on the ceiling, barely visible in the gloom. There an open grave, here a severed hand. Was that a claw hammer encrusted with blood and hair? Where the hell was Samantha when you needed her? Someone to hold his hand and tell him he was doing the right thing. He was, wasn't he? Okay, not the right thing, but it was this or... what? Couldn't even go to the Procurator Fiscal and get Reuben done for battering Tony Evans to death. No body, no witnesses. And even if he could get Reuben sent down for 18 years, Logan would be off to a cell of his own, where Reuben could have him shanked in the laundry room, raped and strangled in the showers, stabbed in the exercise yard. 2 minutes. So grow a pair of man-sized testicles and do what needs to be done. Easy as that. God. How could people like Reuben just kill people and not worry about it? Why didn't it keep them awake, staring at the horror film shadows on the ceiling? 1 minute. Okay, that was long enough. Logan slipped off the bed and picked up his shoes, eased out into the corridor, closed the door, slow and gentle. The snoring didn't miss a beat. He crept downstairs and out into the night. Chapter 42. You know what this is, don't you? The Fiat Punto rattled its way along a narrow country road, windscreen wipers moaning their way back and forth across the glass, smearing the snow as it melted. Logan glanced at himself in the rear-view mirror. Stupid? What if it's a trap? What if Uckert set you up? Could be. A tiny row of houses crawled past on the left. 2 or 3 lights were on, but other than that they were dark. Nearly midnight, and with luck nobody would be wandering about, taking down number plates. Mounds of grimy white lined the tarmac. The road hadn't been gritted, but it had been ploughed, which made it slightly easier to drive on. Logan's Punto rattled through the troughs, doing no more than 20, heaters up full, blowers at maximum. Not too late to turn around and go home? He didn't dignify that with an answer. Is this doing both sides of a conversation thing more or less healthy than talking to a hallucination of a woman who's in a coma? Because I'm guessing less. Mirror Logan shrugged. What about Uckert? I mean, assuming he isn't actually on Reuben's side, he's going to hold this over you for the rest of your life. He'd have you on murder. He already has. Eddie Knowles, remember? That wasn't our fault. We killed him. A thick black line emerged through the snow ahead. That would be Gairnhill Wood. Okay, you have to stop talking to yourself in the plural. Bad enough as it is. All right, you killed him. Doesn't matter if you meant to or not. No one's going to buy self-defense if you conspired to get shot of the body. Which I didn't. Yeah, but who's going to believe that? True. The woods swallowed the punto. Its headlights made a tiny smear of life in the darkness. Not far to go now. So how does Uckert turn me in without implicating himself? He's the one who got rid of the body. Allegedly. There is that. Here we go. A sign hung on chains by the side of the road, the silhouette of a pig with West Gairnhill Farm printed above it in faded letters. Logan touched the brakes and the punto slithered a bit, then slowed. He took the turning at a crawl. Are you sure you're sure? No. Now shut up. Trees lined both sides of the farm road like long dead sentries. The punto rocked and thumped through potholes hidden by the snow, following the tracks of at least 2 other cars. They're already here. He bashed the steering wheel with the palm of his hand. Damn it! Should have got here an hour ago. Scoped the place out. Been waiting for them. Don't be an idiot. It's Reuben's farm. His people live here. If you turned up early, they'd have clapped on you. Or taken you in and given you a cup of tea. Either way, you were never getting the element of surprise. Now shut your porridge hole and let me concentrate. The road bumped and lurched through the woods to a clearing where the land fell away downhill, overlooking rolling fields and jagged clumps of forest, all smothered beneath a layer of dirty white. An old-fashioned farmhouse with gable ends and a slate roof loomed behind a cluster of agricultural buildings. Somewhere for keeping a tractor, another piled high with hay, and 3 long, low buildings, ugly and naked, pinned to the ground by rows of blazing halogen lights. The pigsties. Uckert's Audi sat next to a big red Land Rover that looked showroom clean under a thin dusting of snow. Everyone was here. Logan parked on the other side of the Audi. Right. He pulled on his stab-proof vest. Might not help against a bullet, but at least it was something. A brand new cagoule went over the top, hiding it. Then he snapped on a pair of blue nitrile gloves and opened the evidence bag. Slipped the second freezer bag off, leaving the gun 1 layer of protection. Then took a biro and poked it through the plastic, wriggling the pen about until the hole was big enough to get his finger around the trigger. The slide hauled back with a clack. Safety off. Logan eased the semi-automatic into the cagoule's pocket. With the silencer attached, a quick draw was out of the question, but it was a pig farm, not the OK Corral. Right. Deep breath. It wasn't easy with the stab-proof vest hugging his ribs. Come on, you can do this. Out. The air crawled with a brown, sickly, bitter stench of pig shit, bolstered by the sharp tang of fermenting urine. Steam rose from the 3 long buildings, caught in the glare of the lights. Grunts and squeals rang out from inside. It was a bit like walking into an episode of The X-Files. Logan tightened his grip on the gun and followed the footprints in the snow to the sty furthest from the house. Not too late to turn around. Not too late to run. And then it was. The big metal door clattered back, and John Uckert smiled out at him. "Mr. McRae, cool. Glad you could make it." He dressed for the occasion. Suit, shirt, tie, heavy black overcoat. Not exactly the best outfit for killing someone and disposing of the body. Come in, come in." Logan was going to die here, wasn't he? Die and be eaten. Come on, not dead yet. Logan nodded, put his other hand in his pocket, hiding the blue glove, then followed Uckert inside. Out there the cold had obviously dampened the smell, because in here the stench of pig was so thick it coated the inside of his mouth with a greasy, sour film. It was warm, too, condensation trickling down the corrugated iron. Rows and rows of naked pink backs filled the sties on either side, 3 or 4 to a bay. Metal gates bolted into breeze-block walls. Reuben stood at the far end, arms crossed over his massive chest. He ditched the expensive suit for scabby green overalls, the shiny leather shoes for a pair of manky rig boots. A black hold-all sat at his feet. He jerked his head up, setting those scarred chins wobbling. "You're late." Wrong. Bang on time. "Nice to see you too, Reuben." Kind of surprising how calm his voice sounded, as if this was any other meeting, in a pigsty, with a killer and his right-hand man. Logan turned and leaned back against the nearest sty, where he could see Reuben and Uckert at the same time. Kept his hands in his pockets. "Righty-hoo!" Uckert beamed. "So, Stevie Fowler, yeah? What to do?" "Kill him. You steal from me, you die. That's how it works." "Yeah, okay, 1 vote for death. Mr. McRae?" "No!" Reuben kicked a sty gate with his steel toe-caps, setting the metal ringing and the pigs squealing. "This isn't a bloody democracy. I say Fowler dies, you make it happen. End of." Uckert's smile slipped a bit. "Right, okay, got you. Fowler gets an accident in prison, and not an accident." "Come on, Reuben, let's be sensible about—" "No bloody accidents!" His face flushed, teeth bared. Flecks of spittle flashed in the harsh light. "He suffers and everyone gets to see what's left, and they talk in frightened whispers about the moron who thought he could screw with me." Uckert licked his lips. Okay. You want him messy dead? We'll get him messy dead. But the cops are going to know it was us, Reuben. They're going to come after us." "So what?" He pointed a thick finger at Logan. "We got someone to make it all go away." Logan turned a bit to the left, so the semi-automatic in his pocket was more or less in line with Reuben's stomach. "No, you don't." He bared his teeth. "Don't think you heard me properly, McRae. I'm not one of your minions, Reuben. I'm not going to make things go away. I can't make things go away." "You bloody well—" "It doesn't work like that anymore." Logan jabbed a finger back at him. "This isn't The Godfather. Police officers can't just make investigations vanish. People notice. The media notice. The Procurator Fiscal notices." Reuben frowned at Logan's hand. "What's with the gloves?" Why draw this out? Get it over and done with. Kill him. "Scared of getting your hands dirty, McRae? Take the gun out and shoot him. Do it." "What the hell did Mr. Mowat ever see in you? Heir to the throne, my arse. You haven't got the balls to—" Reuben raised an eyebrow and stared at the gun, then snorted. "Aye, right." The semi-automatic was getting heavier with every heartbeat, and every time he tried to swallow, his throat closed up. The silencer's black cylinder wavered, then drifted up to point at Reuben's chest. "I'm sorry." "Genuinely? You think this scares me?" Uckert backed away a couple of steps. "Guys?" Reuben laughed, then squatted down and opened the hold-all at his feet. "See, the trouble with people like you, McRae, is you're all gob and no panties. Think a gun makes you a big man? Nah. I'm not screwing about. Put your hands behind your head. What makes you a big man is being a man." Reuben pulled a sawn-off shotgun from the bag and stood. "Gun's only a tool." Uckert backed off some more. "Come on, let's not do anything we're going to regret, right?" "Reuben, hands behind your head, now!" "A tool's only as good as the craftsman who wields it." He cracked the shotgun open and slid 2 cartridges into the breech. "Mr. Mowat told me that. Wise man. Till it came to you." Clack. The shotgun was closed again. "See, you're weak. So—" Logan shot him. The silencer's phut didn't even echo. Reuben rocked back on his heels, but he didn't go down. He stared at the spot of red seeping into the leg of his overalls, turning the green material a dark purple. "You—" He glared at Logan. Then the shotgun came up. Buggering hell. Logan dived over the wall of the nearest sty, battering down amongst the huge pink bodies as a loud boom reverberated back from the corrugated metal walls, followed by a clatter of shot. Chunks of breeze blocks sparked into the air, falling as gritty dust. The pigs squealed, dirty hooves scrabbling at the straw bedding as they tried to get away, but the sty was barely big enough to turn around in. They barged against Logan, knocking him down, snouts and teeth flashing all around him. "Get out here, you wee shite!" Boom! Gah! How could he miss? The guy was huge, and all he'd managed to hit was a leg. Clack! Then the hollow rattle of empty shotgun cartridges hitting the concrete floor. Now! Logan snapped up to his knees, bringing the gun up two-handed. Phut! Phut! Only Reuben wasn't where he was meant to be. Clack! For a big guy, he moved incredibly fast. He'd got himself inside one of the other sties, sawn-off shotgun up and ready. Logan ducked again. Boom! Something stung his cheek like a wasp. Up. Phut! Reuben grunted as red spread across his left shoulder. Boom! The blast clattered against the breeze blocks as Logan dived amongst the pigs again. "You're dead, McCrae! You hear me? You're dead, and everyone you know is dead!" Clack! More shotgun cartridges hitting the floor. Logan stuck his arm above the parapet and pulled the trigger, not aiming, just hoping. Phut! Phut! Dead! He scrambled to his feet, and there was Reuben. The big man had Uckert, holding him up by the armpits, arms wrapped around his chest. Uckert's head lolled to the side, blood darkening the front of his suit jacket. Logan brought the gun up. "Put him down!" Reuben still had the shotgun in his hand, only he couldn't point it without letting go of Uckert. "This is all your fault!" Couldn't get a clear shot with Uckert acting as a human shield. "Put him down!" The big man backed towards the far door, dragging Uckert with him. "This isn't over, McCrae. I'm warning you, Reuben. Put him down! This isn't over by a long way." He stepped out through the door, letting in a whirl of snow, slamming it shut behind him. Logan vaulted from the sty and ran, gun up and ready. Reuben wasn't getting. Boom! The shotgun blast ripped through the corrugated iron door, grabbed Logan by the chest and hurled him to the concrete floor. Ugh! The smell of fireworks fought against the piggy stench. His whole front screamed in searing agony, like he'd been trampled by a burning elephant. Ow! It took 3 goes to get to his knees. The front of his cagoule was shredded, the stab-proof vest beneath it torn and tattered. Bits of stuffing poked out, exposing the buckled armoured plate. Every breath was laced with jagged shards of hot copper. Ah! He pulled himself up one of the sties and stood there, one hand holding his chest, the other holding the gun. By the time he lurched out through the punctured door, Reuben's Land Rover was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 43. Logan peeled off his shirt and dropped it to the bathroom floor, locked the door, shuddered in the darkness, then pulled the cord. The light on the medicine cabinet flickered on, casting a bluish-white glow, pushing back the gloom. It washed the colour from his skin, turning it pale and ghostly. A walking corpse. Shot in the chest. He stepped closer to the mirror, where the light was brightest. It had been, an hour since Reuben tried to blow a hole in him, and the bruising hadn't come up yet, but when it did, it would be huge. His whole chest was red and swollen, with purple contusions in the middle where the majority of the shot had hit. When he prodded them, it was like rubbing vinegar into a fresh cut. Thank God the blast had to travel through that metal door first, or the stab-proof vest wouldn't have stood a chance. The guys who ran Reuben's pig farm would have been cleaning up his innards for days. Bee-sting lumps speckled his cheek, 6 or 7 of them, all about the size of a Smartie, each one with a dark dot at the centre, as if he was a teenager again, covered with blackheads. It hurt, but Logan squeezed one of them between his thumbnails until a tiny pellet plopped into the sink, leaving a plume of pink as it sank through the water. One was barely an inch below his left eye. Lucky he wasn't blinded. Lucky the door had been there. Lucky he wasn't pig food. Yeah, he was a lucky, lucky guy. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out the other flecks of shot, then opened the bathroom cabinet as tiny rosebuds of blood bloomed on his cheeks and chin. A dusty old ceramic bottle of Old Spice was half buried beneath all the moisturizers and exfoliants and cleaners and hand cream. He eased it out and splashed a couple of shakes into his palm, like Henry Cooper used to do on the adverts, rubbed his hands together, then patted at the bleeding holes. Dear, sodding, Christ, that stung! Logan closed his eyes, hissing breath in and out, until it settled to a steady throb. Ah! That hurt more than being shot. A brittle laugh burst free, but he stamped on it, forced it down, shuddered. Almost killed someone tonight. Not by accident, not in self-defense. On purpose. Premeditated. And who knew? Maybe he had actually killed someone. Maybe he'd killed John Uckert. Maybe Uckert had caught one of those random, unaimed bullets. Or maybe he'd not backed away far enough when Reuben brought the shotgun out. The bathroom mirror was cold against his forehead. Idiot. Why did he have to miss that first shot? This would all be over by now. Well done, Logan. Sterling job. The distorted, bruised and battered Logan stared back at him from the mirror. Maybe you missed because Reuben was right. You don't have the balls to kill anyone. I don't want them. He lathered up with antibacterial hand wash, then slathered it onto his face, working it into all the stinging pellet holes, making them scream, then shouted them down with a second dose of Old Spice. Ah! The freezer downstairs produced a packet of Petit Pois, the drinks cupboard a half-empty litre of famous grouse. Logan pressed the former against his burning face, and the latter into service as an anaesthetic. 4 ibuprofen, and the same again of aspirin, hadn't made a dent in it, but the second dram of whiskey worked its magic. Or it might have been the frozen peas numbing his skin. Either way, it didn't ache quite as much. Of course, Reuben would come after him with a vengeance now. The gun without a firing pin incident was bad enough, but this? Tonight? He'd be like a rabid dog. Maybe they'd have a few days while Reuben recuperated from his 2 bullet holes. Enough time for Logan to call his new lawyer and put his affairs in order. That, or flee the country. A groan came from the kitchen doorway, followed by something out of a George Romero film. It was Steele, wearing a fluffy grey dressing gown, with penguin pyjama bottoms sticking out beneath, arms sticking out in front, and her hair sticking out in every other direction. Only she didn't try to eat Logan's brains. She shuffled over to the sink and turned the cold tap on full, then dunked her head under it. He topped his glass up and screwed the cap back on the bottle. She was still trying to drown herself in the sink. Logan took a sip, rolling the whiskey around his mouth, numbing it from the inside. And finally, Steele emerged from beneath the cascade of cold water, looking almost completely unlike a shampoo advert. Instead of flinging her hair back in a glorious golden arc, she slumped against the sink, water running down her face and dripping onto her grey, fuzzy dressing gown in the floor, like a cat who'd just been fished out of the toilet bowl. He toasted her with his glass. She wiped her face on a sleeve and squinted. What? Didn't say a thing. Got a head like a... Her shoulders sagged even further. No, can't be arsed. Logan stood and pulled another glass from the cupboard, filled it from the dispenser built into the fridge, held it out. Here. She took it with both hands and gulped it down. More. He refilled it and she guzzled that one too, and the next. Then Steele settled into a chair on the other side of the kitchen table, Her eyes seemed to have difficulty both focusing on the same spot, and something was wrong with her mouth. All the words were soft and mushy, as if she was pushing them through a sieve. I think I might have died in my sleep. Whose fault is that? Why did you let me drink so much whiskey? It's like there's a Cayley in my skull and only fat people in hobnail boots got invited. Another mouthful of water. They're doing an Orcadian strip the willow. Her top lip curled as she sniffed. Now why does it smell like an old manny's pants in here? Logan lowered the bag of petit pois. Cut myself shaving. She shook her head, then grabbed onto the table, blinking. Gah! Stop the world! A deep breath. Then she relinquished her grip. I am definitely not going to be sick. You're still drunk, aren't you? No. Maybe. Kind of. Steele burped, then grimaced and shuddered. Had another mouthful of water. I'm sorry about Samantha. She was a total hottie McSexy pants. And I'm no just saying that. See if I wasn't married and she hadn't been in a coma. Go back to bed. Can't. When I lie down, the walls chase each other round the room. She drained the last drops from her glass. More. Logan filled it. Think I might give it up. Move somewhere warm and far away. Don't be daft. I mean, what's the point? We spend 90% of our time dealing with 5% of the people. Barely scratch the surface. He knocked back a mouthful of grouse, sucked air in through his teeth. I'm not a very good police officer. If you move, how are you going to watch Jasmine and wee Naomi grow up? Not very good at all. Don't whinge, Laz. I hate it when you whinge. She sniffed. Makes you sound like Rennie. Yeah. And we do make a difference. She put down her water and picked up his whiskey, raised it to her lips. The colour drained from her cheeks, and she put it down again. Nope. Don't think Detective Superintendent Harper really wants a big brother. Look at all the scumbags we put away every year. You got those people traffickers last year, and that guy who was beating up all wifeys for their pension money. Don't think my brother Eamon wants one either. Wah, wah, wah. She finished her water, stuck it back on the table with another burp. We got anything to eat? He pointed at the fridge. Sausage rolls, mini Kievs, and some of those tiny quiches. They're a bit pocket fluffy, but Susan cleaned the worst of it. Done. She slumped over to the bread bin and extracted a Glasgow roll, then raided the fridge. And you want to make a difference? Make one. Don't sit there moaning about it. The roll got split open and buttered on both sides. Don't see me with my thumb in my gob moaning on about scumbags I can't put away, do you? 4 sausage rolls went on the bun, followed by a couple of the Kievs. No, because Roberta Steele doesn't take no comment for an answer. Everything got slathered in tomato sauce. Then she took a big bite, talking as she chewed. You get a problem, you find a solution, Laz. That's what the big girls do. He stared down into his whiskey. I'm in trouble. See when Jack Wallace intimidated his way out of a rape charge? Did I go whinging away with my tail between my knees? Bet your sharny arse I didn't. I did something about it. She thumped down into the seat opposite again and jabbed the table with a finger, leaving a smear of tomato sauce behind. And yeah, maybe I should have slipped someone 100 to break every bone in his body instead. Got to chuck him in the harbour to sink. But that'd be wrong, right? I think Reuben's going to... Logan frowned. Wait, you should have done that. The important thing is, he's no on the loose attacking women anymore. We shites where he belongs. What did you do? She waved a hand at him and took another bite. Come off it. Like you've never bent the rules to get the right results. Course you have. More than she'd ever know. Exactly. She drained her water. You should have seen Wallace when we told him there wasn't enough evidence to prosecute. Strutting about like there was a rooster up his backside. Look at me, I won, and I'm going to do it again because you're all too thick to stop me. Aye, Well, who's thick now? She popped the final chunk of funeral leftovers butty in her mouth and stood. Stuck the kettle on. You want tea? You fitted him up. Course. Could have done him for pretty much anything. But kiddie porn's a classic, isn't it? You get done for being a pedo, that's with you for the rest of your life. That stain doesn't wash off. Nah. He's got to live with it till the day he dies. Now he knows how the women he attacked feel. She rattled a couple of mugs onto the worktop. And with any luck, some nice obliging nonce will shank the wee bastard in prison and take him out of the food chain for good. Logan stared at the back of her head as she fiddled about with tea bags and spoons. Where did you get the images? Oh, you'd no believe the things you can confiscate if you know the wrong people. Oh, God. Logan buried his face in the bag of frozen peas. You fitted him up. Got loads of those photos left too, you know, if you ever need someone off to the jail. That's not bending the rules. That's snapping the damn things in half, then setting them on fire, then peeing on the smouldering ashes. Gah. He threw the petit pois down on the countertop. How many times have you done it? How many people have you sent to prison on faked evidence? Steele dug out the steaming tea bags and hurled them into the sink. We hold a position of trust, Laz. It's no about following the rules or ticking the boxes on this or that procedure. It's about justice. Proper justice for the poor sods out there getting brutalized and attacked and raped and killed. He threw his arms out, as if blocking the way. We've got rules for a reason. You can't... Justice! And yeah, so I fitted Wallace up. So what? He bloody well deserved it. Napier was right. Napier's a dick. She slopped milk into the mugs, then thumped one down in front of Logan, hard enough to send a beige wave slopping over the side. And he's got sod all on me. The created dates on the images show they were all copied onto his machine in 2 batches. Doesn't prove anything. If Napier had evidence, he wouldn't need you crawling about like a cut-price Columbo. God's sake. He sat back. She sat forward. Okay, so it was wrong. You happy now? I was... wrong. But what the hell was I supposed to do? Jack Wallace raped Claudia Boroditsky. He raped Rosalind Cooper. She killed herself because of him. It's what he does. Steele poked the table again. You want people like that running about when Jasmine's growing up? Stalking her in nightclubs? Following her home? It's not, but it's okay. Don't you see? A smile bloomed across Steele's face. You're on the investigation. You can make sure Napier gets sod all, and if anything does come up, you lose it. And you make sure it stays lost. Christ. He closed his eyes and rested his forehead on the bag of defrosting peas. You owe me that, Logan. You owe me. The ceiling seemed like miles away in the gloom. Logan lay on his back, staring up at it. Every breath ached, but it was difficult to tell if the pain was from the battering his chest and ribs had got, or if it was something deeper, something under the skin, something malignant. She'd fitted Wallace up. So what? He'd killed Eddie Knowles, tried to kill Reuben too, and failed. Who came off worse in that comparison? The police officer who breaks the rules to get a rapist off the street, or the one who tries to murder a mob boss to save his own skin? It wasn't as if he'd had any choice, though, was it? Oh, shut up. His voice barely bruised the silence. Yes, but I didn't have any. What's the point of going over and over this? You think you did what you had to. So does she. Logan checked his watch. It's 2 a.m. Go to sleep. Jack Wallace wasn't going to kill her, though, was he? The bed creaked beneath Logan as he hissed and grunted his way over onto his side. Got to be at work in the morning. Napier's not going to stop. You know that, don't you? For God's sake. Logan sighed. Of course he isn't. The house was graveyard quiet. So what are we going to do? I thought I told you about that. No plurals. Okay, so what am I going to do? Cover for her? Or tell the truth? She'd cover for you. Maybe she shouldn't. The pillow was soft against his bruised face. You can't fit people up. If you do, you're no better than Reuben or Malcolm McLennan or Jessica Campbell. The rules are there for a reason. So tell the truth. I can't. What did you tell Reuben? We can't make evidence disappear. The police force doesn't work that way anymore. The law applies to everyone. Him, me, even Steele. Look, let's sleep on it. See how we feel in the morning. I feel sick. Snow clattered against the bedroom window. So do I. Tuesday day shift. Welcome to the end of days. Chapter 44. Detective Superintendent Harper raised an eyebrow. What happened to her? Steele slumped at the end of the conference room table, head buried in her hands, not moving. Logan shrugged. Coming down with a bit of a cold. The sound of voices came from the locker room below their feet, singing from the shower room across the hall, someone coughing a lung up on the landing outside. The sounds of Banff Station lurching its way through another day of MIT infestation. Harper stared at him. And you? Break up another fight outside a pub? He pointed at the sticking plasters, freckling his face. Need to buy a new razor blade. This one's blunt. Becky eased her way into the room, holding a tray covered in mugs. She bared her teeth. Right. The smile she pulled on wouldn't have fooled a housebrick as she thumped the tray down on the table. Anything else I can get you? Or should I go and maybe do some actual police work? Thank you, D.S. Mackenzie. Harper helped herself to a coffee. While we've got you, how about an update on Martin Milne? Climbing up the walls, worried about his wife and kids, moaning about how someone should be organising Peter Shepherd's funeral. She scowled at the tray of mugs as Logan picked up a coffee and a lemsip for Steele, then grabbed a tea for himself. If we weren't watching him round the clock, Milne would be off. Suppose we'd better pay him a visit. Harper sipped at her coffee, grimaced slightly. This is great, thanks. If you pass D.I. Singh on the way down, let him know I'm looking for him. Yes, super. Becky turned and flounced off, curly brown hair bobbing along behind her like an angry pom-pom. Logan nudged Steele's shoulder. Drink your drinks. Ugh. Harper sniffed. Tell me, Detective Chief Inspector, does your sudden illness have anything to do with the funeral and wake yesterday? Steele surfaced barely long enough to show off her two black eyes and the bags underneath them. It was houfing it down with snow the whole time. Talk about freezing. Still can't feel my toes. She even threw in a cough or three for good measure. Quite. Harper turned to face the whiteboard, where someone had drawn out the harbour at Gardenstown along with the surrounding streets and the only two roads out of town. An assortment of fridge magnets were stuck to the board. Remind me again, who's the Eiffel Tower? Logan checked the list. D.I. Singh's team. You're the Penguin in a sombrero. Rennie is the canal boat. D.S. Weatherford is Thomas the Tank Engine. I have never known a police station that had to resort to stolen fridge magnets. I'm the Christmas tree, and DCI Steele is the old boot. Harper edged closer. She doesn't really have a cold, does she? Been mainlining strepsils and lockets all the way up here. Which was a lie. Harper stared at the board. This has to work. The top brass are already complaining about the budget on this investigation. If this is another disaster... She bared her teeth. I need a result, Logan. I need it tonight. It's only been a week since we turned up Peter Shepherd's body. Give it time. A week's a long time in politics and police Scotland. She folded her arms, narrowed her eyes at the hand-drawn map and the fridge magnets. Are we missing anything? What about D.S. Mackenzie and D.S. Robertson? Logan dipped into the Tupperware box. We've got a lump of cheese or a sheep playing the bagpipes. Better make it the bagpipes for Mackenzie. She moans enough. Logan stuck that magnet on the smaller scrawled map in the corner. Milne's Hotel. The block of cheese went on the other little map, the part-built development where the Milne family home sulked. Shame we can't co-locate them. Be a lot easier to manage one locus than two. True, it would free up bodies for the swoop as well. Harper picked up a marker pen and twirled it between her fingers and across her knuckles, like a tiny baton. Back and forth. Back and forth. Give Mackenzie a shout and tell her we want Milne back in the family home whether the wife likes it or not. I doubt anything's going to happen, not right away. Malk the Knife will want a few days to work on his revenge. Robertson can run the babysitting team. Logan settled on the edge of the conference table, next to her. Assuming it's actually Malcolm McLennan behind it. She turned and frowned at him. Why do you always do that? I'm only saying we should keep an open mind. No, not that. You never call him Malk the Knife. It's always Malcolm McLennan. An old friend once told me you shouldn't use silly nicknames for your enemies. It's disrespectful. And when you treat your opponent with disdain, you underestimate them. And when you underestimate them, you give them an advantage. She looked him up and down. Might not be as daft as you look, Logan Balmoral McCrae. Thanks, sir. Back to the map. Anyway, it's not as if we've got anything on the Jessica Campbell angle. Ricky and Laura Welsh still aren't talking. She stood. Get a car. When I've spoken to Narvir, we'll go make sure Milne isn't trying to wimp out on us. Harper grabbed a folder from the table and marched off. As soon as the door shut behind her, Logan sagged, dug out a packet of paracetamol and washed 3 of them down with a swig of tea. They did nothing to blunt the ache radiating across his chest. Steele hadn't moved. Drink your Lemsip. Don't know why you bothered coming into work today. Steele raised her head from the conference table. I'm dying. What did I tell you this morning? Stay home, call in sick. But no, you had to play the brave little soldier. Be nice to me. I'm dying. And what happened? You snored, gurgled, and farted all the way up here. It was like sharing a car with a malfunctioning septic tank. She wrapped her hands around the mug of Lemsip and slurped at it, then frowned at him with bleary, bloodshot eyes. Did we do anything last night? Logan turned his back on her and fiddled with the fridge magnets on the whiteboard instead. Do anything? Yeah. I had this weird feeling we got in a fight or something, and when I woke up my dressing gown was all soggy. No, don't remember that. I can't have peed myself, because it was only wet on the front. Logan repositioned the old boot, putting it further away from the Christmas tree. How could she not remember admitting she'd fitted up Jack Wallace? Right. Well, I'd better go get that car sorted. He hobbled out of the room, nearly colliding with D.S. Robertson in the corridor. Robertson backed off a couple of paces, a manila folder held against his chest, as if that was going to save him from the impending bollocking when Steele got her hands on him. He nodded at the major incident room door. Is the creature from the Lesbian Lagoon in? Logan grimaced. I wouldn't if I were you. She's likely to go off like Semtex this morning. Not again. He shifted his grip on the folder and fiddled with one of those ridiculous sideburns of his. I've got IDs and interviews for some of Milne and Shepard's sex partners. Only some. Not my fault it's taken forever, is it? You try getting members of the public to identify someone based on a photo of them humping 2 blokes. Not as if you can go on North Sound and say, we're looking for a double-jointed, busty brunette with a caesarean scar and a hairy mole on her bum who enjoys kinky throughway fun, is it? And I've got Milne's family to look after. Logan glanced up and down the corridor, then leaned in and lowered his voice to a whisper. This goes no further than you and me, okay? But, another check. Have you thought about actually going and asking Martin Milne? But Steele doesn't need to see you're working. She just wants results. Which was how she'd got into trouble with Jack Wallace in the first place. He had a quick check in the corridor outside the locker room. No one about. Then ducked inside. The room was packed with tall, thin lockers in varying shades of battleship grey, green, blue, and beige. They lined the walls, with an island stretching out between the 2 windows. A hanging rail was set up behind the door, festooned with stab-proof vests and high-vis waistcoats, all bearing their owners' numbered epaulettes. Logan flicked through them till he got to the vest that used to belong to Dino. Well, he was retired now. He didn't need it. One last check to make sure no one was watching. Then Logan unbuttoned the epaulettes and replaced them with his own. No one would ever know. Well, unless they did a stock check, and even then there was no evidence that he'd been the one who nicked it. His own stab-proof would quietly disappear, taking with it its tattered front piece and dented armor plate, like the cagoule, gloves, plastic bags and bullet casings had, leaving nothing to tie him to last night's fiasco. Nothing except 2 eyewitnesses, one of whom might well be dead by now, the other of whom would be plotting a very nasty, very bloody revenge. Logan pulled the new stab-proof vest on, fiddling with the big Velcro tabs until it fit. All those years, and it had adapted to Dino's body shape. It'd take a while to train it to his own. And for some reason, the pockets were full of starburst wrappers. He ditched them in the bin, then nipped downstairs to the sergeant's office. Beaky wasn't in, so Logan slipped into the seat and logged onto the computer, scanned through the notifications for the last 12 hours. No sign of anyone being admitted to hospital for gunshot wounds in Aberdeenshire or Aberdeen City. Well, there wouldn't be, would there? Reuben had his own private wee NHS to take care of himself and his people. Go to a hospital with a 9mm hole in you, and the doctors were obliged by law to inform the police. Much better to go private. So was John Uckert alive or dead? Logan stared at the screen for a bit, then logged out, grabbed the big car's keys from the box, and almost made it outside. Sergeant McCrae? He turned, and there was DS Weatherford, still looking sweaty and harassed. The bags under her eyes had darkened, matching the stains beneath her arms. She shuffled her feet. DS Robertson tells me the governor's a bit delicate this morning. Understatement of the year. One way of putting it. Weatherford glanced over her shoulder. It's not my fault. I've tried everything. They won't prioritise the DNA results unless we fast-track them, and there's no budget for it. How am I supposed to catch the people who assaulted the pair of you? How? Logan patted her on the shoulder. Take a deep breath. Then go upstairs and tell Steele she needs to put up the extra cash or stop being a pain in your backside. She'll appreciate the honesty. Really? Weatherford's eyebrows went up an inch. Then she licked her lips and nodded. Okay. Honesty. Pain in the backside. I can do this. And if she shouts at you, try to think nice thoughts till she stops. With any luck, given the state of Steele's hangover, any yelling would hurt her more than it would hurt Weatherford. If nothing else, it would keep the ensuing bollocking to a minimum. Oh, God. The DS turned and fidgeted her way back along the corridor. Logan shook his head and stepped outside. The air was crisp and harsh, biting at his ears as he unlocked the car and climbed in behind the wheel, took out his mobile phone and called John Uckert's number. Listened to it ring. Hello? John, it's Logan. Mr. McCrae, you okay? Reuben said, thought you might be dead. Nah, just a scratch. Didn't get far enough away from the Reubenator's shotgun. My own stupid fault. Couple of stitches and I'm right as rain. A sigh. More than I can say for the Armani, though. Whole suit completely ruined. Overcoat, too. What about Reuben? Ah, yes, Reuben. Uckert made a hissing noise. He's a wee bit hacked off. You know, what with you shooting him and everything. I tried, I really did. Never seen him so angry. I mean, we're talking Chernobyl in green overalls here. Of course he was. Well, it wasn't really that surprising, was it? If you shoot someone twice, they were hardly likely to be your bestest friend forever. Might be a good idea for you to get out of Scotland for a bit, Mr. McCrae. Somewhere far away, where Reuben can't get his hands on you. Because if he does, it's going to be long and slow and horrible. Trust me, I've seen it. The side door to the station opened, and Harper marched out with Narveer trailing in her wake. Today's turban was a cheery yellow and black check, like Rupert Bear's trousers. And you better keep that gun on you till you go. You know what I'm saying? He's pulling in favours. Not much chance of that. Harper and Narveer were hardly going to let him nip home for 5 minutes. What? Oh, nothing much.
Got to feed the cat and pick up a firearm in case a gangster needs shooting. Again. Yeah, probably not. Narveer opened the back door. Morning, Logan. Logan gave him a wave, keeping his voice neutral. Nothing to see here, just a standard issue innocent phone call. Anyway, I've got to go, but if you hear anything, let me know, okay? Stay safe, Mr. McRae. Safe and far, far away. Logan hung up and slipped the phone into his pilfered stab-proof vest as Harper climbed into the passenger seat. All set? She nodded at him. Let's go pay Mr. Milne a visit. D.S. Mackenzie sat on the end of the bed, munching her way through a wee packet of complimentary shortbread, getting crumbs down her shirt. She'd released her hair from its angry pom-pom, letting it curl and coil around her scowling face. Logan nodded at the adjoining wall to the next hotel room. How did Milne take it? You'd think we were asking him to swim the Atlantic. Apparently, Mrs. Milne is not the forgiving type. On the bright side, it means you'll get to be in on the swoop. He's such a bloody whinge. No one made him get a loan from gangsters, did they? Deserves all he gets. Logan peered out through the window at the car park below. An old man was out shoveling grit onto the snow, giving it dark brown streaks. They're going to put him in witness protection. You know what? I genuinely couldn't give a toss. Mackenzie crumpled up the wrapper and lobbed it at the bin. It didn't even get halfway there. Steele won't let me do the overtime paperwork unless I do the shift rosters as well. Says it'll be good practice for when I get promoted. Her top lip curled. Lazy, useless, wrinkly disaster area. Could always transfer out to another division. And let her win! Becky tore her way into another wee packet of shortbread. You ever wonder why we bother, McRae? Every single day. He left her to her sulk and headed next door. A suitcase sat in the middle of the bed, an array of socks and pants and shirts arranged around it, all neatly folded and ready to pack. Milne stood with his back to the TV, arms crossed, jaw set, bottom lip poking out as Harper settled into the room's only chair. Come on, Martin. We've been over this. Narveer had taken up position by the ensuite, leaning back against the wall. Your family's safer if you're all in the one place. Dirty photos jumbled across the hotel desk, the stills from Shepherd and Milne's sex sessions. Some had names written in the corner of the image in jaggy biro letters, others nothing but a row of question marks. It looked as if D.S. Robertson hadn't wasted any time getting his finger out. At long last. Maybe it would save him an arse-kicking when Steele's hangover passed, but Logan doubted it. All those different women, blondes, brunettes, redheads, thin, not so thin, positively chunky, light skin, dark skin, olive skin, youngish skin, middle-aged, old. Milne and Shepherd didn't seem to have a type. Well, other than anyone who was prepared to say yes to a threesome. A few of them looked familiar, but then B Division wasn't exactly Greater Manchester. Rural area like this, you rub shoulders with everyone sooner or later. Pretty certain he'd stopped the school teachery type with the black bun and PVC stockings for having bald tires on her Fiat Panda. And the large woman with the knee-highs. Was it her shed that had been broken into, or was she the wheelie bin dispute with the next-door neighbours? Milne shook his head. I should never have got involved. His voice was about an octave higher than it had been, trembling at the end as if he was having difficulty keeping it under control. I should have kept my big mouth shut. What if something happens? They're going to be all right, Martin. Narveer gave him a wink. Trust me, we've done this before, loads of times. There's a car in front of the house right now. No one's getting anywhere near Katie and Ethan. But you're doing the right thing, Martin. Harper pointed at the array of clothes. This is for the best. A couple of others Logan couldn't put a name to. A young blonde woman looking over her shoulder and grinning at the camera, while Shepherd spanked her. A large woman with a Y-shaped scar on her top lip and a thing for black lace. And a grey-haired lady with an Iron Maiden tattoo all over her back. Wait. Was that Aggie? Shepherd's neighbour? It was. So apparently she did a bit more than just nip in and feed Onion the cat from time to time. Milne ground a palm into one eye socket. Katie hates me. Shock horror. She needs time to adjust, that's all. Now come on, get packed and we'll take you over there, okay? He stared at his feet. I should never have said anything. A sigh, then Harper sat forward. Sometimes it's not easy doing the right thing, Martin. Sometimes there's risks and there's costs, but that doesn't change anything. It's still the right thing to do, and we have to do it, because if we don't, then everything falls apart and everyone suffers. She smiled. Do you see? Milne nodded, eyes still fixed on his shoes. Good. Now you get packed. Chapter 45. Logan rested his forearms on the steering wheel as Narveer escorted Martin Milne up the drive to his house. No sign of the media today. The small development was buried under a couple feet of snow, everything anonymized by the rounded white blanket. The only thing not covered in snow was the other patrol car, parked up at the junction. Its occupants sat upright, making a big show of being vigilant, as if they hadn't been reading newspapers and eating crisps when Logan had pulled up in the big car. Reuben was pulling in favours. That meant whatever was coming his way, it was coming soon. Someone brighter might attack the people he loved first, destroy everything around him, but not Reuben. He wouldn't have the patience. No. He'd want his revenge up close and personal, and he'd want to be there to see it happen. Mind you, that didn't mean he wouldn't eventually get around to punishing the people Logan cared about. The patrol car parked outside the house would keep Susan, Naomi and Jasmine safe for a while, but Police Scotland wouldn't keep it there forever. And as for Steele, he cleared his throat. Did you mean what you said? Harper looked up from her mobile phone, thumbs tapping away at the screen. About what? Doing the right thing. Course I did. Back to the phone. Look at Auschwitz, or Rwanda, or Somalia. All that human suffering because people didn't do the right thing. They pretended it was nothing to do with them. They looked after number one. That's how civilization dies. Milne and Narveer had reached the front door. They stood there, waiting on the top step. No matter what it costs. No matter what it costs. The door opened and Katie Milne blocked their way, arms folded, face lined and heavy. She looked as if she'd aged 10 years since Sunday. Milne put his suitcase down and held out his arms, as if he was expecting a hug. She slapped him. What if it costs you everything? Then you do it anyway. Harper put her phone away. But Milne's not losing anything. He threw it all away when he cheated on his wife and decided to run away with his boyfriend. Katie landed another couple of blows before Narveer stepped in and broke it up. He grabbed both her wrists and spoke to her, the words inaudible from inside the big car. Whatever he was saying, it seemed to be working. Her shoulders dropped, then her head. Then she turned and walked into the house, leaving the door open behind her. Narveer patted Milne on the back, watched him pick up his suitcase and shuffled inside, then followed him. Then you do it anyway. Logan checked the dashboard clock. That's it gone 12. Do you want to... The phone in Harper's hand launched into some hip-hop song and she swore. Held it to her ear. Boss, how are you? Yes? Yes, I know. We're all... She glanced across the car at Logan, then turned in her seat to face the window, showing him her back. I understand that, sir, but everything's in hand. Soon as they unload the boat at Gardenston, we'll arrest Malcolm McLennan's people and... Yes, sir. That's the plan. We'll... She put her other hand over her eyes, fingers digging into her temple. I know that, sir. Yes. Okay. We'll keep you updated. Bye. Harper lowered her phone to her lap. Oh, joy. Logan turned the key in the ignition. Pressure? It never changes. Doesn't matter how high up the tree you climb. There's always another monkey further up trying to crap on you. She puffed out a breath.
Maybe we should head over to Peterhead and have another crack at Laura and Ricky Welsh. See if we can find something concrete linking them to Jessica Campbell. He made a seesaw motion with one hand. Doubt they'll say anything. They used to deal for Hamish Mowatt's operation. If it gets out they're playing on Campbell's team, someone's going to have a pop at them in prison. Doesn't matter how tough you are if they stick a homemade knife in your back. Maybe you can work the same magic you used on Martin Milne and Stephen Fowler. It was worth a go. I can try. Anything to put off the phone call he had to make. No matter what it costs. Ricky Welsh had a scratch at the tattoo encircling his neck. Its ink had faded to a gritty blue on his yogurt pot skin. He tipped his head to one side, letting his hair swing. No comment. Logan pulled the next photo from the folder. I am now showing Mr. Welsh a photograph of Exhibit D, 9 blocks of cannabis resin, each with an estimated street value of £1,000. He slid the picture across the table. Do you recognize these, Ricky? No comment. Sitting next to him, Welsh's lawyer couldn't have looked more bored if he'd tried. The bald patch on top of his head was spreading along with his waistline, his suit a bit shiny at the elbows. He'd gone to university for this? Where was the strutting about in front of the jury, making rousing speeches and jabbing his fingers at things? Scoring points and rescuing the innocent from travesties of justice? Instead, he was trapped in a cramped, overwarm room on a snowy Tuesday afternoon in Fraserburgh with a client who'd probably spent more time in court than he had. We found these in your living room, Ricky. No comment. If you didn't put them there, who did? No comment. Harper sighed, checked her watch, as if that was going to make any difference. Logan put another photo on the table, a surveillance shot of someone's mum, chunky and unthreatening, wearing a grey jacket over a floral dress. Her afro was streaked through with grey spirals, skin the colour of polished mahogany. Do you recognise this woman, Ricky? His eyes flicked to the picture and away again. No comment. No? We have information that the cannabis resin in your house belongs to her. The solicitor yawned, sighed. No comment. Yeah, this was going to take a while. Logan ran a hand through his stubbly hair, blew out a breath. It thickened in front of his face, turning into a cloud of white that slowly faded into the falling snow. The prison car park had been ploughed and gritted, mounds of dirty white piled up in the far corner like a mini mountain range. A lot of effort for the half-dozen cars sitting there, their paintwork slowly disappearing under the fresh fall. He shifted his phone from one hand to the other and blew onto his frozen sausage fingers. Come on. One last bit of good before Reuben came for him and took it all away. Make the call. Can't. No matter what it costs, remember? Yes, but either it's the right thing to do or it isn't. Pick one. A big fat seagull waddled across the tarmac, glaring up at him as if he'd done something to offend it. The phone in his hand rang, making him flinch so hard he almost dropped it. Hello? Harper's voice came from the speaker. Logan, that's them bringing Laura Welsh up now. Maybe we'll have more luck with her than Ricky. It couldn't go any worse, could it? I'll be there in a minute. Okay. The line went dead. Logan scrubbed a hand across his face, setting the bruises and tiny punctures stinging, then turned and marched inside. No comment. Laura Welsh barely fit in the interview room chair. Her solicitor was nearly sideways in his seat, trying not to get squished by those broad shoulders. A small man in a pinstriped suit that needed a bit of a clean. His fingers skittered along the edge of his notepad, the pen almost vibrating as he wrote no comment in it. Probably wondering who he'd offended at the Scottish Legal Aid Board to make them lumber him with Laura Welsh. Logan tried the photo of Jessica Campbell again. Do you recognise this woman, Laura? Aye. Is it Oprah Winfrey? She grinned, showing off a couple of gold incisors. The patch where she'd thumped her forehead into the landing carpet had scabbed over, making dark parallel lines in the pale, freckled skin.
Do you think Hamish Mowat would have liked you and Ricky switching sides? Getting your drugs from Jessica Campbell. That's... I object. Mr. Nervous sat up straight. My client has... Laura Welsh stared at him, the grin turning into a growl. He cleared his throat, lowered his eyes to his trembling pen. Yes. She smiled again. Wee Hamish is dead, did you no hear? Harper leaned forwards. We found £9,000 worth of cannabis resin in your house, Mrs. Welsh. Do you know how many years that'll get you? Laura didn't even look at her. She raised a big hand and pointed instead. The hearts tattooed between her knuckles flexed. I don't know you. Keep it that way. Silence. Logan straightened the photograph. So you've changed sides. See, soon as wee Hamish Mowat died, that was it. Chaos. What about Reuben? Oh, he's a great man with a knife or a hammer. But running things? You imagine what it's going to be like now wee Hamish is gone. Going to fall apart. Mr. Nervous fidgeted with his pen. Mrs. Welsh, I really think... See if I have to tell you again. He shrank about a foot. Sorry. Laura nodded. Sergeant McCrae and me are just having a chat about general stuff. Putting the world to rights. Right, Sergeant McCrae? Right. Way I hear it, everyone's picking sides. Smart money's on Glasgow. A shrug. Or Edinburgh. What about the Hussein brothers? Liverpool junkyard massive? Black Angus MacDonald? She curled one side of her face up. Nah, on a hiding to nowhere with that lot. Black Angus couldn't organise a piss-up at an AA meeting. Rest are all wannabe hard men. Reuben's not going to bow out gracefully. Scar-faced fat bastard wants to start a war. How's he going to do that when all his troops have sodded off to Ma Campbell or Mark the Knife? Be nothing but him and a couple of morons pissing into the wind. She flashed Logan those gold incisors again. Desperate last gasps of a dying regime, Sergeant McCrae. And there won't be a civil war when it topples. Edinburgh and Glasgow will divvy up Aberdeenshire, and that'll be it. Until Jessica Campbell and Malcolm McLennan decided they wanted a bigger slice of the cake. And Reuben? Sooner or later, he's going to end up dead. Question is how many people he takes with him. Harper leaned in. You seem to know a lot about the goings-on up here, Mrs. Welsh. A shrug. I hear things. And did you hear who attacked Sergeant McCrae and Detective Chief Inspector Steele on Friday night? Was it Jessica Campbell's people, or Malcolm McLennan's? Laura's grin was back. No comment. Harper tucked the folder under her arm, staring down the corridor as Laura Welsh was led away back to her cell. Then Harper turned and slammed her boot into the interview room door. Damn it! Can't say we didn't try. No comment, no comment, no bloody comment! She took a deep breath and hissed it out. Right. Shook her head and made for the exit, straightening her shoulders as she marched towards the double doors. It doesn't matter. We'll find out who's behind it all soon as they turn up to collect the cargo at 6. We'll still get a result. True. She pushed through into the stairwell and stopped, frowning at the window. Snow drifted across the prison car park, whipped into mini cyclones by the wind, rattling the lights on their pillars and making them sway. Better get the car warmed up, Sergeant. We'll head back to Banff and make sure everything's set for the swoop soon as I've updated the powers that be. Sir? She followed him down one flight, then pulled out her phone and disappeared into the admin block, leaving him alone in the stairwell. Logan waited till she was definitely out of earshot. Thanks a bloody heap. So he could freeze his ears off, marching outside in the snow to get the big car all warm and toasty for her. Bloody superintendents were all the same. He thumped down the stairs and signed out at the reception desk, then shoved his way out into the snow. It was like being machine-gunned with tiny white blocks of Lego, stripping the air from his lungs. The wind battered him, making him lurch like a Monday morning drunk across the gritted tarmac to the big car. Gah! Just because Peterhead was 120 miles north of Moscow, he didn't have to show off about it. Polar bears had it warmer than this. He fumbled his keys out with numb fingers and scrambled inside, started the big car up and cranked the blowers to full,
huffing warm breath into his cupped hands. Barely 4:30, and it was more like the middle of the night out there. Snow hammered the car, rocking it on its springs. He slipped his hand into his pocket and felt the outline of his mobile phone. Do it. No. For God's sake, grow a pair. Harper was right. The only thing that stopped everything falling apart was people doing the right thing instead of the easy thing. Yes, but... The blowers roared. Steele had fitted Jack Wallace up. She'd manufactured evidence, lied in court, perverted the course of justice. She'd crossed the line. Yes, Wallace deserved to be in prison, but he deserved to be there for what he'd done, not for what he hadn't. That was how it worked. So do the right thing. I don't want to. No matter what it costs, remember? A deep breath. Then Logan pulled out his phone, called up his contacts list and dialed Napier. It rang and rang. Still not too late to hang up. And rang and rang. This was stupid. Hang up. And rang and... Chief Superintendent Napier. All the moisture evaporated from Logan's mouth. Hello? He clicked off the blowers, licked his lips. Chief Superintendent, it's Logan McRae. I need to talk to you about Jack Wallace. Chapter 46. Harper checked her watch. They're late. The harbour lights cast pale, writhing shadows, distorted by the falling snow. Not a breath of wind. Thick white flakes drifted down onto the big car's bonnet, melting away with the heat of the engine, even though it had been turned off for nearly 1/4 of an hour. Logan twisted the key far enough to get the windscreen wipers going. The view wasn't that much better with the snow cleared. From here, tucked in between two bland grey buildings, the harbour walls made a lopsided triangle that sulked beneath the cold night sky. About 24 small boats sat along the jetties, jutting out into the water, not a single light between them. He pressed the button on his airwave. All units, check in. D.I. Singh, no movement. D.S. Weatherford, no movement. D.S. Rennie, nada for us. D.S. Mackenzie, no movement. Silence. Logan pressed the button again. DCI Steele, check in, please. Her voice cracked out of the handset. I'm bored, I'm tired, I'm cold, and Spaver here keeps farting. Other than that, sod all. Harper shook her head. And they made that a detective chief inspector. He looked away, fixed his airwave back on its clip. Sorry I couldn't get anything out of Laura Welsh. At least you tried. She pursed her lips, frowning as if she could taste something sour. It'll be over soon. All we need is a result this evening, and everything will be fine again. Nervier's voice came over the speakers. Hold on, we've got something. Lights on the water. About time. She scooted forward and peered out through the windscreen. Can't see anything. Yep, we've got visual. Small container ship. It's the Jotun Sverd. Hallelujah! Harper picked up her airwave from the dashboard. All right, everyone, listen up. We stay put till Malcolm McLennan's goons offload the cargo. I want them red-handed, so no one moves before it's all in their vehicle. Logan tapped his fingers along the steering wheel. You wouldn't think the harbour was big enough for a supply boat, would you? Will it even make it through the entrance? We'll find out soon enough. The ship's lights appeared through the snow, getting closer. Logan? Harper kept her face forward and voice light and neutral. When this is all done, do you want to come visit down in Dumfries? I think Mum would like to meet you. Yeah, that would be nice. Assuming Reuben let him live that long. I'll need to find someone to look after Cthulhu, though. The boat got bigger and bigger, its orange hull standing out against the black water. It was nowhere near as big as the full-size supply boats. The whole thing would have fitted into a tennis court, with room to spare. Spotlights bathed the small deck in a harsh white glow, picking out 4 offshore containers with the Gerold Viking logo on them. Its engines growled into reverse, slowing the thing to a crawl as it approached the harbour entrance. But instead of trying to squeeze in, the ship swung around so its stern was facing Gardenstown, then backed up alongside the jutting arm of the sea wall. One last growl, and the engines fell silent. A couple of men jumped up onto the wall and tied the ship in place. It wouldn't have been much use on a stormy night, but with the sea like a slab of dark marble, it would be good enough for offloading, even if it did block the harbour entrance. Harper rubbed her hands together. Not long now. Where the hell are they? Harper checked her watch again. It's been 20 minutes. Maybe they're struggling through traffic somewhere. You know what it's like when it snows. Everyone drives like tortoises. She puffed out her cheeks. Tell everyone to check in again. McLennan's men have to be somewhere. Logan drummed his fingers on the steering wheel and scowled out at the falling snow. Reuben was out there right now, plotting, planning his revenge. Question was, when? Tomorrow? The day after? A week from now? Tonight? The flakes glowed for a moment as they passed through the sphere of yellow cast by the bulkhead light fixed to the building next to the big car, then faded to blue-grey again. Might be an idea to not be at home when he turned up. Maybe he could beg a bed at Calamity's, or Tufty's parents' house. Or he could appropriate one of the cells in the station. Wasn't as if anyone used them these days. Cthulhu would hate it, but it was better than the alternative. The pair of them waking up at 4 a.m. to find 3 figures in ski masks looming over the bed with sawn-off shotguns and machetes. Or they could get a B&B sorted for the night. Get another one for the night after that. And another after that. Keep moving so no one knew where they were. On the run from now till Reuben's thugs caught up with him. Logan? He blinked, turned. Harper was staring at him. If you don't stop drumming your fingers, I'm going to break them, okay? He took his hands off the wheel. Sorry. Harper sagged in the passenger seat. This whole thing's a complete disaster, isn't it? Give it time. Gah! She took her watch off and placed it on the dashboard in a tiny sliver of streetlight. 40 minutes. They should have been here, unloaded and gone by now. True. Logan shrugged. They might be playing it cautious, scoping out the harbour, making sure there's nothing suspicious going on. Or maybe they're running a bit late. Or maybe he'd been right in the first place, and this was all a setup. He looked across the car at Harper. Yeah, probably best to keep that to himself. I told you so probably wouldn't go down too well. Steele's voice growled out of the speaker. Aye, no offence, Super, but are we planning on spending the night here? 'Cause if we are, I want a sexy WPC instead of Spaver McFartypants. Harper picked up her airwave. This channel's for operational use only. She pinched the bridge of her nose and screwed her eyes shut. Is D.I. Steele always this much work? Pretty much. Logan set the windscreen wipers going again, clearing 2 lopsided grey rainbows through the snow. Nothing had changed. The Jotun's Ferd still sat at the harbour entrance, all lights blazing like an industrial Christmas ornament. We should have brought a thermos of tea. Logan sat forward in his seat, arms on the steering wheel. Maybe we need to go back to the idea that we're being screwed with. Harper reclined her seat and stared up at the ceiling. Do you have any idea how much this operation is costing? It was always a bit too obvious, wasn't it? Shepard's body is left lying about for us to find. It leads us to Martin Milne, which leads us to the money they owed, which leads us here. He shook his head. It's like someone's handed us a join-the-dots picture and left us to get on with it. Only the picture's a great big knob wearing a police hat. So what do you want to do? She scowled. Kick Martin Milne in the balls. Hard. Logan fiddled with his airwave, taking it off the closed channel and back onto the normal one. Sergeant McRae to control. Have we got any suspicious activity reported in B Division tonight? A man's voice crackled back. How suspicious is suspicious? It would be something big if it needed a distraction this size. Banks, building societies, anywhere you'd get a big financial score. Luxury car showrooms, that kind of thing. It'll be nowhere near Gardenstown. Harper clapped her hands over her face. I'm going to look like a proper moron if they clear out a bank while I'm sat here twiddling my thumbs with 20 officers and a dog team. Hold on, I'll have a lookie. The Jotun's Ferd just sat there, all bright lights and shiny paintwork. Do you think Milne knows? I mean, he had to arrange the boat. Logan frowned. But they had to pick up the stuff from a yacht. Why go to all that trouble? Aye, Sergeant McRae, no sign of anything suspicious reported. You want me to give you a shout if something comes in? Thanks. He switched his handset to the operations channel again, then settled back in his seat to wait. DS Mackenzie, no movement. Logan wiped the windscreen. Still nothing. Harper had the seat all the way back now. They're not coming, are they? He checked his watch. 20 to 8. Nearly 2 hours late. Why would you set all this up and not turn up for 2 hours? She reached into her jacket and pulled out her phone, dialing without sitting up. Hello, Narvir? Yes. Not a thing. Yeah, I'm coming to that conclusion as well. Okay, we'll give it till 8. If nothing's doing by then, we're going in. At least tonight won't be a complete bust. Yeah. Okay, bye. She put her phone away and glanced across the car at Logan. You get the gist? Yup. He hooked a thumb over his shoulder. You want me to get onto the team watching Milne's house? Make sure the wee sod's still there? He better be, because if no one turns up, he and I are going to have words. Harper hunched forward, nose nearly touching the dashboard, staring at her watch. 8 o'clock. She bared her teeth. They're not coming, assuming they ever were. Logan struggled his way into the high-vis jacket, zipping it up to the neck, then fastened his seatbelt. Maybe someone tipped them off. Bet it was Martin bloody Milne. She clunked her seat upright and put her own belt on. Call it. He didn't bother unclipping his airwave, just pressed the button and spoke into his shoulder. All units, confirm. The swoop is on. D.I. Singh, ready. D.S. Weatherford, ready. D.S. Mackenzie, ready. D.S. Rennie, Geronimo! Then silence. Not again. DCI Steele, confirm. Nothing. DCI Steele, I repeat, confirm. A loud, wet raspberry rattled out of the handset. I'm awake. Are you happy now? Was having a lovely dream, too. Helen Mirren, a thing of cherry-flavoured lubricant, and a Toblerone. Logan put his peaked cap on. Swoop is on in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! He cranked the engine over and clicked on the lights, foot down. The big car surged forward, out between the grey buildings and onto the harbour. The council might have gritted the roads, but they hadn't bothered with the harbour wall. It slithered beneath the big car's wheels, the rear end swinging out as they fish-tailed towards the Jotun's Ferd. Harper grabbed the handle above the door. In one piece, Sergeant. I don't want to end up at the bottom of the harbour. He eased up a little, flicked it into four-wheel drive. Blue and white lights strobed all around them as the other vehicles moved into the harbour, making the falling snow glow and flicker. Logan slammed on the brakes, skidding to a halt right next to the boat, then scrambled out into the cold night. Someone peered at him over the supply boat's bulwark. An older woman, wearing bright red overalls and a hard hat, greying hair tied back in a ponytail. Hello? He hopped over the rail and dropped the 3 foot onto the deck. Hands where I can see them. She pulled in her chin. Okie dokie. Then put her hands up, as if this was a robbery. Harper landed beside him, followed by Narvir and his 2 constables. Then Rennie and his lumpen thugs. A man appeared at the railings behind the bridge, round and squat in a thick padded jacket. What the hell's going on? More and more police officers landed on the deck, like pirates in high-vis jackets. Rennie and his thugs swarmed up the stairs to the bridge,
Nobody move! I demand to know what the hell is happening here.
Harper marched into the middle of the deck, between the containers, and pointed up at him. You the captain? Heavy flakes of snow settled on her shoulders.
And you are?
Detective Superintendent Harper. I have a warrant to search this vessel. He shrugged.
Knock yourself out.
He leaned on the railing.
Susie, show the cops around, will you? I've got a pot noodle on the go.
Susie raised her eyebrows at Logan. Can I put my hands down now? Harper kicked the nearest container. We'll start with this one. Okie dokie. She wrestled with the catch, forcing it down and around, then hauled the big metal door open. There you go. Logan followed Harper to the container's entrance, looking over her shoulder at the hollow, empty space. That wasn't right. Harper curled her hands into fists. Open the other ones. The dog officer pulled his face into a lopsided grimace. I can go over the place again, but... A shrug. A Labrador sat at his feet, big pink tongue lolling out one side of its idiot grin. Sorry. Harper swore, then stared off down the corridor. Inside, the ship smelled of diesel and air freshener. Okay, thanks. Logan leaned against the wall. Nothing at all. She scrubbed a hand over her face. You tried the cabins and the offices? Everywhere. Even the bulkhead storage compartments. God damn it! Narvir ambled over, ducking to avoid losing his Rupert Bear turban on the doorframe. Super, we've done PNC checks on the crew. The only one with any form is the deckhand, Elaine. Got drunk on a hen night last year and lamped someone in the Aberdeen McDonald's. Harper stared at the ceiling for a moment. White-painted metal, lined with rivets. Make sure the captain's in his office. Ma'am. He turned and ducked out through the door again. She sighed. It's not looking good, is it? Well, no, not really. Harper pulled herself upright. Come on, let's go speak to the captain. Logan followed her through the metal corridors, down the stairs and below deck. A line of cabins wrapped around the hull, with the captain's office in the middle. She didn't bother knocking, barged right in. All right, I'm running out of patience here, so let's cut the social niceties. Where's the shipment? The room was barely big enough for a couple of filing cabinets, a desk, a plastic pot plant, and a visitor's chair. The captain folded his arms across his rounded stomach, using it as a shelf. Tiny brown splodges marked his shirt. The ghost of pot noodles passed. What shipment? The one that's meant to be in the containers. She leaned on the desk, looming over him. There's not meant to be anything in the containers. Logan closed the door behind him. You were supposed to pick up a number of sealed crates from a yacht 60 miles east of Bora and hide them in the containers. Nah. He shook his head, setting his chins wobbling. Think I'd remember something like that. You've got the wrong boat, mate. Harper slammed her hand down on the desk, making a cup of tea tremble. Martin Milne told you to pick up those crates and deliver them here. Don't be daft. Martin told us to pick up 4 empty containers and take them out for a putter around the Murray Firth for a bit. Run a couple of fire drills with the crew and a man overboard. Then make for Gardenston and wait for him. He's bringing fish suppers for everyone. Fish suppers? Yeah, well, it's meant to be a procedural awareness exercise thing. Something to do with new operational rules the oil companies want to bring in. Waste of time if you ask me. But what do I know? Logan settled into the visitor's chair. So no yacht? No yacht. Look, if you don't believe me, examine the ship's log. We've got GPS trackers and everything gets stored on the computer so the clients can audit it. Be my guest. Audit it. Harper stood on the bridge, hands behind her back, looking down at the prow of the ship. Nobody at all. The senior team gathered in a ragged semicircle behind her. Eiffel Tower, canal boat, Christmas tree, old boot, and Thomas the Tank Engine. The only one missing was Sheep playing the bagpipes. Rennie leaned against one of the swivel chairs bolted to the floor. The crew all back the captain's story. Empty containers,
Pootling about, fire drills and fishing dummies out of the water. Oh, and they're getting really hacked off about the lack of fish and chips. Can't say I blame them. Steele stuck her hands in her pockets. Could go a fish supper right now. Maybe some mushy peas, too. Oh, and a pickled onion. Harper ignored her, pointing a finger at Nervier instead. What about the logs? He checked his notebook. GPS says they never went anywhere near where Milne said the yacht would be, assuming there ever was a yacht. And there's CCTV on all the decks, too. They didn't rendezvous with anything. Bloody hell! She gripped the console, shoulders hunched, hissed out a breath. Options? Nervier sighed. Think we're going to have to take this one on the chin. We were working on information we believe to be reliable. It's not our fault. Oh, aye, the top brass will buy that. Steele gave him a cheery grin. Known for their understanding nature are our glorious overlords. Logan stepped up beside Harper. What if Malcolm McLennan was telling the truth at Hamish Mowatt's funeral, and his people had nothing to do with Shepard's death? What if it was Martin Milne all along? She turned and stared at him. So what? You were right in the first place. I didn't say that. Nervier, send everyone home, and tell the captain his boss won't be turning up this evening, because he's going to be in a sodding police cell. She turned and marched towards the door. Sergeant McCrae, you're with me. Chapter 47. Logan gave Nervier a shrug, then hurried after Harper, out into the snow, zipping up his high-vis jacket and pulling on his peaked cap. Mackenzie was down on the main deck, wandering back and forth in front of the containers, mobile phone clamped to her ear, breath trailing along behind her in the frigid air. Sir? Logan reached out and grabbed Harper's arm. Are you sure you shouldn't be taking D.I. Singh with you? He is your sidekick, after all. Nervier is a big boy, Sergeant. Believe me, he'll be fine. Which is more than I can say for Martin Milne. She climbed down the stairs to the main deck. Grab D.S. Mackenzie. Tell her I want Milne's house locked down tighter than a pair of cycling shorts. Sir? She clambered up onto the dockside and stamped through the snow to the big car. Mackenzie was staring up at him, still on the phone, wearing an expression that suggested she just stepped in something. Logan picked his way down the stairs, the metal treads clanging beneath his feet. Becky? He pointed at the big car. Harper needs you. We're pulling Martin Milne. She put a hand over the bottom of her phone. Why me? Robertson's on babysitting duty. Because you ran the team looking after him. She wants a full lockdown till we get there. Her eyes narrowed. Then she went back to her phone call, turning her back on him and keeping her voice down. Sometime tonight would be good, Becky. You know what detective superintendents are like if you keep them waiting. He crossed the deck and climbed up onto the harbour side, stood there until she finished her call and joined him. Her curly brown hair was flecked with snow. This has been a complete cocking farce. Yup. And now we get to go apportion blame. He climbed into the big car and started the engine, set the blowers on full to clear the fogged-up windscreen. Mackenzie slipped into the back, pulled out her airwave. D.S. Robertson, safe to talk? Fit like Becky. How'd the swoop go? You get them? Shut up and listen. I need a sit rep on the Milne house. All present and correct. No one in or out. No sign of any suspicious vehicles in the area. They up and doing? Lights are on, but the curtains are drawn. Think they're watching telly and trying to kid on he never shagged his business partner. Good. Keep them on lockdown. We're paying a visit. Mackenzie put her handset away. Everything's set. Harper nodded. Thank you. Then frowned. Is there something else? She clicked on her seatbelt. I thought I'd tag along for the ride. I think Sergeant McCrae and I can handle it. Sure you can. A cold, unpleasant smile uncoiled across her face. But I wasted days looking after Milne, and if the wee sod screwed us over, I want to be there when he gets his collar felt. And if we're really lucky, he'll resist arrest for a bit first. Fair enough. Harper pointed at the windscreen as the fog finally cleared. Let's go see what he has to say for himself. Logan did a 5-point turn,
keeping their speed to a crawl and steering well clear of the sudden drop into the dark water. As they faced the right way, a set of blue flashing lights appeared on the road above the harbour, working its way down. "Sir?" She reached across the car and put a hand on his arm. "Hold it here for a minute." The car got closer, then disappeared behind a squat row of cottages, before emerging again, driving onto the dock. It stopped beside the big car, and the driver's window buzzed down. Logan buzzed his down too. Oh no. Napier looked up at him. "Sergeant McRae?" "Not now. Not here." "Chief Superintendent?" "Tell me, is Detective Chief Inspector Steele available?" He wasn't smiling. Wasn't rubbing his hands with glee. Instead, his shoulders drooped, mouth pulled down at the edges, a slightly pained expression on his face. "I'm afraid I need a word." "She's on the ship." "I see." He bit his bottom lip and frowned for a moment, then nodded. "Thank you, Sergeant." The window buzzed up and the patrol car pulled forward a dozen feet, until it was alongside the boat. "All right, Sergeant, we can go now." "Actually," Logan unclipped his seatbelt. "I'll only be a minute, okay?" He scrambled out of the big car and picked his way through the snow to the patrol car as two of Napier's colleagues boarded the yacht Unspherd, leaving their boss on the dockside. "Sir?" Napier turned and nodded at him. "Not the best of days, Logan. Not the best." "What's going to happen to her?" "We found a flash drive covered in her fingerprints. It's got exactly the same set of images she discovered on Jack Wallace's laptop. The last modified dates match." The tip of Napier's nose was already going red. "A report has been submitted to the Procurator Fiscal." "They're going to prosecute?" Logan marched off a couple of paces, then back again. "But she's—" "This isn't what I wanted, Logan. It really, really isn't. Every time I have to arrest a fellow officer—" He sighed, the breath turning into a cloud. "Well, there you go. That's my problem, isn't it?" "What's going to happen to her?" Napier wiped flecks of snow from the shoulders of his black police-issue fleece. "She'll be charged with perverting the course of justice. Jack Wallace will be released from prison and his conviction quashed. In all likelihood, he'll sue Police Scotland and win. And the next time he rapes someone, we'll have to start all over again. But it'll be 300% more difficult because his lawyers will be screaming harassment." Napier shook his head. "This is why we have rules, Logan." Up on the boat, Steele emerged from the bridge, slouching along with her hands in her pockets, e-cigarette poking out of the side of her mouth. Napier's people were behind her. No handcuffs, no frog marching. Napier patted Logan on the shoulder. "Perhaps you shouldn't be here for this bit." No matter what the cost. The two officers helped Steele up onto the dockside, then stood back. She took a good long draw on her fake cigarette. "Well, well, if it's no the Dark Prince of Professional Standards himself. What can we do for you this Sharney night, Nigel?" Napier stared at her for a moment, then put his hands behind his back. "Detective Chief Inspector Roberta Steele, I'm detaining you under Section 14 of the Criminal Procedure Scotland Act 1995, because I suspect you of having committed an offence punishable by imprisonment." She glanced past him at Logan. "Oh, aye?" "Please, get in the car." "What if I don't want to get in the car? What if I want to kick off right here?" He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. "Please, just get in the car." "I've done sod all, and you know it." "That's for a court to decide." She jabbed a finger in Logan's direction. "Tell him, Laz! Tell this lanky strip of gristle he's got the wrong woman." One of Napier's people stepped up and took hold of Steele's arm. "Let's not make this any harder than it has to be, okay?" "Laz!" The other one stepped up, and between them they steered her towards the patrol car. "Laz! Tell them!" They opened the back door and eased her inside, one putting a hand on top of her head so she wouldn't bash it. "Laz! Tell these bastards what—" Clunk. The car door shut, taking her angry voice with it. The snow-covered landscape hissed past the big car's windows, headlights glittering back at them from wet tarmac. Every time the windscreen wipers travelled across the glass, they squeaked and moaned, as if someone was murdering a lot of mice one at a time. Harper was staring at him. Logan kept his eyes on the road. "Well, Sergeant, are you going to tell us what that was all about?" DCI Steele is consulting on one of the Chief Superintendent's cases. Trees drifted by in the distance, their branches drooping under the accumulated frozen weight. Sitting in the back seat, Mackenzie kept her mouth shut, thumbs busy poking away at her mobile, texting or playing Candy Crush. Harper scowled out at the darkness. "I can't believe we've been so stupid. There never were any gangsters, were there? All that rubbish about getting a loan from Malcolm McLennan. Milne made it up. He falls out with Peter Shepherd. They fight. It gets out of hand. And the next thing you know, he's got a body to get rid of." Logan changed down for the hill. "So he comes up with the idea of staging it to look like the photo in The Blood Red Line and framing McLennan for it. Tells us McLennan loaned them $200,000 so we won't do him for embezzling the cash. Suddenly he's the victim. A nice, neat little package. And I should have listened to you in the first place." She banged a hand on the dashboard. "Idiot." Harper's airwave gave its 4 point-to-point beeps. "Ma'am, it's Nervier." She pressed the button. "Go ahead. I've sent the Jotunsford's crew on their way. No fish suppers for them." "What about everyone else?" "There's a couple of house fires in Peterhead, and a factory unit's gone up in Fraserburgh. Sounds like willful fire-raising. Everyone on duty's en route. I've disbanded everyone else. No point totally spanking the overtime budget." The road wound up, then plunged down like a roller coaster. "Thanks, Nervier. We'll need to get started on the paperwork first thing tomorrow. See if we can justify the almighty cock-up in expense." "Will do. Do you... with... isn't for... next..." Then hissing. Then nothing at all. Harper slapped the airwave against her palm. "Work, you stupid lump of plastic!" Mackenzie shifted forward. "It's the hollow here. No reception." Through a gap between the hills, the sea was a slab of clay, framed by snow-flecked woods. Logan took them around the corner and slowed. A woman stood at the side of the road, wearing jeans, a Barber jacket, and a knitted bonnet. She waved her hands over her head, caught in the on-again, off-again flash of a Range Rover's hazard lights. He stopped and buzzed down his window. "Broken down?" Her cheeks and nose glowed bright pink. "There's been an accident. A car's left the road. Please, you have to help them." "Hold on." Logan pulled the big car up onto the verge, behind the Range Rover, then jumped down into the snow, reached into the back of his high-vis jacket and peaked cap. "Becky, can you get the warning signs out of the boot and stick them up around the corners? Don't want some idiot rallying their way into the back of us." Mackenzie put her phone away. "Okay. There's a spare high-vis in there, too." The woman tugged at his sleeve. "Please, hurry!" Logan took out his torch and crunched his way through the snow to the front of the Range Rover. A pair of tire marks cut through the dirty white crust, heading over the edge. He played the beam down the ravine and across the trees, then stopped. Red tail lights reflected the torchlight back at him. He peered closer. It looked like a hatchback, about 30 feet down the gorge, tipped up on its side, crumpled between the trunks of 2 trees. Maybe a Clio or a Fiesta, something boy racery with an oversized exhaust, the number plate half hanging off. "Right." He turned back to the woman in the Barber jacket. "I need you to go get back in your car and head up the hill. Soon as you get to the top, call 999. Tell them..." She wasn't looking at him. She was staring at the big car. Someone lay in the road, on their front, not moving. It was Harper, face down on the tarmac, as if she fancied a nap. What, had she fallen out? Slipped on the snow? Logan took a step towards her, then stopped as something hard pressed into his back. A thick, dark voice sounded over his shoulder. "Well, well, well. If it isn't Sergeant Logan McCrae." He licked his lips.
Reuben. The Range Rover's back doors opened, and two men climbed out. One huge and solid, the other thin and knife-like. Smiler and Mr. Teeth, a.k.a. Alan Wright and Gavin Jones. The remaining 2/3 of Reuben's transit van team since Eddie Knowles got his head caved in. They were both wearing black leather gloves, both holding semi-automatic pistols. So this was it. Reuben jabbed him in the back again. You're supposed to be dead. Every inch of Logan's skin fizzed. The hair stood up on his arms and head. His mouth was full of wasps. Tried it once. Didn't like it. He eased around. Reuben had his sawn-off shotgun in one hand. The other held a crutch, stainless steel with a grey plastic cuff, keeping the weight off that leg. Did you really think you were going to get away with it? Pulling a gun on me like I'm some sort of prick? Funny, but now that the moment was here, it was almost calming. No need to worry about when Reuben would make his move, when he'd get his revenge, because it was now. There was something liberating about that. Logan nodded back towards the big car. Detective Superintendent Harper and D.S. Mackenzie have nothing to do with this. What? You think you're going to play the big hero? Save them, it's me you want. That kind of crap. Someone crunched through the snow behind him, getting closer. Then another familiar voice. Can we get this over with? It was Mackenzie. Oh, for God's sake. You're working for Reuben. Seriously. Told you. I've got 2 kids to put through university and a police pension that won't cover the mortgage when I retire. She stepped around him, putting herself behind Reuben in the shotgun. If you're working up to a lecture about loyalty, don't bother. I know what you did to DCI Steele, McRae. She might be a useless old bag, but you wouldn't know loyalty if it gave you a lap dance. Becky stuffed her hands in her pockets and sniffed. Come on, Reuben, time's wasting. Do him and get it over with. What? Reuben grinned. And miss out on all this fun? The shotgun flashed up, the barrel smashing into the bridge of Logan's nose. It sent him staggering backwards, arms windmilling as the snowy verge disappeared beneath his feet. And he was gone. Chapter 48. Hot yellow orbs flashed across the dark sky, screaming and jabbing as Logan went crashing through branches and bushes, tumbling over and over, their jagged limbs clawing at his face and hands. Then a loud crump, and he was on his front in the snow, head down on the hill, tangled in the undergrowth. Ow! Well, for God's sake, are you happy now? Mackenzie's voice cut through the silence. You listen up, you curly-haired wee bitch. You are here because I own you. Understand? Logan rolled over onto his back and tried to blink away the ringing in his ears. Up! Get up and run! Yes, because being bright fluorescent yellow in the woods wouldn't get him shot at all, would it? He unzipped his high-vis jacket and struggled out of the thing, rolled away as the sawn-off barked. A rain of pellets clattered through the branches. One bit at his hand, but not hard enough to break the skin. That was the trouble with a sawn-off. It was great for close quarters. You could clear a room with one with a single blast, but over long distances, the shot spread out too far, too fast. Logan scrambled behind the upturned Fiesta as the shotgun barked again, pinging and clanging against the dented bodywork. Everything tasted of hot pennies. He ran a hand across his mouth. It came away warm and slick and black in the moonlight. Blood dripped from his burning nose. The world stank of meat and peppercorns. Reuben's voice boomed out. Come out, wherever you are, McRae! No chance. He dragged out a hanky and wadded it against his bleeding nose. Could head down the hill, stick to the trees and make it as far as the sea. Might get a signal on the airwave down there. Call in the cavalry. Let's make this easy, shall we, McRae? You come out and take your medicine like a big boy, and I won't kill your detective superintendent friend. How does that sound? Terrible. He'd probably kill them both anyway. Logan peered around the Fiesta's boot. Reuben stood at the road's edge, caught in the Range Rover's headlights, using his shotgun as a pointer,
directing Alan Wright and Gavin Jones down the slope. They were harder to make out than their boss, almost vanishing as they picked their way through the snow and bushes. Gavin Jones on the left, Alan Wright on the right. Okay, stocktake. Logan patted his equipment belt. One set of limb restraints, one set of handcuffs, one extendable baton, and a can of CS gas. Throw in an airwave handset that wasn't getting a signal, and that was it. God knew where the torch had got to, probably buried in the snow somewhere. A hard crack sounded from the left, followed by a ringing thud that vibrated through the Fiesta's bodywork. A voice from the right. Right. "You get him?" There was a pause. Then Jones shouted back, "Don't know!" What good were limb restraints against guns? Should have listened to Uckert and taken the semi-automatic with him. Yes, because that worked so well last night, didn't it? That's what you get for being a bloody wimp. Logan unhooked his CS gas. Oh, that's helping, is it? If you'd killed Reuben when you had the chance, instead of fanning about, you wouldn't be in this mess. Shut up. You shut up. Two men armed with handguns, one armed with a sawn-off shotgun. Turn around and get the hell out of there. Laughter echoed down the hill. "Hey, McCrae! Mackenzie tells me this isn't any old detective superintendent. She's your sister. Oh, that's priceless." Another hard crack from the left. Closer this time. The bullet sizzled through the air over his head. "Well? Don't think so. Maybe we should—" There was a crunch, and the popcorn crackle of breaking branches. "Ah!" Then a thump. "Al?" Jones crashed through the undergrowth off to the right. "Al? You okay?" "Ah!" The sound of someone spitting. "Thudding hell!" "What happened?" "I bit my tongue." Reuben's voice bellowed over the top. "You know what I'm going to do to your sister, McCrae?" The crunching sound of feet on frozen snow was getting louder. A minute or more, and they'd be on top of him. Don't just crouch there. Do something. Logan took a deep breath and backed away from the Fiesta. The trees were thin and spindly, nothing thick enough to stop a bullet. "I'm going to carve her like a Sunday roast and feed her to the pigs, one slice at a time, while she watches." He ducked, creeping into a clump of whin. The dead seed heads hissed at him. Another 6 foot further on, the ground dropped away, plummeting into the darkness. Edge of the world. "You see 'em? How? Dark as a badger's arse down here." "You like that, McCrae? Or are you going to come out and be a man?" The guy on the left, Jones, had reached the overturned Fiesta. He was a vague dark outline against the bushes and patches of snow, sharp nose swinging from side to side, as if he was scenting the air. He whirled around 360 degrees, his gun up at head level, twisted on its side. Gangsta-styly. Idiot. No sign of idiot number 2. Logan ran a hand across the ground. Sticks, twigs, dirt, rock. It wasn't big, barely the size of his fist, but it'd do. He threw it off to the right, deeper into the woods. It clattered and rattled through the branches, its final thunk swallowed by the snow. Jones spun around and a flare of light exploded from the end of his gun, illuminating him in all his thin and pointy glory. The crack echoed around the ravine. Logan blinked again, but the flash was a hard burst of yellow-white etched across his eyes. "Jonesy, you get him?" "Maybe." Gavin Jones was even less visible than before, hidden by the shot's after-image. "You see anything?" "What's keeping you pair of idiots? Find him!" "You think it's that easy?" Jones's voice was barely a mutter. "You limp your fat arse down here and kill him yourself." He picked his way down the hill, crackling through the bushes. Closer. Closer. And then he was level with Logan's clump of whin. And then he was past. Logan flipped the cap off his CS gas, pulling the canister from its holster. The coiled bungee cord holding it to his equipment belt tightened as he stood up and aimed. "Hello, ugly." Jones span around. "Jesus!" Logan mashed his thumb down on the trigger. Ah! Ah! He folded in half, both eyes covering his face, the gun still clenched in one fist. My eyes! Ah, Jesus! Logan helped him take his mind off the CS gas by kneeing him in the groin. Jonesy? Wright's thick, lispy voice wasn't far away, slightly further uphill to the right. Jonesy, you okay? What the hell's going on down there? Gavin Jones crumpled to the ground not far from the cliff edge, moaning and whimpering. The gun was easy enough to take off him. Logan dragged him into the wind bush, pulled his hands behind his back and cuffed them. One down. Jonesy! A quick frisk through his pockets turned up a spare clip for the semi-automatic. That evened the odds a bit. He gave Jones a kick, setting him off again, then crept uphill, using the swearing and crying as cover. Jonesy! A shot rang out. Then another one. And another. Logan hit the ground, scrambling on all fours back to the car. Wright crashed through the bushes, firing off 2 more shots. Thudding hell. He was downhill now, his silhouette crouching over his mate. He's got Jonesy! Do I have to do everything myself? Up on the road, Reuben moved to the edge of the verge, the sawn-off glinting in the headlights. Where is he? Logan stayed where he was, not moving, keeping his breath as quiet as possible. Mackenzie marched over to Reuben, hands jabbing out, emphasizing the words. Are you happy now? He gets away and we're all screwed. McCrae? Oh, give it up. I told you to kill him and get it over with, but would you? Reuben rammed the butt of his sawn-off into her face hard enough to lift her off her feet. She crumpled out of sight, groaning. Then he took a short limp forward, good leg swinging back, then snapping forward. There was the crunch of boot meeting flesh. And another one. One more for luck. He stood back, bent down and rubbed at his bad leg. You work for me, bitch. Understand? No reply. Understand? Another kick. Then he took his crutch and prodded something hidden by the verge. Probably Mackenzie. Oh. Alan Wright was still crouched over his mewling friend. Logan took a deep breath. Do it now, while they were both distracted. 1 down, 2 to go. He scrambled upright and charged, leading with his shoulder, crashed through the wind, setting the seed heads rattling. Wright almost made it to his feet before Logan battered into him, sending him sprawling. He hit the ground and bounced, rolled over, snarling, then his eyes went wide, 2 big circles of white in the darkness, as he went over the cliff edge. His hand flashed out, grabbing, wrapping around Logan's ankle. Ah! The world flipped backwards, crashing and rolling, and then they were falling. Cold air rushed past Logan's face. Then something hard crashed into his side, flipping him over, and again, and again. Swearing and screaming his way down into the dark, surrounded by the clattering snap of breaking branches, thuds and grunts. One last crash, and then a moment of agonizing silence, followed by a deafening thud. Oh, God. Flat on his back, eyes screwed tight shut. His arms and legs felt as if they'd been battered by crowbars, the whole of his chest screaming in pre-bruised agony. Every breath was like being punched in the ribs. Ow! Be lucky if he hadn't broken his back. Probably going to die here, lying at the bottom of a gully, covered in gunk and dirt and broken bits of tree, body eaten by foxes and crows. Nothing left but shards of bone and a tattered police uniform, to be swallowed by the cold, dark ground. A high-pitched whine filled his head, getting louder as the woods grew darker and darker. Then silence. At least if he was dead, it wouldn't hurt anymore. That would be something. Logan exhaled one last broken glass breath and let the darkness take him. Chapter 49. Cold. Something wet rolled across Logan's cheek. Then another cold kiss. And another. He opened his eyes. The world was grey, with little white spots drifting slowly towards him, like a long dark tunnel filled with flakes of ash. So this was what death looked like. Well, why not? Last time he'd been unconscious for this bit. Or maybe because the surgeons had managed to get his heart started again, he just never got this far. Either way, surely it wasn't meant to be this cold. A tingle grew in his arms and legs, like the opening bars of a symphony for pins and needles. But instead of that hard, itchy, electrified wave, the melody was one of ache and pain, getting louder with every second. Buggering hell. The words came out on a cloud of white. He squeezed his eyes shut. Ow! Not dead, then. Dead people didn't hurt this much. Logan rolled over onto his side, and everything snapped back into its proper place. He wasn't floating down a dark tunnel full of ash after all. He was lying at the bottom of the gully, the ground around him covered in snapped twigs and bits of broken branch. Trees reached up into the falling snow, their tops disappearing into the grey. A dark voice boomed through the night. "Well?" The voice that replied was a lot closer. "I found Al. He's not breathing." "Do I look like I give a toss about Al? Where's McCrae?" Oh, great. They'd come looking for him. Get up. Sod off, it hurt too much. No. Up. Logan groaned his way onto his front and forced himself to his knees. The landscape swam. A gentle probe of the back of his head brought his hand away dark and sticky. His fingers smelled of raw meat. Probably cracked his skull. Be dead for real in a minute, from intracranial bleeding. That or Reuben's thugs. "Find the bastard!" Jones's voice dropped to a mutter. Find the bastard, find the bastard. He was getting closer. Can barely see, never mind find anybody. One last heave, and Logan was on his feet, one arm wrapped around a branch to keep himself upright. Should have sodded off soon as Mr. Mowat died. Should have taken that job with Doogie. Could have been driving lorries all over Europe by now, but no. There was a crash, then some swearing. Logan ran his free hand over his equipment belt. The baton was still there, but all that was left of the CS gas was the coiled bungee cord. It ended in a frayed tuft where the canister had been ripped off on the way down through the trees. No idea where the gun had got to. "You found him yet?" "Course I haven't, you fat dick." Then much louder. "He's probably snuffed it." "I don't want probably. I want definitely. Find him." All over Europe, but no. Closer. Couldn't be more than 20 feet away. You had to stay with the team, because Eddie said we should. Logan shrank back behind a tree that wasn't really big enough. Mind you, the Police Scotland ninja black outfit might be a liability in the height of summer, but here, at night, in the dark, when it was snowing, couldn't have camouflaged himself better if he'd tried. A thin figure emerged from the gloom, picking his way between the bushes and boulders that littered the bottom of the ravine. Gavin Jones. Yeah, and did Eddie hang around? Course he didn't. He wasn't wearing the handcuffs anymore. They must have got the keys off Mackenzie. But he had got himself another gun. Or maybe it was Wright's gun. Logan unclipped his baton and slid it out, slow and quiet. Couldn't extend it. That would make too much noise. So he wrapped his fist around the handle and held the thing facing down against his knee. No, the two-faced bummer legged it when the going was good, didn't he? Talked us into staying, then did a runner. Jones stumbled over something in the dark and nearly went headlong. "Ah! Bloody sodding about in the bloody dark, bastards!" "You found him!" "No, I haven't sodding found him." He shoved his way through a bush. "Sod this, and sod you. Soon as I get back to the road, you can shove your job. Don't need this crap." One more bush, and he was level. His eyes were all swollen, the skin puffy and dark, shiny trails of snot glimmering on his top lip. But that was getting a face full of CS gas for you. Logan flicked the baton up, and the extendable section shot out with a clack over his shoulder, then down again, hard, cracking it across Jones's wrist. The gun clattered to the ground as Gavin Jones screamed, mouth open wide, full of those squint little teeth. Ah! He snapped the baton up again. The vibration shuddered up his arm as the metal bar cracked into Jones's face. There was a crunch, like someone crushing a bag of crisps. Gavin Jones crumpled to the ground, mouth still open. Only now the squint little teeth were nothing more than jagged stumps and ruptured gums. Still breathing, but definitely unconscious.
"What the hell was that?"
Reuben's voice echoed into silence. The snow fell.
"Jonesy, where's McCrae?"
It settled on the boulders and the trees.
"Jonesy!"
Logan collapsed the baton against a boulder and put it away, then knelt in the dark, running his hands over the cold earth till he found the gun.
"McCrae? I know you're there."
He turned and limped back towards the cliff face.
"I'm going to kill your sister. You hear me?"
Leaned his cheek against the cold rock. Took a deep breath. Right. Let's try that again. Logan eased himself over the top of the cliff and lay on his back, panting. His arms were on fire, hands cut and scraped by the rocks and branches, punctured by long-dead thistles. Both legs ached. So did his head, and his back. Let's face it, everything hurt. His breath hung above his face. Come on, almost there. He wobbled to his feet, spat out a thick glob of white, then lurched up the hill. That crashed Fiesta lay a good 40 or 50 feet off to the left. Logan froze. Reuben was still there, still standing at the edge of the road, peering down into the darkness, clutching his sawn-off in one hand and his crutch in the other. Moron. A sensible person would have sodded off by now, taken his hostage and his battered bent cop and worked on an alibi. But not Reuben. He was too busy getting revenge. No wonder wee Hamish didn't want him taking over. Logan climbed the slope, bent double, grabbing handfuls of cold, damp grass to pull himself up. By the time he reached the road, he was on his knees, pulse thumping in his throat, keeping time with the drums in his skull. The trees and snow and tarmac throbbed in and out of focus. Be nice to lie down here for a bit. 3 or 4 days, maybe. The road curled around to the right, hiding the big car and Reuben's Range Rover behind a massive clump of gorse. Nearly there. Come on. Logan struggled to his feet and stood with his head back, arms hanging loose at his side, steam rising from his sodden black fleece, then pulled the gun from his pocket and staggered on. What's the plan? Shut up, you idiot. He'll hear you. Good point. Okay, here's the plan. We walk up to Reuben, and we shoot him in the head. No screwing about, no hesitating, no accidentally shooting him in the leg instead. Headshot. Bang. Blood and brains all over the road. Okay? Okay. What about the body? We can sort that when we get to it. Right. The big car appeared from behind the gorse bush's spiny fronds, emergency flashers blinking orange light. Not far now. Logan flicked the safety catch off and stepped out into the middle of the road. He raised the gun and limped past the big car. Reuben! The big man stood with his back to the slope. He ditched the crutch. Now his hand was wrapped up in a big fist of long blonde hair. The other held the sawn-off shotgun against Harper's forehead. Took your time, McCrae. Been waiting ages. She was kneeling on the tarmac, her eyes narrow and wrinkled at the edges as if she were having difficulty focusing. Twin lines of dark red ran horizontally across her cheek, arms behind her back, which explained where Mr. Teeth's handcuffs had gone. Logan aimed. Let her go! Or what? I won't miss this time. He kept limping, closing the gap, keeping the gun pointing at Reuben's big, fat, scarred face. Let her go! Nah. Mackenzie's body lay on the verge with its head turned to one side. There wasn't much left of her features. The whole front of her face was a raw, bloody pulp, screamingly red in the big car's headlights. The woman with the knitted bonnet, the one who'd flagged them down claiming there'd been an accident, squatted beside Mackenzie, going through her pockets. Classy. Reuben ground the shotgun's barrels into Harper's skin.
See this wee bitch here? I'm going to paint the woods with her brains. Bang!
She flinched, and so did Logan. Reuben laughed, belly and chins wobbling.
Then I'm going to do the same to you. And then I'll track down your kids and do them too. Because you're weak.
Logan pulled the trigger, and the Range Rover's rear window shattered. The handgun's boom reverberated back from the trees.
Let her go!
The woman in the bonnet scrambled back, one hand on her chest.
Jesus!
Reuben grinned.
Thought you weren't going to miss.
Harper raised her chin.
Shoot him! Shut up, darling. The grown-ups are talking.
Reuben twisted the fist in her hair until she screwed her eyes closed, breath hissing out through her clenched teeth. It caught the headlights and billowed bright white.
Come on, Reuben. It's not her you want, it's me. She didn't screw you over and make you look like a moron, did she?
Logan limped closer.
That was me.
Closer.
Think you're getting a rise out of me, McCrae?
Wee Hamish didn't think you had the brains to take over. He was right, wasn't he? Closer.
You want to see brains? How about your sisters?
Closer. It's all falling apart, isn't it? All your dealers are defecting to Malcolm McLennan or Jessica Campbell. You inherited an empire, and now you're king of sod all. Closer. Stevie Wonder couldn't miss at this range.
Say goodbye, McCrae. You're...
Logan shot him in the face. Chapter 50. Nervier sucked on his teeth for a bit, then shook his head. A right cockin' mess. Really? What gave it away? A pair of ambulances blocked the road with their boxy white bodies, blue and white lights flickering on and off, catching the snow as it fell. Logan ducked under the yellow and black cordon of tape. Crime scene, do not enter. He pointed at the ambulance furthest away. I'm going to take her home, if that's okay. The DI puffed out his cheeks. Professional standards are on their way. Going to be the mother, father, and maiden aunt of all internal investigations. Yeah. Well. Logan looked back along the road, where someone in a white SOC suit was photographing Detective Sergeant Becky Mackenzie's body. Been a rough night all round. Torches swung along the slope below them, wielded by more figures in oversuits. Ghosts in the dark, hunting for evidence. A patrol car sat inside the cordon, behind the big car. The woman in the back seat glowered out at them, knitted bonnet wedged down over her ears. Not bright enough to do a runner before reinforcements turned up. Reuben certainly knew how to pick them. She bared her teeth at Logan, through the glass. He waved back. Hope your handcuffs are so tight your fingers fall off. Nervier shook his head. She can't hear you. It's the thought that counts. Yeah. You really need some time off, don't you? He put a hand on Logan's shoulder and steered him towards the ambulances. Go. Get the boss home before she starts trying to take over the investigation. Logan ran a hand over his face. Suppose we'll both be suspended from active duty till it's dealt with. Probably. By which time, he'd probably be in a cell looking at 16 years. Logan limped along the road, past the Range Rover with the shattered back window, and on towards the ambulances. The one nearest had its back doors firmly shut, and he stuck up 2 fingers as he hobbled past to the other one. Harper sat on the tailgate, a bottle of water in her hand and a silver blanket around her shoulders, as if she'd just run a marathon. She blinked at him, then batted the paramedic away. Get off! The wee man in the green overalls dumped a stained clump of cotton wool into a kidney dish, then pulled out another, using it to clean the blood off Harper's cheek and forehead. You've probably got concussion. Any idea how serious that can be? Because the answer's very. The other ambulance growled as it pulled away. accelerating as it passed them, its siren cutting through the snowy night. Logan groaned to a halt. Touch and go, but they'll do their best. Harper sniffed. Can't believe you shot him in the head. Think I should have let him kill the pair of us instead? It's going to take weeks to shampoo him out of my hair. Look into the light. The paramedic knelt in front of Harper and shone a pencil torch in her eyes. Can you hear any... Seriously, if you don't sod off right now, I'm going to arrest you. Fine, if that's what you want. He put the torch away. It's your funeral. She climbed down onto the snow. The ambulance tires had left 4 lines of black tarmac showing through, but everything else was slowly disappearing under a pall of white. A roar of rotor blades whopped by overhead, a spotlight from the helicopter catching the trees in freeze frame. Logan led her over to one of the patrol cars arrayed along the road. How's the head? Sore. Yours? He touched the wad of gauze taped over the egg growing out of his skull. Yes. He opened the door and helped Harper up into the passenger seat, then limped around to the driver's side. Sagged for a minute, then started the engine. Clicked the headlights up full beam. She turned in her seat, looking back towards the cordons and the vehicles and the ghosts. What did you mean? Logan pulled the car away from the verge, one back wheel whipping on the snowy grass till the tire took hold. You can stay in the spare room tonight. Paramedic said you're not supposed to be alone in case you die. At least it was safe to go home now, and he and Cthulhu were spared having to live out of a series of anonymous bed and breakfasts. You told him I wasn't the one who screwed him over and made him look like an idiot. The paramedic, the big ugly fat guy with the scars. She tugged at a clotted coil of hair. Mr. Wash and Go. No, I didn't. A very clean grey van appeared over the crown of the hill, with Beaton and Macbeth in discreet lettering on the side. Andy and George waved at him as they passed. With one body at the foot of the cliff and another on the roadside, it was going to be a busy night for the duty undertakers. Harper faced front again. You did. I heard you. No, I said I made him look like a moron. And? As they crested the hill, Logan's phone started dinging and bleeping, text messages coming in after all that time in the gully. And I was trying to piss him off, get him angry and distracted. Yes, but why pick that? Worked, didn't it? You know there's going to be an inquiry. And he was screwed whether Reuben regained consciousness or not. Gavin Jones would probably last about 15 minutes before spilling his guts, and it would be all over for Sergeant Logan Balmoral McCrae. Good. He flicked the windscreen wipers up a notch, clearing the glass as the snowfall thickened. The world was a swirling mess of white and grey, visibility down to 12 feet. Logan dipped the headlights. It helped a bit. She cleared her throat. Thank you for not letting him blow my head off. A shrug. What are big brothers for? The wipers squealed and groaned. The grey-white world slid by. Logan, when... Harper's airwave handset gave 4 beeps. D.S. Robertson to Detective Superintendent Harper. Safe to talk? She sighed, then pulled it out and pressed the button. Go ahead, Robertson. Yeah, listen. Boss, are you still needing us to lock down the Milne place? Only my guys are meant to be off shift half an hour ago. Someone coming to relieve us? Harper turned and widened her eyes at Logan, giving him a flash of teeth. You stay where you are, Robertson. I'll okay the overtime. Sergeant McCrae and I are on our way. Boss? Logan sighed. We've been involved in a fatal shooting. They won't want us on active duty. Has anyone officially said you can't take part in an active investigation? Not officially, no. He kept his eyes on the road. Sure you don't want to go home? Oh, I'm absolutely positive. I've had a very bad day, and Martin Sodden Milne is going to find out what that feels like. Logan pulled up outside number 6, Greystone View. The lights of White Hills were blocked out by the blizzard, thick sheets of heavy snow howling in on a wind that hammered the trees and gardens. A gust rocked the patrol car on its springs. He killed the engine. Snow moaned and hissed against the roof. Another patrol car was parked in front of them, and the passenger door popped open, disgorging a skeletal lump in a high-vis jacket. D.S. Robertson hurried over, bent almost double by the wind. He rapped on the car window, and Logan clicked the keys in the ignition far enough to buzz it down. The wind growled. "Thought you'd forgotten about us." Flakes of white clung to his ludicrous sideburns, weighing them down. "Any movement?" "Sod all. Light's been on all night, but the curtains have barely twitched. No one in or out, as per." Harper clunked her door open and climbed into the snow, stuck her hand out. "D.S. Robertson, can I have your cuffs?" A shrug. "Don't see why not." He passed them over as Logan buzzed up the window and creaked his way out of the car. It was as if his joints had all rusted on the 20-minute drive over here. The muscles in his arms and legs ached, his back complaining as he struggled his way into a high-vis jacket. He puffed out a breath and waited for the worst of it to pass. "You okay?" Robertson was frowning at him. "Only you look like crap." "Yeah. Hang on for 10 minutes, okay? Just in case." He turned his shoulder to the wind and fought his way up the drive, cold leaching through his damp boots into his damp socks. Harper stamped along beside him, using him as a windbreak. Logan leaned on the bell, turned his back on the blizzard. Snow thumped into his shoulders, threatening to tear the peak cap from his head. Samantha was right. I should have gone to Spain. What's in Spain? Complications. The door remained firmly closed. He tried the doorbell again, keeping his thumb on it. Harper moved in closer, so she was sheltered from the snow. "Sod this. Not standing out here like a pair of idiots while Milne sits in there laughing at us." She nodded at the door. "Sergeant, I have reason to believe Martin Milne's family is in danger and we should force entry. Agreed?" Logan tried the handle. Locked. He mashed the bell again. "Don't think I'm really up to kicking it down." "Hold on." Harper put a hand on his arm as a shadow fell across the glass beside the door. There was a click, and then the shadow faded again. This time, when Logan tried the handle, the door swung open, letting a flurry of snow twirl into the hall. They hurried inside, shutting the door behind them, just in time to see Katie Milne disappear into the kitchen, what looked like a bottle of champagne in one hand. Logan followed her, pausing to check the lounge and the downstairs bathroom on the way. No sign of Milne. Katie had her back to them as they entered the kitchen, putting 2 mugs down in front of the rattling kettle. "Is tea all right? I don't have any coffee." Her voice was soggy, slow and muffled, as if her mouth wasn't working properly. She raised the bottle of champagne and swigged from it. "Or there's wine, if you'd rather." Logan unzipped his jacket. "Mrs. Milne, where's your husband?" She turned. Her chin was covered in dried blood, bottom lip all swollen and cracked, which explained the voice. A single white tooth sat on a saucer by the sink. "He's in the garage." She pointed at the far wall, then took another swig. Blinked in slow motion. "Would you like biscuits?" Harper nodded. "Sergeant, invite Mr. Milne to join us." Logan limped back out into the hall, following the vague direction of the pointed finger down to a door at the far end. It opened on a breeze-blocked garage with a dark blue Aston Martin parked in it. Milne was on the floor. He lay face down on the concrete, naked, with both hands tied behind his back, torso and legs covered in bruises. Wine bottles lay scattered around him, a couple of them broken, the heady, winey smell mingling with the butcher shop tang of blood and offal. A black plastic bag was duct-taped over his head. Chapter 51. Katie Milne ran a finger along the countertop. "They came in the back way, over the garden wall. Didn't see them till they were barging in through the French doors." 2 cups of tea sat on the table, untouched. Harper stared. "And they killed him, right there in front of you." "They said I had to watch as punishment." She reached into a pocket and came out with a small white plastic tub, the kind that pills came in.
I had to tell everyone what happened to people who couldn't be trusted.
Notebook, Sergeant. Harper snapped her fingers at Logan. Back to Katie. Can you describe them? She shook her head.
They were wearing, I don't know, masks or something.
Katie dropped the container into the bin, took another swig of champagne, then went to put the bottle down, but missed the worktop. It hit the floor and shattered, spattering out frothing wine that hissed and fizzed against the tiles. Logan didn't bother with the notebook. And then you cleaned the kitchen.
What?
Katie turned towards the fridge and its display of childish drawings. Where's Ethan?
Didn't you hear me? They killed my husband.
He pointed at the floor. You say they came in from the garden, which is under about 2 feet of snow, but the tiles are bone dry. Well, everywhere except for the bit covered in champagne. So's the laminate in the hall and the garage floor. She took a picture of a cow jumping over a rainbow from the fridge door.
Ethan's always been very sensitive.
Mrs. Milne, when all this happened, why didn't you alert the patrol car parked right outside?
They always tell you children are so resilient, don't they? That they can get over anything, given enough time.
Did you kill your husband, Mrs. Milne?
Don't be ridiculous.
Her voice was getting slower, more slurred. Logan? Harper picked up 4 bits of paper from the kitchen table. It looked as if they used to be a single sheet, torn into ragged quarters, one side covered in neat blue handwriting. Listen to this. Dear Katie, I can't go on like this. I'm tired of being scared all the time. I'm tired of the threats and the violence. I'm tired of never knowing what's going to set you off. By the time you read this, Ethan and I will be long gone. Katie shook her head.
No.
I should never have lied to you. As soon as we're out of the country, I'm going to tell the police that gangsters didn't murder Peter. It was you. I'll tell them I only helped you cover it up because you threatened to kill yourself and my son. Harper looked up from the torn letter. You need help, Katie. You need to tell the police what you've done. Ethan deserves better than this. She lowered the fragments to the table. Martin.
How could he be so selfish?
Katie held the picture against her chest.
Taking my baby from me. My baby.
Logan's eyes flicked to the bin. The empty tub of pills. Oh no. Where's your son, Mrs. Milne? I need to go see him right now. Logan waved a hand at Harper. Go! Search the bedrooms!
You should have seen Ethan's face when he found out about his father.
She stared down at her hands.
Broke my heart.
Harper scrambled out into the hall, pulling out her airwave. D.S. Robertson, I need you in here. A copy of the Aberdeen Examiner sat on the worktop, by the kettle. Someone had been having a bash at the crossword. Katie flicked it over, exposing the front page. Hunt continues for student Emily's killer. Above a photograph of a young woman in a leather jacket grinning away outside a pub somewhere. Katie picked it up and knelt by the broken champagne bottle, spreading the newspaper out beside her and dropping shards of green glass onto it. Wine soaked into the paper, darkening it.
He told me it was only the one time, that it was a mistake. He loved me. We were a family.
Mrs. Milne, please. Where's Ethan? Is he safe?
I mean, Peter Shepherd? Martin and Peter together. He'd been in my house so many times. He was Ethan's godfather. How could they do that?
She shook her head.
They were going to take my baby away.
Logan! Harper's voice boomed out from somewhere deep inside the house. Logan! Call an ambulance! Katie Milne wadded up the newspaper and dumped it in the bin, then put the drawing back on the fridge.
He was always so sensitive.
Chapter 52. Here. Logan held out a plastic cup full of vending machine coffee, topped with a scummy disc of foam masquerading as milk. Harper took it. Thanks. They were out of Kit Kats, So I got you a double-decker. Logan eased himself into the plastic seat next to hers, groaning and grunting all the way. You okay? She ripped the top off the orange and purple wrapper and took a bite of chocolate. No. Me neither. A man in light blue hospital scrubs squeaked his way down the corridor and stopped in front of them. Checked his clipboard. Detective Superintendent Harper. Good, yes. Well, I'm happy to say that Mrs. Milne's going to be fine. We pumped her stomach, and it looks like she didn't take anywhere near enough leprazolam to cause any real damage. Logan took a sip of his own horrible coffee. What about her son? Ah. The nurse clutched the clipboard to his chest and pulled on a pained smile. Unfortunately, Mrs. Milne gave Ethan a lot more sleeping pills than she took herself. We're doing everything we can. Harper stood. Is she fit to be discharged? I don't see why not. Good. She dumped her coffee, untouched, into the bin. Logan, get the car. Mrs. Milne's got some answering to do. Harper walked back up the corridor, the squeal and groan of the station's floorboards accompanying her like an ominous soundtrack. She stopped in front of Logan and sagged against the wall. Still with her solicitor. Don't know what she thinks she's going to achieve. Maybe cop a plea for diminished responsibility. Harper stifled a yawn. Anything from the hospital? Not yet. Logan checked his watch. 2:20. He puffed out his cheeks. We should really sod off. Been a long, long day. I'm going nowhere. She wrinkled her top lip and sniffed. Ugh. Why does everything smell of black pudding? He pointed at the dark clots of Reuben in her hair. That would be you. A shudder. Right, that's it. I'm off to find the station showers. Gah. She marched away, stiff-backed, arms held out from her sides as if she were wading through something horrible. Katie Milne's solicitor could do worse than go for diminished responsibility. Clearly the woman was off her head. Killing her husband was bad enough, and maybe understandable in the circumstances. But what she'd done to her son... No sane person gave their 6-year-old child an overdose of sleeping pills. So yes, diminished responsibility. A good lawyer could probably get her 6 years. An honest lawyer would make sure she never set foot in the real world again. But a great lawyer would make sure it never got to court in the first place. Logan turned and headed to one of the empty admin offices. No furniture, no filing cabinets, nothing but uneven carpet tiles and the peppery smell of dust. He closed the door and pulled out his wallet. Sandy Moyer Fackerson's business card was wedged in between Logan's library card and a receipt for high-strength painkiller. He called the emergency contact number on the back and listened to it ring. 1:20 in the morning, and the lawyer sounded wide awake. Hello? No rest for the wicked. Mr. Moyer Fackerson, it's Logan McCrae. Deep breath. I'd like you to represent a friend of mine. She's in custody right now. And yes, she was guilty, but... But what? He'd done worse things himself. He felt ashamed. He wanted a shot at redemption. Probably far too late for that. Still, it was worth a try. I see. Well, before I make a decision, Mr. McCrae, I shall need to know who this friend is and what they've alleged to have done. Her name's Detective Chief Inspector Roberta Steele. The microwave dinged and Logan fished out his bowl. Ow! 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 It clattered onto the worktop. God, that's hot! The stolen beans glooped and bubbled. He smothered them with stolen hot sauce and stolen cheddar, then buttered his stolen toast and took the lot over to the line of tables. A serious-looking woman frowned out of the canteen's TV, mouth moving silently while the ticker below her scrolled. 19 dead in Damascus car bomb attack. Government minister resigns over hospital gate scandal. Benjamin and Jacinta leave Britain's next big star. Logan left her on mute and dipped a bit of toast into his spicy, cheesy beans. Chewed as he turned the page. Mrs. Milne's police record was restricted to 2 parking tickets, one for speeding, and a caution over a trolley raid incident in the Peterhead Asda 6 months ago. The canteen door opened, then clunked shut, followed by a sigh, then the sound of the vending machine whirring into life. A rattle, hiss, click, then more sighing. Narveer settled on the opposite side of the table, clutching a tin of iron brew and a bar of dairy milk. Logan? Inspector? Another bite of bean-dipped toast. What a nightmare. He clicked the top off his fizzy juice and stifled a yawn. Anything from the hospital? Nothing they can do but wait and see. Poor wee soul. I remember when our eldest was that age, came down with meningitis. Thought we were going to lose him. Narveer shuddered, then clunked a bite of chocolate. Never been so scared in my life. Can you imagine forcing sleeping tablets down your wee boy's throat? Doesn't bear thinking about. And the whole thing cast Ethan's being the clumsiest kid in school in a different light. All those bruises, cuts and scrapes. The broken arm. How much of that was Mummy? How much of it done to punish Daddy? Next up was the manila folder full of dirty photographs. Logan spread them out on the table, making a fan around his bowl. Narveer pointed. Catching up on the case? Yup. He scooped out another mound of beans. Have I done something to offend you, Sergeant? No, sorry. It's been a long, horrible day. Logan sat back. I'm doing interview prep. Let me guess. Neve won't let you go home. Be ashamed to abandon the whole thing now. More beans. Far as we can tell, Mrs. Milne found the note before Martin could disappear. He was all packed and ready to go. 2 suitcases for him and a backpack for Ethan. Probably thought he could sneak out the back way while we were all hanging about Gardenston Harbour like a bunch of morons. Narveer polished off his chocolate, then wiped his hands down the front of his jacket, pulled over the photos. This D.S. Robertson's work? A nod. God, his penmanship's appalling. What's this say? He held out a picture of Milne, Shepherd, and a woman who had her hands wrapped around Milne's throat as she brought the full length of her strap-on to bear. Diane McMillan, that's a D. Is it? Oh. No police record, works as a learning support coordinator, at home with her husband when PS went missing, alibi confirmed. Logan finished his pilfered beans and wiped the bowl clean with the last of his pilfered toast. At least he checked. True. Narveer flicked through the rest. You think these will help? Probably not. He stood and walked his empties back to the kitchen area, dumped the bowl and plate in the sink. You want a tea? Please. Then maybe we should... He stood. Neve! Harper slouched into the canteen, rubbing a towel through her hair. Inspector Singh? She ditched the blood-stained suit, replacing it with a black police t-shirt and standard-issue trousers. Sergeant McRae's making tea if you want one. Not the way he makes it. She dumped the towel on the back of a chair. Katie Milne's solicitor says we can interview her now. Logan dumped his tea bag back in the box and returned to the table, gathered up the PNC report and the photographs, stacking them up into a pile. Wait a minute. He frowned, tilted his head to one side and stared, then spread the top 3 photos out again. One was Aggie with her Iron Maiden tattoo, one was the redhead in the stripy stockings, and one was the young blonde woman, looking back over her shoulder at the camera. 3 biro question marks were lined up in the bottom corner. Identity unknown. Logan? No. Couldn't be. Could it? Sergeant, I said it's time to go interview Katie Milne. He span around. Paper! I need a newspaper! There were a pile of them on the coffee table, in front of the TV with its mute newsreader. Daily Mail, Telegraph, Press and Journal, Scottish Sun. The front pages were a mix of political scandals, showbiz gossip and atrocities in the Middle East. Damn it. Sergeant McRae, are you... Ah! Logan lurched over to the recycling bins, lined up between the kitchen area and the vending machines. He knelt, ripped the cover off the paper bin, and rummaged inside, throwing hand towels and printouts and sandwich wrappers and cereal boxes, and scrunched up envelopes over his shoulder. "Have you gone mad? Nervier, stop him!" Where the hell was... Ah! Perfect. Logan stood holding a copy of that morning's Aberdeen Examiner aloft as if it were Excalibur itself. "Got it!" He slapped it down on the table, face up. Hunt continues for student Emily's killer, above the photo of Emily Benton. "You see?" Nervier held up his hands. "Okay, Sergeant. I think it's maybe time you went home and got some sleep." "Look!" He poked the newspaper with a finger, then the photo from Shepard's collection. "That's why she looks familiar." The young woman getting spanked was grinning back over her shoulder, half her face hidden. But it was her. "Yeah. No. Don't see it." Logan dragged out his airwave. "Control, I need to speak to someone about the Emily Benton post-mortem, right now." "Hold on." Nervier grimaced, looking across the explosion of paper debris radiating out from the recycling bins. "You said it yourself. It's been a long day. You've been through a lot, and..." A broad Doric accent thumped out of the airwave speaker. "Aye? Fuzz this." "Sergeant McCrae, B Division. You got Emily Benton's PM photos?" "Aye." "I need any distinguishing features." "We can have a bosh." Tum-dee-tum-dee-tum-dee. "Right, here we go. Scar on outside of left ankle, strawberry birthmark inside of right thigh, crown on second molar lower left." Harper picked up the photograph and squinted at it, then held it out to Logan. "There!" A strawberry birthmark, just visible on her inner thigh, below Shepard's spanking hand. If you didn't know what it was, it could easily be mistaken for a shadow. "You were right." She didn't have to sound so surprised about it. Katie Milne shifted on the other side of the table, setting her white oversuit rustling. "When will I get my clothes back?" "When our forensics lab are finished with them." Harper gave Logan the nod. The interview room was far too hot. Beads of sweat glistened on the forehead of Katie's lawyer, the same saggy, disappointed man who'd represented her husband last time they were in here. He moved his notebook out of the way as Logan laid out the photographs from Shepard's bedroom porn collection. One at a time, slow and deliberate, as if he were dealing tarot cards. "Do you recognize any of these women, Mrs. Milne?" She blinked at them, then at the images, then at her lawyer. "Barney?" "Superintendent Harper, are you deliberately trying to distress my client?" "We're trying to get at the truth, Mr. Nelson. Please continue, Sergeant McCrae." More women joined the ranks on the tabletop. "How about now?" "Look, this has nothing to do with the unfortunate events surrounding Martin's death. Please move on." The very last picture was Emily Benton, looking back over her shoulder. Katie flinched. Harper sat forward. "So you recognize her?" She licked her lips. "No, I've never seen her before." But she didn't seem to be able to look away. Logan put the other faces back in the folder, leaving Emily Benton in the middle of the table. "Do you want to tell us about her?" Katie wrapped her arms around herself, rocking back and forwards. I didn't know." She stared at the photograph. "I mean, she could..." "One moment, please." Her lawyer put a hand on her arm. "I think, in the circumstances, my client and I need to have a further discussion. He'd lied to me. When Ethan was born, Martin swore he'd never cheat on me again. He swore." "Katie, I really don't think this is a good..." "I got a text meant for her. He sent it by mistake. There was an intimate photograph." She ground the palm of her hands into her eyes. "He was screwing her." "Katie, please, let's take a minute and..." "So I did what any good mother would do. I confronted her. Told her she had to stop seeing him. He was my husband. He loved us, not her." Harper went to say something, but Logan nudged her with a knee under the table. She closed her mouth.
The little bitch laughed, rubbed it in my face.
Katie bared her teeth, eyes narrowed as she glared at the woman in the photo.
Him and her. And she laughed.
Katie reached out with one hand, placing it flat over the picture, then crumpled it into her fist.
She laughed at me and my family.
Logan kept his voice low and neutral. And what did you do, Katie?
I made her stop.
A frown.
I don't know how. 1 minute we were in the car park, and the next we were in the woods. Her head was all broken, and there was a wrench in my hand. It was all sticky.
Katie let go of the photograph. Emily Benton's face was creased and distorted.
I left her there.
Logan nodded. Is that what happened with Peter Shepherd, Katie? She blinked at him.
I started going through Martin's pockets, checking his email, checking his phone. I needed to know he wasn't doing it again.
The radiator growled away to itself, pumping out heat into the already oppressive room. No one moved. Then Katie shrugged.
I found a receipt for 3 business-class tickets to Dubai. Him, Ethan, and Peter Shepherd. They were going to work for some firm building roads and bridges on the other side of the world. Martin was going to leave me.
She bared her teeth.
Peter Shepherd was going to take my family away from me.
Her solicitor sighed. Maybe you shouldn't say anything more, Katie.
You wouldn't believe how he cried, pleading and bawling, all covered in bruises on the forest floor, and Martin begging me to stop.
Katie, please.
Then all that stuff in the papers. The Emily bitch wasn't a one-off mistake. There were dozens of them. And him and Peter. The sex. The dirty, filthy, lying bastard. He promised me. He swore.
Logan leaned forward. Whose idea was it to pretend that gangsters killed Peter Shepherd? She frowned at him.
You'd have found his body sooner or later. Martin said we had to make it look like someone else did it. That he could make it look convincing. That he could lie about some Edinburgh heavy lending Peter money and you'd jump all to the wrong conclusions. And he'd been right.
Where's the money now?
I knew GCML was in trouble, but I didn't know it was going bankrupt. Not till then.
She laughed, short and bitter. £225,000 embezzled from the company.
They thought they could run away to Dubai and set up house before anyone noticed what they'd done. Can you believe that? Oh yes, they'd be fine. But what about me?
Katie curled her top lip.
When the bank forecloses on the company and repossesses our home, what was I supposed to do?
Katie dug her nails into the tabletop, stared at them as the quicks went white.
All those lies about how much he loved me. I'd be homeless. Poor. What kind of man does that?
What happened to the money, Katie? She turned and blinked at her solicitor.
Barney?
I'm sorry. Her solicitor shook his head. But I don't think I can represent you anymore. Okay, let's forget about the money for now. Logan eased his hand across the table until it lay next to hers. Do you want to tell us what happened in the house tonight? Outside, something thumped along the corridor, setting the floor creaking. The radiator pinged and gurgled. Harper shifted in her seat. Then Katie Milne brought her head back around and sighed. It's okay. Logan took her hand. It was cool and dry. You can talk to us.
No comment.
Monday late shift. To sink like a stone. Chapter 53. Next. Logan pointed and Isla clicked the mouse, bringing up a picture of a little girl in a pink frock, all gap-toothed smile and pigtails. Isabella Cameron. They had to amputate her right arm, and it'll take years to reconstruct her face. Tufty stuck his chin out. I've been doing the rounds of the pubs. Seems there's a new dog-fighting ring in the area.
Mastiffs, bull terriers, Staffordshires, anything big and compact. Stay on it. Whoever's responsible, I want their balls in a vice by Friday, understand? Calamity, you help him. Sarge? Next. A click, and the little girl was replaced by an elderly woman with about twice as much skin as any normal human being had a right to, all folded and creased. Isla groaned. I thought they gave her 14 months. That's right, campers. Mrs. Wyatt's out on parole again. Make sure every shop between here and Macduff knows to keep an eye out. Isla, get a grade 1 flag put on her ex-husband's flat. Last thing we need is another geriatric war. And while we're at it, when... There was a knock on the door, and a skeletal face appeared. Inspector Gibb, Napier's sidekick, his own private Renfield, responsible for making the odd cup of tea, taking notes, eating bugs, and shifting coffins. Sergeant McRae, Chief Superintendent Napier would like a word as soon as you're free. He checked his watch. 5:10. The shift had barely started. Surprised Napier had waited this long. Constable Anderson can finish the briefing. Logan followed Gibb out into the corridor, back straight, arms swinging at his side. Off to meet his doom. Through the main office, out and up the stairs. Gibb didn't say a single word until they were standing outside the major incident room on the top floor. You have the right to have a Federation representative present, if you wish. What was the point? Let's get this over with. She opened the door and ushered him inside. Napier sat at the head of the table, with the windows behind him, a china cup in a china saucer on one side, and a pad and pen on the other. He motioned to the chair diagonally opposite. Sergeant McRae. Logan lowered himself into the seat. It faced a small digital camcorder on a tripod, the little red light already on. Nothing off the record today. Okay. Inspector Gibb closed the door, then took the seat next to the camera, notepad out. A nod from Napier, and she opened it to a fresh page. Sergeant Logan McRae, can you confirm that you've been offered Federation representation and declined it? Yes. Thank you. Now, where were you last night, Sergeant? Logan pulled his chin in and frowned. Last night? Okay. Wasn't expecting that. We were on late shift till 3 this morning. Why? I see. And after that? We went to Constable Nicholson's house to celebrate. Celebrate what, Sergeant McRae? Constables Quirrell and Anderson caught wee Willie McConnell. We've been after him for months. He sat forward. Look, what is this all about? And when did this celebration end? I don't know. Couple of hours? The baker's was open on Seafield Street, so it had to be gone 5. I got a chicken curry pie. I see. Thank you, Sergeant. She reached up and switched the camcorder off. Now, would anyone like a cup of tea? Napier gifted her a smile. Thank you, Shona. Sergeant McRae takes milk, no sugar. And they were back in Creepy Town. As soon as she was gone, Napier opened a folder and took out some blurry stills from a security camera. Reuben Kennedy went missing from Aberdeen Royal Infirmary last night, between the hours of 3 and 4. A couple of indistinct figures were caught in the act of manoeuvring a wheelchair down the corridor, away from the camera. The wheelchair's occupant was a big man, rounded, powerful-looking. Oh, that was just great. Spectacular. Reuben was missing. Sodding, buggering, bastarding hell. Are you all right, Logan? You've gone rather pale. I didn't know Reuben had a last name. According to his doctors, he'd regained consciousness, confused and unable to talk, but awake and alive. Napier held up a hand. Don't worry. We're keeping an eye on all the ports to make sure he doesn't flee the country. Oh, they wouldn't have to worry about that. Reuben wouldn't be going anywhere until Logan and Harper were pig food. Speaking of Mr. Kennedy, you will be pleased to know that we've concluded our investigation into the incidents of the 17th. Both you and Detective Superintendent Harper have been cleared of any wrongdoing, which I'm sure will be a weight off your mind. There may even be a commendation in the offing.
What?
He didn't move. Didn't dare. Thank you, sir. Of course, it would have been nice if we could have persuaded Mr. Jones to turn on his employers, but you know what these career criminals are like. Gavin Jones, a.k.a. Jonesy, a.k.a. Mr. Teeth. Oh, thank God. Maybe he wasn't going to prison after all. Napier stapled his fingers and leaned forward. I have to say, Logan, that I was impressed by your handling of the investigation into DCI Steel. There were those who predicted you'd try to cover up for her, conceal the evidence, but you didn't. Logan blinked at him. You knew all along, didn't you? You set me up. As I told you when we took our bracing walk, you're an honest man, Logan McRae. You already had the proof, but you wanted to see if I'd find it and bring it to you. A test. Yes. He held his arms wide. And you passed, as I always knew you would. He let his arms fall. DCI Steel arrested one Lawrence Collins a year ago for possession of indecent images of children. He had over 5,000 of them on 3 different computers, more on an assortment of CDs and flash drives. The usual filth, where the abusers keep their faces covered. Napier chewed on his cheek for a moment, frowning. Dundee University has a team who can analyse photographs for the vein patterns on the back of offenders' hands, or on their penises. Unique as a fingerprint, apparently. They were working their way through Collins's images, trying to cross-reference and identify the abusers, when they noticed something. A subset of the pictures were identical to ones they'd already processed. The images Steele found on Jack Wallace's laptop. Wallace and this Collins were part of the same ring. So Dundee passed the information to the Child Abuse Investigation Unit, and when they interviewed Collins about it, he wanted to cut a deal. Time off his sentence for information about the detective chief inspector he'd supplied with a flash drive full of child pornography and information on how to plant it on someone's computer. Logan's shoulders sagged. Steele. Apparently she told him there were plenty of people in HMP Grampian who owed her favours, and if he didn't do what he was told, one of them would hold him down and carve pedo scum into his forehead. You didn't need me. You already had everything you needed. A shrug. This is my last case, Logan. Now I can retire. Superintendent Gray will be taking my place. But there's a role for you in the department, if you want it. It was a struggle to keep his face in one place, but Logan did his best. Professional standards. Holy Mother of God. Oh, you don't have to decide right away. I'll be here for the rest of the day, tying up loose ends. If you want to discuss things, let me know. The world had gone completely mad. All right, Lumpy. Is there anything in your pockets I should know about? Calamity snapped on a pair of blue nitrile gloves. Anything sharp? Blades? Needles? That kind of thing. Lumpy Patrick raised his skeletal hands over his head, letting free a groin-curdling reek of rancid sweat. Nah, I'm like clean as Mr. Sheen in that. His breath was even worse. Logan backed off a couple of paces as Calamity patted him down. Don't forget to check his turn-ups. The bottom edge of Lumpy's tracksuit bottoms had been rolled back to nearly mid-shin, showing off stick-thin pale hairy legs and grubby socks. His trainers squelched with water on the snowy pavements. She grimaced, keeping her face as far away from the man she was searching as possible. Gah! Have you never heard of soap, Lumpy? God almighty! Logan's phone launched into its anonymous ringtone. McRae? Mr. McRae, it's Sandy Moyer Fackerson. As if anyone else could own that oil-slick voice. I wanted to appraise you of our progress on your friend's case. Right? Calamity finished with Lumpy's top half, took a deep breath, and started on the bottom. Although the evidence against Detective Chief Inspector Steele is definitely there, we have managed to spot a number of procedural cracks in the way it was gathered and presented. There's enough technical variance here to make me confident we can get this whole unfortunate incident to go away. Ah! Calamity flinched back from Lumpy's tracksuit bottoms. "Why are you not wearing any underwear? God, it's all dangly." "That's great news. However, she still has the internal professional standards review to worry about. And, sadly, their burden of proof is much lower than required in the criminal courts. In all likelihood, they will find her guilty." "Ah. Right. This means she could face a fine, expulsion from the force, or demotion, but she certainly won't be going to prison. At least that was something. Thank you. My pleasure. Our invoice will be in the post." And hissing Sid was gone. "All units be on the lookout for a silver Subaru Impreza, last seen heading north from New Pit Sligo on the A98. Suspected drink driver." Logan sat in the driver's seat, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. Meltwater dripped from the eaves and gutters of the buildings, the pavements all shiny, gold and green in the light spilling out of the co-op's window. "Update on that missing 82-year-old. She's been found in New Aberdour, safe and well." Calamity hurried out of the shop, her arms full of assorted things. She hauled open the big car's door and clambered up into the passenger seat. "Bleeding heck! It's freezing out there!" She held out a bottle of Lucozade and a paper bag. "Last hot sausage roll in the cabinet." "Ta." He took a swig, then a bite of mouth-scalding meat and pastry. "Anyone in the vicinity of Scotstown Road, Fraserburgh? Reports of a domestic disturbance." She helped herself to what looked like a chicken slice, getting crumbs all down the front of her high-vis jacket. "What time you taking your sister and her sexy sidekick down to Keith, Sarge?" Logan raised an eyebrow. "Fancy Narveer, do we, Constable Nicholson?" A shrug, then more crumbs, talking with her mouth full. "Wouldn't say no to a sing-along." 6:30, you randy little sod." She checked the dashboard clock. 20 minutes. "Might go with you. Maybe help our C Division brethren with their bags." Inspector McGregor's voice crackled out into the car. "Bravo India to Shire Uniform 7. Safe to talk?" Logan pressed the button. "Batter on, Gov." "William Campbell and Alistair Simmons are at it again, tearing lumps out of each other outside the football club. Go give them a kick up the bum, will you?" "Will do." He started the engine and smiled at Calamity. "I know this'll sound weird, but it's nice everything's back to normal again." Logan pulled into a parking bay and killed the engine. "Here we go. 5 minutes to spare." The car park was pretty much empty at this time of the evening, the big car joining a couple of muddy 4x4s and a small dented van. The building in front of them looked more like a convenience store on an industrial estate than a train station. A long metal shed with a grey pitched roof, glass along one wall. "Thanks." Narveer climbed down from the back seat, closely followed by Calamity. "Why don't I help you with your bags, D.I. Singh?" All bright and cheerful. "Hussy." Harper lowered her voice to a whisper. "Just between you and me, I think Narveer has a thing for your Constable Nicholson." Good luck to him. The poor sod would need it. "Don't forget, you've only got 7 minutes to change trains in Aberdeen. You're taking this whole Big Brother thing seriously, aren't you? And don't talk to any strange men." They got out and Logan humped her suitcase from the boot, locked the car, checked his watch. "You need anything?" "We'll be fine." They followed Calamity and Narveer to the platform, the wheels on Harper's case making clattering growls against the lock block and paving slabs. A bitter wind whipped along the line, setting a couple of empty crisp packets dancing. Logan stuck his hands in his pockets and watched them whirl. "Before I forget, we got the forensics back on Martin Milne's car. Peter Shepard's DNA was all over the boot, and the fibres from the bag over his head matched the car's carpet. Katie Milne still no commenting. Changed her plea to diminished responsibility. Probably for the best. No sane person bashes 3 people's heads in, then stuffs sleeping pills down her 6-year-old's throat." Harper shook her head. "You know she's not asked about Ethan once, and you think your mother's bad." Narveer and Calamity were down the other end of the platform, sharing a joke about something, the pair of them laughing like drains. All right for some. "Neve?" Logan looked off down the tracks, Reuben's gone missing. I know. He's going to come after us. Might take him a while, but he's not a forgive and forget sort of guy. She stuck her chin out. So, let him come. Look, keep an eye out, okay? If something happens to me, you'll know he's back. Harper stuck her hands in her pockets and hunched her shoulders against the wind. You're a strange fish, Sergeant McCrae. You handed your old boss to professional standards because she broke the law, and you're on first-name terms with gangsters. I'm not sure what to make of that. Yeah, neither am I. High-pitched twangs sang their way along the rails, getting louder. Logan cleared his throat. I'm sorry our father wasn't more on your side. I'm sorry he abandoned you and your brother. Not much they could do about that now. The train roared into view, slowing as it approached the station, its blue, pink and white livery streaked with filth. A bleeping, then the doors hissed open. Right, well, this is us. She stepped back, stuck out her hand for shaking. It's been different. He ignored the hand and hefted her case on board instead. Don't leave it another 34 years. Then took a deep breath and gave her a hug. A moment passed, then she hugged him back. Kind of awkward, but it was a start. Chapter 54. Tufty, you in the vicinity of Port Soy? We've got another fire in a wheelie bin. Logan took the big car on a slow drift through New Pit Sligo. Can be in 15, Sarge. Maybe this time someone will have seen something. Rows and rows of little grey Scottish houses with dormer windows and slate roofs. Any luck with the dogs? Work in progress. You know what these dogmen scummers are like. Everyone hates everyone else, but they're too scared to dob each other in. Friday, remember? A few chunks of snow clung in the lee of buildings, the drifts gone from pristine white to grit-flecked piddly yellow. Balls in a vice, Sarge. Good boy. On the right, the houses gave way to dark fields and the bones of trees, and then it was just farmland, skulking beneath the light of a miser's moon. Hold on, Calamity wants a word. It's not a phone, Tufty, she's... What was the point? Put her on. Sarge, are we aiming for Tenses? She lowered her voice. Only we still got visitors. Napier hasn't gone home. Tell you, even Hector's scared to go upstairs. Don't care. Bingo baked a cake. We're having Tenses. Sarge, now go do something productive. The road straightened out, the tyres hissing through the meltwater. A badger flashed by at the side of the road, the top half of it anyway. The rest was smeared into a dark red paste on the tarmac, glistening in the headlights, then disappearing into the darkness. How long would it be before Reuben got over his bullet in the head? Any normal person would have had the good grace to die, but not Reuben. Not with a solid granite skull. 3 weeks? 4? Probably be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, but that wouldn't stop him. Okay, so he might not be up to swinging the hammer himself anymore. That didn't mean he couldn't have fun watching. All units be on the lookout for a turquoise Vauxhall Astra in the Pennon area. Driver acting suspiciously. It's not fair. The Logan in the rear-view mirror nodded. We shot him in the head. In the head! Got no business being alive. He drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. So what are we going to do about it? What can we do? Track him down and finish the job. And how are we going to do that, Officer Rambo? You heard Napier. They've got all of Police Scotland hunting for him. Think you can do better? Sierra 2-2 to control. You can tell the ambulance there's no rush on that OAP. Better get the pathologist up. And what's going to happen if you do manage to find Reuben? Murder him in cold blood? I shot him in the face. Yeah, to save your sister. But in cold blood? Remember what happened last time. Logan's shoulders dipped. I am so screwed. You're too much of a wimp. Couldn't sleep for days afterwards. True. Fields and trees, as far as the eye could see. Anyone seen Stinky Sammy Wilson on their travels? Suspected breaking and entering on Gelly Mill Street, Macduff.
The countryside flattened out, widening the pale grey view. All that heartache and soul-searching and falling off a sodding cliff for nothing. The road into Lovey's came up on the right, and Logan pulled onto the apron, sat there with the engine running, frowning out at the night. Of course, one person would know where Reuben was. Logan pulled out his phone and called John Uckert. It rang, and rang, and rang, and rang. "Hello? It's Logan. Mr. McRae. Dude! Heard you beat the shooting rap. Congrats. Reuben's missing. Yeah, shame about that." There was something in the background, a snuffling, grunting noise, as if a lot of people had the cold. "Still, on the bright side, things are settling down again, and no war, which is cool." "He's going to come after me." "Nah, he's really not. Hand on heart. Reuben's never going to bother you or anyone else ever again." More snuffling. Then what sounded like squealing, getting louder and more excited. "Uckert? Why can I hear—" "Listen, I know you don't want to step into Mr. Mowatt's shoes, but you don't mind if I do, yeah? I figure it's what he would have wanted. Bit of common sense and continuity and stuff." Okay, that was definitely a scream. "Uckert! Anyway, got to go. There's an old mate I need to see off." Logan slotted the big car in between a patrol car with a flat tire and the Postman Pat van. Both of them needed a damn good wash. Could barely see the Police Scotland logo on the sides. Banff Station loomed above him, in all its ominous glory. The lights were on way up there on the top floor. That would be Napier in the major incident room, tidying up loose ends, fashioning them into nooses. Yeah, well, maybe some people deserve to hang. And you're one of them. Mirror Logan scowled back at him. "Shut up. You sacrificed steel for the sake of your grubby, blood-stained integrity, and here you are up to your neck in organised crime. I'm not up to my neck in anything. And they want to give you a job in professional standards. I haven't done anything wrong." "Of course not. Other than entering into a conspiracy to commit murder, culpable homicide, failure to report a death, possession of an illegal firearm, attempted murder, and multiple counts of conspiracy to pervert the course of justice. Other than that, you're golden." He folded forward and rested his head on the steering wheel, biting his bottom lip. "Yes, but I got away with it." "That doesn't make it better. You're not a police officer anymore. You're a—" Logan sighed, then sat up. "I don't know what you are." "Neither do I." A smile spread across his face. "Why don't we go and find out?" He climbed out of the car and let himself in through the tradesman's entrance. The station was quiet, just the hum and buzz of the vending machines in the canteen to break the silence. He straightened his back and marched through the main office, up the stairs to the top floor, took a deep breath, and knocked on Napier's door. That was In the Cold Dark Ground by Stuart McBride, read by Steve Worsley. This program was produced by ID Audio for Harper Audio. Text copyright Stuart McBride, 2016. Production copyright 2015 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Stuart McBride asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.